game on the Saturday here, and then he did the other game off the stream.
Opening for Diamonds this morning from the coastal area, Beth Langston.
Are we? Yeah, cool. Well, a slightly belated good morning to you all here from the Emerald Headingley, bathed in, well, slightly less glorious sunshine. There's just a bit of shadow coming over the ground now, but probably have just missed the first couple of balls, but still, the Stars yet to go off the mark. Got Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson Richards, opening the batting for the Stars. Beth Langston opening the bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. She begins to run now. Third ball of the over in now to Smith, and loose drive for fairly early on. And pleased to say I'm joined by Graham Hardcastle, part of the UCB Reporters Network. Graham, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, it's a glorious morning, isn't it? Actually, it's as warm as it's been for the last few weeks. We've got a smattering of the crowd in, and set for a cracking game. Two high-flying teams.
Langston in again to Smith, who just guides that down to third region. When it comes round, picks up, throws in, and Stars are off the mark. Bryony Smith is off the mark. She's won without loss. Well, the Stars are one without loss. For some reason on the scoreboard, we've only got one scoreboard working here today at Headingley, and it says the South East Sparks, so someone hasn't updated that from the first home game of the season. But
they wouldn't be a bad side, would they? The South East Sparks. A hybrid of the two. I fear for the Diamonds a bit if that was the case.
Two slips in place as Langston in right arm over the wicket to Davidson Richards, and leaves alone outside the off stump. There's no run, and as you say, it's lovely to see not a massive crowd in, but still fairly early on. Got a few people scattered around the Western Terrace, a few in the bottom tier of the Emerald stand as well, and sun's just peeking out from behind the clouds now as I look out to glorious Saturday morning here in Leeds. Langston just a couple of jogs as she starts to run in again from the Kirkstall Lane end, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and slightly straighter and the leading edge of Davidson Richards, and goes down to in that third region, evades the two slips, takes the Stars to 2 without loss. That's the end of the first over. Both batters on 1.
Yeah, it was it kind of squared her up a bit, didn't it? That last delivery from Beth Langston. Davidson Richards managed to squirt it wide of third man. Should be decent pace in the pitch. Usually is at Headingley, so I'm expecting a super game. Yes, there's quite a few of the England players have disappeared, but there is still some immense talent on show.
Absolutely, a few players playing their first game of the season. Phoebe Graham for the Diamonds, Rachael Hopkins as well, and for the Stars we've got Kira Chaffley playing her first game. Didn't play at all last year. Got Phoebe Graham opening the bowling from the football stand end. Right arm over the wicket, just the one slip in place. Got third and fine leg on the boundary, everyone else inside the circle. Graham in now, right arm over, and a drive from Davidson Richards, but can only find point fielder Lindsay Smith. And there's no run. The Stars still 2 without loss. A few people watching on the stream now. Good morning to you all. Graham getting ready from the football stand and runs in now past the umpire. Bowls and slightly short and edge. Oh, dropped by Sarah Taylor. Maybe a little bit out of nick. A couple of years out of the game. Her first game back since 2019 and a chance early on, and I have to have another look at that, but
Yeah.
good effort.
It was a good effort. It went quickly as well.
Haverton Richards has a lie fairly early on as Graham in again, right arm over, and her slash outside the off stump and taken this time by Taylor. Stars just trying to get a move on, but the ball seems to be doing just a little bit. The pitch is slightly green. Stars winning the toss and choosing to bat first on what should be a lovely day for it as well.
It was one of those chances, wasn't it, where if Sarah Taylor had taken that, would have been singing it from the rooftops.
Graham in again, and that's slightly straighter and just defended back up the ground, back up the track by
England
Davidson Richards.
legend takes a stunning catch on a return, one-handed, that kind of stuff. So it wasn't an easy chance by any stretch of the imagination,
No.
and there would have been plenty of wicket keepers around the country who would have shelled the chance.
Graham in again to Davidson Richards and defended into the onside. When it comes around, picks up, throws into Taylor. And there's no run. The Stars still 2 without loss.
But the high standards that she sets, she will have been thinking to herself,
yeah.
that's a missed opportunity.
Definitely,
There's,
yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Graham running in again from the football stand end up to the wicket now. Bowls and drives goes Davidson Richards, but can only find it off. And there's no run. And 2 overs gone here at Headingley. The Stars 2 without loss. And just having a look at that replay of the catch, there's clear movement. It's just coming up here in a second, but there a clear edge off the gloves, and that would have been a great catch. But as I say, Sarah Taylor would set those high standards of herself, but not to be so far this morning. The South East Stars 2 without loss. Davidson Richards could have gone for just a single. She's still there, 1 off 8 balls. Bryony Smith 1 off 4 as Langston continues from the Kirkstall lane in him. Right arm over the wicket now. Bowls and shorter and pulled away goes Bryony Smith, and that will find its way to the boundary. The Stars have got their first 4 of the day. They move to 6 without loss, and not the best ball Beth Langston's ever bowled. Trying to just dig it into the pitch a little bit, but a little bit leg side, and Smith just helps it on its way to the boundary. Evades. Fielder down there at fine leg. Still the 2 slips in place though. Third down, fine leg out on the boundary. Everyone else inside the circle. Langston again past the umpire. Bowls and Fuller, and driven goes Bryony Smith out through backward point, and won't go all the way to the boundary. They'll come through for a couple. It's the Stars on to 8 without loss. Smith moves to 7 off 6. It's a little bit loose so far from Langston so far, but still plenty of time to make up for it, of course. Only the 3rd over of the day. To see a couple hundred of you now tuning in from, well, wherever you are in the world, I suppose, being the internet. Langston in again, right arm over, and defended goes Smith back up the wicket. Langston fields off her own bowling, and there's no run.
It's really good to see. I realise Beth Langston is kind of running at the moment, but it's really good to see at the other end Phoebe Graham. It's really good to see Phoebe Graham kind of steaming in her first game. You know, she's had a patient wait.
Langston in to Davidson Richards. It's left alone outside the off stump. It looks to be a little bit of a way swing there to right-hander. Graham played 5 games last year, just a couple wickets to her name. Her first game this season. Catherine Brunt, Nat Siver, Winfield Hill all out in the England squad.
I spoke to her the other day, and she kind of said, you know, it's disappointing, of course, but you can't really complain, can you? You know, it's what.
Langston to Davidson Richards, tries to push that back up down the ground, just gets a little bit of the outside face of the bat. Goes out to, I think there's Rachael Hopkins there at short extra. Number 31. Ball makes its way back to Langston. Couple taps of the bat from Davidson Richards, and another couple as Langston in again from the Kirkstall lane and past the umpire, bowls, and again slightly wideish outside off stump, left alone. Concludes the third over. The South East Stars 8 for no wickets. Bryony Smith on 7, Davidson Richards on 1.
Reasonably kind of entertaining starts, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
You know, a couple of boundaries,
everything, really.
you know. Yeah. I've just had Phil Dix come to the window saying, what's all that noise in the background? Well, I do apologise, it's me typing and doing the social media, so if that irks you for a bit, I do apologise, but
Not a lot we can do, unfortunately, but
the wheels have to keep turning, don't they?
Absolutely. Phoebe Graham continuing from the football stand then, in now to Davidson Richards. Defended, but a few alls from the players. Have played it late. Just dropped the ball back at her feet. A few perhaps thinking the ball could have gone onto the stumps, but played it well enough. There's no run. Stars 8 for no wicket. As the sun comes out even more here at Headingley, just a few clouds around as Graham in again, past the umpire, bowls, right arm over and slightly wide outside off stump, and it is called a wide by the umpire. Umpires today, Jasmine Naeem and Tom Lungley. Match referee James Whittaker, former England chair of selectors. Stars 9 without losses. Graham gets ready, runs in from the football stand in, past the umpire now, bowls and slightly shorter. Oh, playing a miss again from Alice Davidson Richards. You can hear the applause from the crowd, and it's not looked the most comfortable so far this morning, Davidson Richards.
No, it's a big day for her. She's of course a Northern supercharger for the 100. She's played for the Yorkshire Diamonds.
To work that out into the leg side, Davidson Richards, but not quite a leading edge, but certainly didn't go where she wanted it to, as the ball just dribbles back up the pitch and there's no run.
University links in Leeds. I think family ties in this part of the world as well, so she very much sees this as a second home.
5-time county championship winner as well, as Graham into Davidson Richards, and a drive, and again a play and a miss from Davidson Richards, and again a little bit of an in-swinger there from Phoebe Graham, but just nipped away off the seam. Almost a jaff for that one to Davidson Richards.
It's almost the perfect delivery, that, isn't
Almost,
it?
yeah.
If it swings in and nips away.
Graham in again from the football stand end, bowls to Davidson Richards, and she connects with that one, but can only find the fielder at mid-off. There's no run. The start's 9 for no wickets here at Headingley. And just a few people in the crowd, but club cricket being played on a Saturday. Good to see a few people in. You can see 250 of you watching on the stream as well. Good morning. Graham in again to Davidson Richards, and wide outside the off stump, left alone, and again is given a wide by the umpire.
I mean, this is a fairly momentous occasion, isn't it? On the Sarah Taylor front, you know, first return to, or what I say, first return, her return to professional cricket after 2 years out.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a legend of the game.
Graham into Davidson Richards, and it's down the leg side, but not given a wide by the umpires. End of the fourth over, the South East Stars 10 for no wickets. Bryony Smith on 7, Davidson Richards on 1. And I'd say an excellent over that from Phoebe Graham. First maiden of the day.
A real big feature for me of her performances last year. You look down the stats, and she only took 2 wickets. and automatically you kind of think to yourself, seam bowler, you would hope to do better than that, but look a little bit deeper into her stats and her economy rate was around 3.5, and there was absolutely no doubt that she built pressure for others to capitalise from.
Langston continues from the Kirk's line and attempted cut by Bryony Smith, but it's a bit of a bottom edge, goes down to third region and come through for a single. I think Smith on to 8, the Stars 11 for no wickets. And as I say, Phoebe Graham's economy last year of 3.87 and over, best of 2 for 29. As I say, keeping that economy rate sort of under 4 runs and over, it does build that pressure, allows people like Catherine Brunt, Nat Siver, Jenny Gunn to come in and just take those wickets. Lindsay Smith as well, Katie Levitt, because Langston in, past the umpire now from Kirkstall Lane, right on over, left alone outside the off stump by Davis and Richard. Then that didn't miss the off stump by too much.
They say there's 2 types of leaves, and and that was a good one.
Yeah, perhaps just a bit wider with the off stump than we can see up here from the pavilion. Still did look fairly close, as Langston is looking to move it away from the right hand. This is what we've seen so far. She's beginning to run again from the Kirkstall Lane end. Past the umpire now, right arm over, bowls and shorter and pulled away. Goes Davidson Richards. Just frees the arms a little bit. That will bring her first boundary. Takes the Stars to 15. Davidson Richards on to 5. And another short ball from Langston. 2 short balls so far she's bowled, and both have gone for 4. Just looking on the replay, as that's pretty much the perfect height where you want it for a ball shot, unfortunately for Langston. North 13 so far off her 2.5 overs. And again now, right arm over to Davidson Richards and defended into offside. They half looked for a single, but that's Lindsay Smith out there at point, picks up, throws into Sarah Taylor. Ball makes its way back round the field. Stars 15 for no wickets in the 5th over. Taps to the bat from Davidson Richards as Langston past the umpire now, bowls. And again, straighter, just worked into the onside. Amy Campbell picks up and directs it, but pretty sure Davidson Richards, well, probably didn't leave a crease at any point there.
And I got the feeling the throw wasn't intended to hit the stumps either. It was intended for Sarah Taylor running in. And it had a little bit of a comedy outcome in a sense, that Taylor was stretching for it. Davidson Richards was trying to get out of the way and the ball hit the stumps.
Second slip comes out to short move wicket. Langston in again, right arm over. So Davidson Richards, an appeal for LBW. That does look pretty close. Oh, it's not given by umpire Tom Lungley. It did look quite close. Every player went up. Maybe just sliding down the leg side. We'll have to get another look. As have the replay now. And the replay started a bit too late, so I'll have to go back and have another look. Stars 15 for no wicket after 5 overs. Bryony Smith for 8. Alice Davidson Richards on 5. I'm trying to get another look of that LBW.
It looks a reasonably solid start for the Stars, doesn't it? 15 for none after kind of 5 overs. But there has been definite chances, players and misses, things like that. The catch.
Slipping a gully in place for Bryony Smith as another play and a miss from the Stars batters. I'm trying to play that off the back foot, but wasn't quite short enough. Again, an excellent start from Phoebe Graham, 0 for 2. For 2.1 over, last over being that maiden. Every fielder tight inside that ring as Graham in again past the umpire bowls and slightly shorter and cut away by Bryony Smith, but can only find her namesake of Lindsay Smith out there at point. There's no run. A few more people making their way into the crowd, into that western terrace. Over 400 of you now watching on the stream. Great to have you with us. You will stay with us for the rest of the day. A few games going on as Graham into Smith and drives that back up the pitch. And on comes round, picks up and throws into Sarah Taylor. There's no run. Stars 15 for no wicket. Just the two players allowed outside that 30-yard circle for the first 10. Third out on the boundary, fine leg. Phoebe Graham past the umpire now, bowls to Bryony Smith, and another play and a miss. Smith wants to get a move on with things, but she can't connect. Goes through to Sarah Taylor, and Holly Armitage there at first slip. Well, I feel a chance coming her way sooner rather than later.
Yeah. She has a real presence about her, Holly Armitage, on the field. I don't know what it is, just watching her, she just has a real...
Graham into Bryony Smith and just defends that into the offside. The ball runs away to backward point. Lindsay Smith comes round, picks up, and another dot ball, or the over 5 dot balls. This over from Phoebe Graham so far. An excellent start from her. Beth Langston 0 for 13 at the Kirkstall Lane end.
You just get the feeling with Holly Armitage as Graham's in.
Shorter and pulled away. And one bounce for evades. Can't quite number 11. I can't quite remember who that is actually, but Alex McDonald, of course, it is. Yeah. Another 4 to Bryony Smith. She moves on to 12. Stars 19 for no wickets. End of the 6th over. And Graham trying to bang one in short, but doesn't get the desired result as the players have a quick clean of the hands. 6 overs gone. Bryony Smith on 12. Davidson Richards on 5.
Yeah, just going back to kind of Holly Armitage. If I said to you now, who's the captain out on the field,
you could tell.
You could tell. You know, she's got that real kind of leadership air about her, and I think at the crease as well with the bat, she's a really imposing presence.
Beth Langston continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end into her 4th over. Right on over past the umpire. Oh, playing a miss from Davidson Richards, and the crowd getting involved now. A few cheers. Round of applause from the spectators here in the Western Terrace. Again, the pressure being put on Davidson Richards. These 5 off 20 balls. Just the 1-4-2 named so far as Langston begins her run again from the Kirkstall Lane end, past the umpire now, bowls. And a drive, and that's a lovely straight drive from Davidson Richards, but Stair Callis comes round. So it'll only be 1. Davidson Richards moves to 6, and you have to say, a good shot for 1.
It was, yeah. Initially, my very first reaction was, oh, run-out chance. But it was just hit a little bit too hard, and Callis had to kind of slide and make sure the first thing was to stop the ball.
Langston into Smith and defends that into the onside.
And that took away the run-out opportunity. You know, she was on her knees, off balance, and the throw just wasn't able to come in on time. So there was in the end a very comfortable single.
South East Stars 20 for no wicket in the 7th over, just the 1 slip in place as Langston past the umpire now from the Kirkstall Lane end bowls, and short and wide and cut away. It might not make its way all the way to the boundary. Third comes round and picks up. They'll come through for a couple. Takes Smith on to 19. The Stars 22 for no wicket.
I've just got the other scorecard I've got up on my laptop is the game, the Central Sparks versus the Northwest Thunder at New Road, and of course the Sparks are 100% record, aren't they, in the early stage of the competition? Well, they're 17 for 2 in the 5th over.
The Sparks beating the Diamonds here. That's the Diamonds' only loss so far this season. Langston right arm over to Bryony Smith, who just defends that back up the wicket. Stair Callis picks up, throws in to Sarah Taylor. Again, there's no run. Yeah, the first game of the season, the Diamonds versus the Sparks here in Headingley, and a cracking game to start the season off.
Yeah.
200s by two England players, Winfield Hill and Amy Jones. And the week after, Amy Jones went well, I was going to say one better, but about 50 runs better.
Yeah.
She made the record score in this tournament. Langston into Bryony Smith, and again, back in defence she goes, and there's no run. Concludes the 7th over. The Stars 22 for no wickets. Bryony Smith 14, Davidson Richards on 6.
The great thing is about this competition in the early stages with the England players available, invariably they've all performed. Amy Jones, Lauren Winfield Hill, Catherine Brunt, and there'll be others. Obviously, Emily Hart, with the Sparks, has kind of performed very well, got her England call. But other players, domestic players, have performed around them as well.
Graham into Davidson Richardson, she tries, but again can't get past that mid-off fielder. Again, there's no run. Davidson Richards 6 runs off 22 balls. In 25 minutes of batting, just the 1-4 so far. An excellent opening spell so far from Phoebe Graham, 0 for 6. Runs in from the football stand end now, bowls and shorter, and playing a miss again from Davidson Richards as Sarah Taylor takes it cleanly. Again, real pressure being put on Davidson Richards. She's looking to score, but can't quite get bat on it, and can't quite get it past the infield either, as Graham again runs in from the football stand end, right arm over, bowls to Davidson Richards, and as soon as I say that, it goes for 4 down to the vacant sort of wide third region. Takes Davidson Richards into double figures. She moves in onto 10. Takes the Stars onto 26 for no wickets.
Again, it was a little bit streaky, wasn't it? It wasn't a it wasn't a convincing stroke. She kind of threw her hands at it, and it flashed wide of gully.
Graham in again from football stand end, bowls, and left alone this time outside off stump by Davidson Richards.
But let's face it, as an opening batsman, you need that luck in any form of cricket, really, whether it's one-day cricket, T20, first-class cricket, test match cricket, whatever. You need luck.
Graham in again to Davidson Richardson. Drives, but well fielded out there. I think that's Stair Callis at mid-on. Ends up diving on the ground, and there's no run. Stars 26 for no wicket. And as I say, you need that luck, and Davidson Richards did have a chance when she was just on 1. Almost wrong-footed Sarah Taylor a little bit with that catch early on. She's into double figures now as Graham in again to Davidson Richards, and slightly Yorker length, and well dug out by Davidson Richards. There's no run, end of the 8th over. South East Stars 26 for no wickets. Bryony Smith 14, Alice Davidson Richards on 10.
There's definite pace in the pitch, isn't there? It's a little bit difficult from this angle to give you a definite steer on what the kind of movement is off the pitch or through the air, that kind of stuff. Actually, people watching on the stream will have a better vantage point than we have. Not by much, but enough to kind of give you a definite view. But the one thing we can see here is that there is definite pace and carry in the pitch, which is good for one-day cricket.
Langston into Smith, just works that into the onside, and timed really well by Bryony Smith. It won't go all the way to the boundary. Jenny Gunn runs out, picks up, and gets it back into Sarah Taylor. They come through 4 a couple. Takes Smith to 16.
And the other thing there, a little bit of an example of that, is value for shots on the outfield, because it was just a kind of push, nothing, yes, timed well, but nothing extravagant from Bryony Smith.
South East Stars 28 for no wickets. Start of the 9th over as Langston begins to run again from the Kirkstall Lane end. Past the umpire now, bowls and slightly fuller and powerfully driven back down the ground by Bryony Smith.
It's a lovely shot.
A lovely shot to bring up her 3rd boundary, takes her on to 20. The Stars move to 32 for no wicket, and powerful strike, perhaps not quite timed, but when you've got the power like that, then you don't need as much timing as that raced away towards us in the pavilion down at the Kirkstall Lane end. Thanks to 0 for 22 so far. Runs in again, past the umpire now, bowls, right arm over to Smith and defended into the onside, and Jenny Gunn comes round, picks that one up off one of the old used wickets. And trying to shine the ball as much as they can. There's no saliva, but you can use sweat. I think from the back of the neck is the only place where you can use sweat. Which is oddly specific, as Langston begins to run again from the Kirkstall Lane end, right arm over, bowls to Smith, and again similar shot, just played into the onside. Jenny Gunn comes round and throws it into Sarah Taylor. And there's no run. The Stars 32 for no wickets. Bryony Smith 20, Alice Davidson-Richards on 10. These two, after a few sort of flashy loose drives early on, have made it through the first half hour, got themselves in, perhaps got used to the pace of this pitch as Smith drives just slightly off the outside face of the bat, goes out to point, and there's no run.
They'll be very, very happy with this start. The Stars. Yes, there has been. It's not been without alarm by any stretch of the imagination, but they will be pretty chuffed with where they're at.
Langston beginning her run again from the Kirkstall Lane end, past the umpire, bowls, and again slightly off the outside face of the bat from Bryony Smith. They'll come through for a single. They've got to hurry a little bit here. Throw comes into Sarah Taylor on the bounce. They do come through for 2, take Smith to 22. And the Stars 34 for no wickets. And 9 overs gone here at Headingley.
I thought it was quite interesting, just slightly away from this game, but I thought it was quite interesting the England decision to release Sarah Glenn and Freya Davis quite early on. By no means a bad decision at all. I don't mean that, but it's positive for the competition. You know, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint competition to get those England players playing cricket.
Graham into Davidson-Richards and cut away, and that will go for 4 down towards the Western Terrace. Takes Davidson-Richards on to 14. The Stars move to 38. He's just found her timing now, Davidson-Richards. Slightly shorter, slightly wider outside off stump, and didn't put much power into it, but timed it pretty sweetly. Graham running in from the football stand end to Alice Davidson-Richards. And forward in defence she goes, back up the pitch, and there's no run.
The other thing as well that's brilliant about that decision is that it is a sign, as you look back to last season when it was basically a closed bubble in Derby.
Graham into Davidson-Richards, and looks to drive, doesn't quite time it. Perhaps a bit off the toe end of the bat, and there's no run. The Stars 38 for no wickets.
It was a closed bubble in Derby, so if you didn't play in those England games against the West Indies, there was no realistic chance of you playing any domestic cricket aside from right at the end when Lauren Winfield-Hill was released.
Graham in again to Davidson-Richards, and short run again, and missed cut from Davidson-Richards. She's done that a few times now.
we're very much moving forward as a society, aren't we? And as a cricketing country, that we're able to bring players out of the bubble and drop them back into domestic cricket. And that's what these players who aren't in the first choice team need.
Graham again, and playing a miss again from Davidson Richards. Again, just nipped away off the seam, that one from Phoebe Graham. Yeah, and these two excellent up front. Langston 0 for 24 after her 5 overs. Phoebe Graham just 1 ball left in her 5th over, 0 for 14. But a steady start so far from the Stars. 38 for no wicket. Graham in again, right arm over to Davidson Richards and slightly Yorker length, and just defended into the offside and concludes the 10th over. End of that first power play. The Stars 38 for no wickets. Bryony Smith 22. Alice Davidson Richards on 14.
Yeah, I think both sides will be happy, in the sense that there is definite encouragement there for the Diamonds with the ball, and in the field they look sharp. But the Stars will be saying, right, we've got through. We've built a platform here, 38 for none after 10. We can really kick on from this.
Change of bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end will be Jenny Gunn to have her first bowl of the day. England's legend in Jenny Gunn, 144 one-day internationals. With her 315 List A games. 35 years of age, as Sarah Taylor up to the stumps to Jenny Gunn. Her old teammate has just clipped away into the onside. Stair Callis Fields at square leg, and there's no run. That's 38 for no wickets. And talking about those sort of domestic players, but when you have 2 legends of England cricket, one bowling and then one behind the stumps, it just shows, well, I suppose, the strength of where the women's game is in this country.
Yeah, I spoke to James Carr earlier in the week, and I'm sure he'll be on the stream later on, and we'll perhaps expand on this. But yeah, it is a sign, isn't it? Definitely that.
Going into Bryony Smith, just swept away, but down to that fielder on the fine leg boundary. They come through for a single. Smith on to 23, the Stars 39 for no wickets.
His point was that, for the women's domestic game to be able to, one, keep Jenny Gunn in it and attract her to that, and then to attract Sarah Taylor back.
Going into Davidson Richards down the leg side, and will be called a wide, and a rare miss behind the stumps from Sarah Taylor. Well fielded out on the fine leg boundary. Saves a couple of runs. We'll come through for a couple plus the wide. Takes the Stars to 42.
It shows, to be able to attract Sarah Taylor back to the game, it shows that there is a heck of a lot of good work being done in women's and girls' cricket.
Going in again from the Kirkstall Lane end. Balls and clipped away into the onside, but straight to Stair Callis at square leg. There's no run, and I think it was these 2 players, Jenny Gunn and Sarah Taylor, that Danny Hazel managed to sort of coax back into the women's county game. Can begin to run again past the umpire, bowls, and slightly shorter, but forward in defence goes Davidson Richards. And there's no run. A couple of players going out on the boundary now. Got cover sweeper, Rachael Hopkins going out, and Stair Callis going out to, that's a deep square leg. Third and final leg still on the boundary, going into Davidson Richards. Drives, but straight to Phoebe Graham at mid-off. End of Jenny Gunn's first over, end of the 11th over here at Headingley. South East Stars 42 for no wickets.
Yeah, there's no doubt that you look through Danny Hazel's little black book of contacts, and it's a fairly star-studded, it's
Got a few contacts along the way.
So,
talking of James Carr, here he is.
Men in black sunglasses on as well. Look at those. Bobby Dazzlers, those, aren't they?
Another change of bowling, so 2 changes as soon as the power play ends, and it'll be Katie Levick to bowl from the football stand end. Leg spinner playing her 4th game of the season. Bowls right arm over and slightly down the leg side, but a sweep can only find Stair Callis at backward square leg, or sort of a fine leg, 45. So 3 wickets so far for Katie Levick, average of 18. And again, right arm over to Smith and slightly fuller, and not quite timed by Smith, but again hit powerfully enough that the ball races away to the boundary towards the football stand end. Takes Smith on to 27, her 4th 4 of the morning, moves the Stars to 46.
Very much dragged, wasn't it? It's been a fairly seamless return to cricket for Katie Levick.
Again, right arm over to Smith and just left alone outside the off stump.
You know, we talk about the rust that it must naturally be there for Sarah Taylor. It has to be 2 years out. But Katie's had a pretty horrific winter.
Levick in again and swept again by Bryony Smith, but the ball goes once again straight to Stair Callis and there's no run.
So for her to be able to just drop back into it, it's going to take her time. But from what I've seen, she's been pretty impressive.
Levick into Smith and shorter and pulled away, and that one is well timed by Bryony Smith. Moves out towards the east stand here at Headingley, takes Smith into the 30. She's 31, so brings up the Stars half century in the 12th over. Just 1 ball left in the 12th over.
Is that what you call commentator's curse?
A little bit, yeah.
It should be fairly impressive. Then drops one halfway down, yeah.
I think I had one early on when I was saying Davidson Richards playing a miss, and then she got one away before. Levick in again to Bryony Smith and slightly fuller, slightly more tossed up and driven, but finds the fielder at short extra cover and there's no run.
Yeah, that's when you don't look at your social media replies. You get a load of them saying, "Oh, it's your fault that." So, anyway, I shall leave you and speak to you later on.
Pleasure having you, Graham. I'm sure we'll catch up again later. Let's have another squirt of sanitizer on the hands and welcome James Carr for the first time today.
Morning, Wesley. Morning, everybody. Great start by the Stars. Beautiful conditions. I'm completely understanding of why the Stars have elected to bat first this morning.
50 for no wicket. They did look a little bit scratchy early on, but they battled through the first 10 with an excellent opening spell from Phoebe Graham and Beth Langston. Jenny Gunn continuing from the Kirkstall lane, right arm over, bowls and defended into the offside goes Davidson Richards.
Yeah, I thought the openers bowled well without any real assistance. Maybe could have been half a yard fuller. Obviously, there was one chance off Graham.
Going past the umpire now and bowls right arm over and forward into fence again goes Davidson Richards.
I think it's important for both sides here that they just continue to win their mini battles and stay patient. A wicket can change everything here for the Diamonds.
Again, ready from Kirkstall lane in past the umpire now, bowls and slightly straight and clipped into the onside, but again, Stair Callis seems to be doing a lot of work in the field so far. The ball seems to be following her around. They run the Stars 50 without loss. And just the 2 players out on the boundary. No. Stair Callis making her way out onto deep square leg boundary.
She's been kept busy as start. Her GPS tracker's probably working overtime.
Going into and she bowled her! First wicket falls for the South East Stars. A drag on from Davidson Richards. She goes for 14. And a big breakthrough for the Diamonds, and it's Jenny Gunn who gets that breakthrough, gets that first wicket. Davidson Richards goes for 14. 40 balls are long innings, sort of struggled to find a timing a little bit, but exactly what the Diamonds needed.
Yeah, definitely. Great change there by Captain Armitage. Turning to the experience of Jenny Gunn, and as I just said before, just the breakthrough that the Diamonds were looking for. Stars have certainly won that mini battle, that first 10 overs, 50 runs on the board. But there's a long way to go, and the Diamonds have stayed patient there, and Jenny Gunn as consistent, as reliable as ever.
New batter is Chloe Brewer. Joins her captain at the crease, yet to play. Well, it's her first game so far this season for the Stars. Played 5 times last year, 121 runs at average of just over 40. Including a 79 against last year's champions, the Southern Vipers. Similar sort of feel, but Canis up this time inside the circle at square leg. Still third and final out on the boundary.
Gonna look to squeeze here.
High time over goes Gunner, left alone outside the off stump by Chloe Brewer. Yeah, the cheers from the crowd. Great to have not hundreds of people in, but a few nonetheless. Also the game clashing with club cricket. It's good to have a crowd in nonetheless. As going right arm over to Brewer and forward in defence. Rachel Hopkins comes in from cover, throws into Sarah Taylor.
Yeah, do you think there's more people in than 2 weeks ago? Looks a similar spread across there in the Western Terrace.
You can certainly hear them. That's the main thing that it's just been missed so much, and we've seen in the Test match with 17,500, 18,000 in today, just how much those stands need to be filled, I suppose. Just how much we've missed even the applause from when there's a 4 or a wicket.
Yeah, it's been very sterile, hasn't it? So I know the girls love it. A lot of pride in playing at Emerald Headingley and being able to do it in front of friends and family again, and the fans is just amazing.
And it continues from the football stand in, and Boulder off stump out the ground, and back-to-back breakthroughs for the Diamonds. It's the captain this time. Bridie Smith goes for 31. And another big wicket for the Diamonds. It's Levick's 4th of the season.
That's classic Levick, that. You can't keep her down for that long. I know Graham beforehand was just talking about the winter she's had. She had a pretty rotten winter, and the first over was pretty rotten, but you can't keep her down for long. That looked like an amazing delivery. It looked like it's kind of pitched on middle-in leg and hit the top of off, and another really important wicket. Both openers gone, and the Stars have gone from 50 for none to 50 for 2, and you've got 2 new batters at the crease. It's certainly a mini battle win for the Diamonds after the early jousting being won by the Stars.
Back-to-back wickets for the Diamonds as Kirsty White comes out now, and all of a sudden the pressure's being put right back on the Stars. 65 runs so far this year for Kirsty White, average of just under 22.
I missed the replay there, Wes. Did you see the...
I did, yes. It seemed to just pitch on middle stump and then just straighten a little bit.
She shaped as if it was going down leg, and then almost was cramped, and the ball left her. What a great delivery by Levick.
Perhaps should have got forward to that one as Levick in again to Kirsty White, and that's slightly down the leg side and come through for a single. Chloe Brewer almost halfway down the track before Kirsty White had even set off for the run.
That's good intent though. Put pressure on the fielders. Lev's got a bit of bounce about her now. She looked a bit stiff in that first over, but she's got that swag back.
Deep cover and deep backward square, the only players out, as Levick into Chloe Brewer, who plays it off the back foot up to that fielder out at deep cover. Gets her off the mark. Stars 52 for 2 now. Just a couple of overs ago, There's 50 for none, but wickets from Gunn and Levick in this over just change things slightly as the Stars winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Levick into Kirsty White, just plays that into the onside, but straight to Stair Callis again, and there's no run.
How many times has Callis fielded the ball
A
now?
lot. I feel like I've said her name about 20 times already today. Certainly doing a lot of work, a sort of fine leg and square leg as well, as Levick into Kirsty White and defends back up the pitch. Seems to be flighted a bit more, that one from Katie Levick. And the Stars have just got to reset and just look to rebuild this innings. Still loads of time, of course. Levick in again to White, forward in defence she goes. There's no run. End of the 14th over. South East Stars 52 for 2 and a successful over from Levick, 1 for 9 after her 2 overs. Just the 3 runs off it, plus that big wicket of Bryony Smith, the captain of the South East Stars, whilst Tash Farrington and Sophia Dunkley are away on international duties. A test match beginning on Wednesday, I think it is, next week. Or this coming week, actually.
That's right, yeah. Looking forward to see what the playing 11 is there. There's been lots of runs scored around the country in the domestic system. Who'll get the nod?
Loose drive from Chloe Brewer. Another play and a miss this morning from the Stars batters.
There's nothing I could think of worse coming out to bat to start your innings than the seasoned pro Jenny Gunn, who's just relentless on that line and length.
Right arm over from Kirkstall Lane end and getting flicked away, and unfortunately Callis might have been in the action again there, but not Severe's mid wicket.
Jen's very clever with her changes of pace and variations, and just doesn't let the batter settle. It's not the ideal scenario for a batter coming in to start off with.
Going in, right arm over, bowls and slightly shorter, but defended into the offside, and they'll come through for a quick single. Lindsay Smith moves round to backward point and throws into Sarah Taylor. Score moves to 53 for 2. Makes Brewer 1 to 2. And a very sort of tight field, you would say, with just the third and fine leg on the boundaries, everyone else inside the circle. Skipper Holly Armitage just about 10 yards in from that 30-yard circle, everyone else pretty much on the ring. Going in again, past the umpire, bowls and down the leg side, and another miss from Sarah Taylor, and angry with herself there, slapping her glove on her leg. As go through 4 wide, so 2 more runs to the score. Stars 55 for 2. And Sarah Taylor, we know what a good keeper she is, but obviously a year and a half, 2 years out of the game, just starting to show a little bit. As going in again and again that's down the leg side, and that is a good take, well, a good stop from Sarah Taylor, and have a poor ball from Gunn, sort of going down leg side and going even further down with the swing.
Yeah, I think both of them have got enough credit in the bank to give them some allowances there. Gunn beginning her run again from the Kirkstall Lane end, past the umpire, bowls slightly straighter and defended back up the pitch. There's Chloe Brewer. There's no run. Stars 56 for 2. Here at Headingley, there's some comes out even more. Again, you'll need your factor 50 in if you're in that Western Terrace. Depends, doesn't it? If you're the unfortunate ones just slightly round, you're being shaded by the Emerald stand. That might be a blessing, though.
Going into Brewer and forward into fence she goes. Phoebe Graham comes up from mid-off. Another dot ball. Gone 1 for 8 so far in her 3rd over.
It's going to be huge, this. It's almost a battle of dot balls versus scoring balls in these middle overs.
Going right arm over to Brewer and drives but finds Holly Armitage at short extra, and again there's no run.
There's not. It's not going to be easy for the bowlers today. It's going to all be about building pressure, minimising scoring options, building dot balls, and Guns back on array down after a couple of wayward deliveries down the leg side there.
Stars 56 for 2 after 15 overs. That run rate just under 4 runs an over so far. To be Katie Levick to continue after a wicket in her last over and the big wicket of the captain Bryony Smith. Bowled her off stump out the ground, which you don't often see for a spin bowler. She's bowling to Kirsty White. Right arm over from the football stand end, tossed up, and there's some definite turn out there, some definite assistance from the pitch.
Yeah, she's not known for being a big turner of the ball left, but she's got a bit of bounce about her now.
Now we can shorter and slightly not very wide of off stump, but White cuts that away out to deep cover sweeper. Left Langston out there at deep cover, right in front of that Western Terrace.
Yeah, a bit of rhythm, bit of bounce, bit of rip.
Now we can see Bruin almost tries to sort of get down on one knee and sort of lap sweep it, but the ball wasn't there for it, so back in defence she went. And another dot ball. Levick again from football stand end, tossed up and swept and given a wide. Nothing more than that. As Taylor would have been blinded, I suppose, but the batter right in her way. Another good stop from former England keeper, is tossed up outside and Taylor whips the bails off, but it's as if Brewer's back foot didn't leave the crease. But
Good over from Levick, this. Dot ball pressure.
Stars players just looking to sort of feel for it a little bit, just try and make something happen rather than wait for the bad balls. But it's bowling well, settled into a spell, as right arm over and down the leg side, and I think that's commentator's curse again. The ball, Callis does just bring the ball back inside the boundary and come through 4. Another 2 runs takes Brewer on to 4. Stars move to 60.
That was absolute techers from Sarah Taylor as well. She put one hand in front of her face to protect from the sun.
Levick into Brewer and sweeps and bowl. I thought that bowled her for a second, but it wasn't. It was Taylor's rapid hands behind the stumps, just whips the bails off. But another dot ball, and
Yeah, the ball before, she put her arm up in front of her eyes because the sun was in her face, and reverse cup with one hand like she wasn't even watching.
Yeah. And she takes the bells off so quickly that the first plane of the day flying over the stadium. Stars 60 for 2 here at Headingley.
Not seeing many of them yet for a while. I'm not sure what everyone's prospects are from a holiday this year or overseas.
Going to appeal for LBW, but there might have been a little bit of bat involved in that as the ball squirts out to Stair Callis at square leg.
Are you going to get yourself anywhere, Wesley?
Maybe. We'll have to see. Wouldn't mind going to a few games. I'm hoping to go to a T20 in a couple of weeks. It's cut away by Kirsty White. That will make its way to the deep backward point boundary. Lindsay Smith couldn't quite get a hand on that one. Hit quite hard. It's Kirsty White onto 5. The score moves to 64 for 2.
Yeah, Jenny just dragging that one down, but well played by White. You've got to take what's on offer.
Going in again from the Kirkstall Lane end, balls and Fuller in length and drives up well fielded by Rachael Hopkins, that is, at cover. That's a slide out on that strip, which isn't the easiest place to get a dive out, especially if it's already prepared.
Yeah. Groundsman won't be very happy there.
There's a nice sort of slide mark right on a length on that pitch now, has gone in from Kirkstall Lane end and left alone outside the off stump by Kirsty White. There's no run. The Stars 64 for 2 in the 17th over. Callis goes back out on the boundary at deep square leg. Hopkins stays up inside the circle. Third and following the other two players out on the boundary is going past the umpire, bowls from the Kirkstall Lane end, and White just looks to clip that away into the onside, but only finds Beth Langston at mid-wicket. And this time Hopkins does go out on the deep cover boundary. And begins again from the Kirkstall Lane end. Right arm over, bowls, and in defence goes Kirsty White. The ball makes its way to Lindsay Smith at point, and end of the over. 64 for 2 after 17. Jenny Gunn 1 for 12 after her 4 overs so far.
Yeah, I think that ploy there, just at the end of the overs, pushing those extra fielders out, just shows how good the batting conditions are, and I think it really is going to be a run fest today. It's really important that the Diamonds build pressure and minimise, because I think there is always going to be run scoring opportunities.
Levick in from the football stand in, and driven off the back foot by Chloe Brewer out to Holly Armitage at short extra cover. Another dot ball. Square leg out on the boundary. Levick in to... And appeal for LBW. That does look close. Oh, not given by the umpires. To be a little bit leg side. The ball not perhaps turning quite enough for the umpire to give that one.
Yeah, it looked like it was sliding, that one. A bit too full to kind of what I would call like a drop kick sweep, a half volley sweep.
Levick into Brew, and back in defence she goes, and almost edges that one behind, but just about to get enough bat on it.
That one looked like a slider from Lev. That one really kicked on and rushed the batter.
Levick into Brew, and goes back in defence again. That's Jenny Gunn in there at slip by the looks of things. Again, another dot ball. Levick 1 for 13 in a 4th over. There's another sweep and another play in a miss from Chloe Brewer, just trying to, again, make something happen rather than wait for the bad ball. Well, that one definitely wasn't there to sweep, looked to be outside off stump.
Well, that one turned away from the sweep.
Driven back down the ground by Chloe Brewer. Long off is out there. Come through for a single, rotate the strike, but it's the end of the over, so Brewer will keep the strike. The Stars 65 for 2 after 18 here at Headingley. Sun goes behind a cloud, bit of shade over the ground.
That was almost Levick's best over, that. She's challenging both sides of the edges of the bat. She's got a couple that just looks like they slide on or instantly that turn away. Lots of plays and misses, lots of oohs and ahs.
These two so far, 2 for 26 off their right overs, Gunn and Levick, as that one's clipped away by Chloe Brewer. Fine leg will come round and throw into Sarah Taylor as the sun comes back out again. Stars move to 66 for 2. Brewer on to 6. Kirsty White on 5. Partnership of just 16, but these two need to take their time, get themselves in, rebuild this Stars innings going into Kirsty White. Clipped away, that's off the pad. Down to fine leg.
Yeah, the Stars will be happy with just this consolidation piece. They've, like you say, 16 runs. The board is still ticking, not as fast a rate as beforehand, but we're out of the power play. Pretty honours even this 10 over spell so far.
Going to Brew and cut away. They might come through for a couple if they're quick, but just be a single. Lindsay Smith runs pretty much all the way down to that third region. And Katie Levick's down there on the deep third boundary.
She is bowling at the moment, Lev. I think we'll forgive her on that one.
Score moves to 68 for 2. Gunn starts a run from the Kirkstall Lane end. Right arm over, bowls, and just guided down to Katie Levick, who will field that one. Come through for a single, score 69 for 2.
Yeah, let's not forget, we've only used 4 bowlers so far. There's Alex McDonald, Lindsay Smith, possibly Holly Armitage as well, bowling options.
Going into Brewer and just guide down to Katie Levick on that third boundary. Score moves to 70 for 2. Brewer on to 8, takes the partnership to 20. 1 ball left in the 19th over, gone 1 for 17 so far in her spell. Rachel Hopkins goes out on that cover boundary again. Stair Callis out at deep square leg and slightly shorter and just clipped into the onside. If Langston comes round from mid-wicket, throws into Sarah Taylor. They come through for a quick single. Takes the Stars 71 for 2. Both batters on 8.
Yeah, I almost think it's time for another bowling change, just to not let the Stars batters settle. Another variation, maybe Lindsay Smith, left arm round the wicket. You know what you get from Jenny Gunn, you know what you get from Katie Levick, but the batting conditions look really good, and I think the more you can unsettle the batters with just different bowling types, I think the better.
Gunn 1 for 18 off her 5 overs. Levick 1 for 14 off 4. And both players getting those early breakthroughs, those key breakthroughs of Davidson Richards and Bryony Smith. Levick to continue from the football stand end. Miles right arm over to Kirsty White and hedge, and ball will race away to the third boundary. So between Sarah Taylor and Jenny Gunn at slip, and neither of them went for it.
I mean, it was high risk. It was a high risk shot, but it was intentional, and it's yielded 4 runs. So fair play.
Well, doesn't really matter how they come. The Stars will take them there. 75 for 2. White onto 12. Levick in again from the football stand end, and a sweep, a slightly top edge sweep. It won't carry all the way to Rachel Hopkins, who fields well out there, spinning a bit in the air. Come through for a single. White onto 13. Stars 76 for 2.
There's been a few attempts at that sweep shot. That one was well played.
Levick into Brewer and shorter and driven out off the back foot into the offside, and I don't think Sarah Taylor will be too happy with that throw fired in on the pounce.
Stars batters just got a little bit busy now, and you can just see it just unsettles the bowlers a little bit.
Levick into White. This one's tossed up and appeal for LBW. Not given again by umpire Naeem. And I think that one just sliding down leg side. Levick withdrew her appeal fairly quickly.
Yeah, I don't even think that hit in line. It was sliding all the way. But good comeback from Levick, asking questions.
Levick into White again, tossed up, and just a paddle sweep round the corner, but straight to Stair Callis at fine leg. There's no run. The Stars 77 for 2 in the 20th over. White 13, Brewer on 9. Off goes out on the boundary. Levick into White, who just defends that one back up the wicket. 20 overs gone here at Headingley. The South East Stars 77 for 2. Made their way through the first 10 unscathed, but as soon as Gunn and Levick came on, the wicket to first Davidson Richards for 14, and then Smith for 31.
Yeah, it's been a good 10 over stint that from the Diamonds. Certainly the Stars won the power play. Some beautiful shots all around the ground, but it's been pegged back following a couple of bowling changes. Bit of dynamic captaincy from Armitage, turning to 2 experienced bowlers, and it looks like we may get another change now.
Looks like Lindsay Smith is coming on from the Kirkstall lane in. As you said, James, that looks like variation left arm round the wickets.
Well, this is pro cricket. This is competitive cricket. You know, this is a real balance of bat and ball. This, you know, I'd say honours are even right now, and the Stars batters have looked busy and just trying to unsettle the bowlers where possible. And captain, and the Diamonds have got to do the same and look busy and just try to unsettle the bowlers. Anyway, I'm quite happy with my 10-over spell there to have yielded a couple of wickets. I'm going to make way. Going to make way for my counterpart Richard Bedbrook from the South East Stars, and if he could yield us a couple more wickets, that would be great. Thanks.
Smith left arm round the wicket from the Kirksall lane ends. Slightly shorter ball. Playing a miss from Chloe Brewer. Stars 77 for 2. 4 wickets so far for Lindsay Smith in competition, average of just over 14, and in again from the Kirksall lane end. And again, similar shot from Chloe Brewer, but connects with this one out to Stair Callis at point. And welcome Richard Bedbrook.
Good. I can say good afternoon, but it's good morning still, I think, isn't it?
Just about.
Yeah, just hearing James's comment there, I'm going to do my best not to bring 2 wickets, but it has been a useful little 10-over period of the game there, from getting ourselves into a great position. An opening partnership, you're always happy when an opening partnership reaches 50. But then, yeah, the bowling change worked wonders. 2 quick wickets, and suddenly the game's back in the balance, and you got to rebuild, and different challenges as well for these next 10 overs. Bit of pace on the ball early on. Pace comes off, and they've thankfully, on my walk up the stairs and finding here, they've stayed at the wicket. So I was quite pleased about that.
Smith into Kirsty White, drives, finds Amy Campbell at short extra, and the 2 back-to-back wickets just sort of set you guys back a little bit. But in these 2 just taking their time, getting used to the pitch, used to the bowlers. To reset, Stars 78 for 2 as forward in the fence goes Kirsty White. End of Lindsay Smith's first over, just the 1 run from it. 21 overs gone here at Headingley.
Yeah, very much the double wicket is always something that just knocks the stuffing out of however well you've gone. So brought it to Chloe here. This is her first game for this year. She's come into the side. Obviously we've had Tash Farrant and Sophia Dunkley go up into the England squad for the Test match, which is great for them. Obviously a few changes on the Diamond side as well, with obviously their contingent going off, which again is a nice sort of adjustment to this round of this 50-over competition, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, where players that have worked hard all winter are now getting their first opportunities. Obviously Phoebe Graham, even a full-time player for the Diamonds, gets her first go, and she actually had a very, I thought, well early on. She got the ball to bounce, got the ball to climb on a few occasions. The horizontal shots of both Bryony and Alice were definitely in trouble with the extra bounce she got. So good to see how the squads will make an impact into this competition. So
And it's great to give some of those players who, not necessarily the first choice players, but just to give them a game, as that was cut away by Kirsty White out to Beth Langston on deep cover boundary. If we 4 a single, score was to 80 for 2.
Yeah, it is. Obviously last year was a fairly short competition and relatively settled sides, I would say, from around the country. Chloe herself, she got 2 games in and performed well. She 2 scores, I think top score of high 80s, I think, was in the second game against second game against Sunrisers, and so ended up the season sort of showing that she was a player that could contribute at this level. She's worked hard all winter, and obviously with having top 3 of Bryony, ADR and Sophia Dunkley, it's a tough batting line-up to break into. So she's got a little foot in the door. She's 12 off 30, so she's working her way through the gears, and I think will be a player that will want to just bat and bat. We can hopefully, if she stays at the crease, she can build around her from the other end.
The Stars 80 for 2. That's another wide from Lily, but she's in again now, and cut away but not quite timed off the back foot by Kirsty White. Langston does the fielding again at deep cover, and has to jump to collect that one to save it going for any buzzers. End of the 22nd over, the South East Stars 83 for 2. Kirsty White 15, Chloe Brewer on 12. And Levick 1 for 25 after her 6 overs, as 12th player comes out again with some sanitizer. It feels like the third consecutive over that's happened.
They do earn their match fee, 12th and 13th. They certainly do at the moment. So fair play to them. They
probably
they
do
clock up some
more
mileage.
running than some of the
Yeah,
players out on the field today.
I think you're right there. Yeah, they would do. Especially if the bowlers are wearing caps, which obviously in this weather at the moment most of them are.
Down the track comes Kirsty White, finds Amy Campbell at short extra cover. And Lindsay Smith continuing her spell from the Kirkstall Lane end. 0 for 1 so far, has left arm round the wicket and just managed to get pat on that from Kirsty White. One of the players would have been quite excited about that one, but another dot ball as Smith left arm round the wicket to the right-handed White, and back in defence she goes. And there's no run. The Stars 83 for 2.
Yeah, I think I just caught James saying about a bowling change, and obviously Jenny Gunn leaves overs in the tank for later in the innings and can come back and obviously bowl at the death and contribute in all phases. So Lindsay adds another little challenge for the batters to work through. Very consistent bowler, doesn't give you anything, and I think this will be another big sort of passage of play really. Can these two work through her? Can they just get used to her pace? Doesn't spin it huge, but will not give an inch, and how they're going to find runs against her will be a feature of whether this partnership can keep developing.
These two is just ticking things along nicely. The partnership moves to 34 or 35 with that single. Brew on to 13. Kirsty White on 16. The Stars 85 for 2. It's that sort of period of the game where you don't need boundaries every over. Just keep the scoreboard ticking, singles, a couple of runs where you can, and short and wide, but cut away, but straight to Stair Callis again at points. Done an awful lot of fielding so far as Stair Callis.
That's right. You're not going to get many bad balls. This is the feature of the level of the competition. You sort of shifts from years gone past, and maybe women's county cricket where we talk a lot about bowlers, and it's okay. You can sit and wait for the bad ball and put that one away. The game now is about how do you turn good balls there. Lindsay Smith has bowled 6 decent balls. How can you turn a length ball into one where you can just maybe get back, pop it out to deep cover? Can you work the ball, square the wicket to the slower pace, and yet, like you said, there's one there from Kirsty. She looked like she was going to go across a straight one, and it's how you go about manipulating that ball and creating the gaps. Use the spaces that they're given, and you're not going to get boundaries here unless you really sort of try and capitalise on something. You just got to work really hard and grit through this next phase. And so it looks like a wicket. Quick little comment from Brian and Alice when they came. It's one of those where you have got to work hard for your runs. Not going to get a huge amount to work with. So a little bit of patience, I think, from both batters. Hopefully, can continue.
Both these two have been out there for just over half an hour as Mike works that into the offside. Langston again out there on deep cover boundary. Hopefully for single. White on to 17. Rue on 14. The Stars 87 for 2. And a tidy over so far from Levick is in again, and it's sort of a top edge, and will it just land safe? It will. Just evades the fielder Ratmadoff. Phoebe Graham there. Come through for a couple of runs, takes Brewer on to 16. I suppose you had your heart in your mouth.
I did, yeah. It's a good job we're on radio, isn't it? Not TV. Mannerisms, knuckles squeezed a little bit tighter then. It's just what we're saying, isn't it? She plays a good shot, knocks it out to deep cover. Katie just slightly back a length, and Chloe pop her up on the back foot. It just is a passage of play where you're sort of batting at a tempo where to change that tempo is not always the easiest thing. Like Katie bowled a good length ball. Chloe's, she's thankfully committed to it. That's what's good. Well, just got it outside the fielding circle and just got enough distance on it to evade mid-on. But it's a challenge to go between the gears that quickly. It's a wicket that's offered a bit of bounce from that end in particular. I think Phoebe Graham bowled well when she got the ball back of her length. There's some little patches of live grass on there which just maybe do offer a little bit more bounce. She certainly got the ball to climb, and yeah, the slog sweep there, a little bit extra bounce. Thankfully, the bats are a bit better than the bats I used to use, and it carries a little bit further, so got away with that one.
Smith continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end and clip that into the onside. Again, Beth Langston out there at deep square leg. Score moves to 91 for 2, the partnership for 41. After that stand of 50 between Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson Richards, these two have just settled in a little bit as Smith and swept powerfully. That'll bring the first 4 for quite some time for Kirsty White, takes her to 21. Just freeing the arms a little bit now, perhaps trying to get on with things just a little bit.
Yeah, positive shot, wasn't it? Just played a little bit flatter with a back path there across the ball. Lindsay Smith probably a little bit more sort of lower trajectory than Katie. So Kirsty's, and yeah, good footwork there, and knocking it out to the other side as well for the single. Yeah, committed well, and I think probably one thing she didn't try and overhit it. Looked to time the ball. And I think that's been a little bit of a feature really. It's not been. I don't think any batter's particularly been fluent. It's not necessarily been maybe the wicket that has genuinely come onto the bat every ball. Oh, and that's
just land short.
Just short, you feel, yeah. And this is where Chloe and Kirsty, I'm hoping they'll have a little chat at the end of the over. Maybe just Chloe's just get her head back into maybe what her role should be here, and she is the one that can possibly bat for a longer period of time. Others can bat around her at the other end, and maybe increase the tempo from rather than from both ends at the same time. So hopefully they'll have a good chat. Kirsty White, really experienced player. Yeah, fingers crossed we'll watch him have a little conversation in a minute.
0 for 11 so far from Lindsay Smith. The Stars just 2 runs shy of that 100 on 98. Partnership with 48 as well as Brewer drives, but straight to Amy Campbell at short extra. End of the 25th over, halfway through this Stars innings, 98 for 2. Brewer on 19, White on 23. Yeah, just having a little chat in the middle. Alex McDonald looks to be moving the troops around. Looks like we will have that bowling change. I don't see Katie Levick anywhere. Looks to be Alex McDonald for the first time today.
Yeah, so one where I think Katie Levick, I've just lost her figures off the ball. I think it was like 7 overs for 30, and big wicket obviously of Bryony straight after Alice Davidson Richards' wicket. I think it was a decent spell there from Katie. Actually, probably a few wides have contributed into that score, because we've not really had an opportunity to score fluently off her. This is where I think you're a bit watchful for the batters early on, but you're starting to think, well, okay, this is the 6th bowler, and potentially opportunities to score might just arise. I think every team's looking at sort of 5th bowlers, and anything outside of that, yeah, you know that maybe the consistency's not quite going to be there. But Alex played a lot of cricket. I'm sure she'll come in and do a job from that end now. Present another challenge for the batters to work through, converse about, and hopefully starting to think a little bit around what a pass score might be on this wicket as well.
Stars 99 for 2 as McDonald into Brewer, and that will bring up the 100. It will also bring up Brewer's first 4, takes her to 23. Just a little sort of guided pull shot down to the deep square leg boundary. Takes the partnership on to 53, and he's at the Stars 100 there, 103 for 2 after 25 for 2. 25.2, sorry.
Yeah, and pleasing from my perspective. It's obviously been involved last year. But unfortunately, one of our batting features that we did tend to lose a couple of wickets early. We tend to lose a couple more, so ended up losing quite a lot of momentum with the bat. So very pleasing that these two have put a partnership together. It's a well taken quick single, albeit I think Chloe's bat was dropped over the crease. So very pleasing that these two have rebuilt. It's one where couple of weeks ago we played the Vipers and we didn't do that. Got ourselves again into a bit of a troublesome spot. Couldn't quite get out of it, and Vipers played well and chased down a fairly low score that game. But we bounced back well last week. Had a really good win down at the Oval against Western Storm. A very good game. Good players, both sides contributing, and gave us some confidence that hopefully the batting woes of 2020 are behind us, and won't talk too soon, touch a bit of wood. See where this partnership does progress to.
Stars 105, the partnership we're 55 now between Brewer and White. McDonald in right up over from the football stand end and cut away, but straight to Lindsay Smith, and they won't come through for a single this time. Brewer on 24, Kirsty White on 25. 7 runs so far from McDonald's first over. It's her first bowl of the season. Took 4 wickets last year and 3 outings. 120 last year as McDonald in to Brewer and cut away, but all fine. Beth Langston out there. Out in front of the Western Terrace, they come through for a single. Brewer on to 25, the score 106 for 2. Some more sanitizer being run out to the players. Right, Smith will continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. I wonder how much sanitizer gets used throughout this tournament.
Well, I feel going back into the winter, just after Christmas, when we were, right in the midst of only 2 players in an indoor school. There's huge restrictions on what we could do. I feel we were constantly asking our sanitizer provider at Surrey for a new bottle every week. I think she thought we were probably selling them on the black market the way we were getting through it. But, it's a feature of where we're at, isn't it? We keep maintaining the right things, and whilst unfortunately it looks like the country might be held for a few more weeks, I think cricket will probably under these restrictions for even longer. I think it's one of the benefits we've been able to play through this winter period. I think we've got to take a few rough bits with the smooth, and having to do sanitizer breaks for a bit longer is certainly not a particularly rough edge to take when we've had the opportunity to train and obviously now play. So, but fingers crossed it's not for the duration of the summer. Hopefully there's a return to normality.
Hill for LBW and given. Smith gets her first wicket. Brewer goes for 25. It did look pretty straight. Smith not the biggest turner of the ball, and that one just seemed to hit Brewer in front of the middle and off stump. And umpire Lungley didn't take too much time deciding over that one.
Yeah, just watching that back on the replay. It's hit her on the back leg. Like you say, Lindsay bowls stump just generally does not miss the stump. So unfortunately, if you do miss it, you're probably going to pay the price of that. Just as we talked about, Chloe just started to potentially be thinking about how she was going to increase her scoring rate, I think, and just a few more horizontal shots, wasn't it, in the last sort of few overs have crept in, and one aspect, I mean, it's a sweep shot is an option she plays, so it's not necessarily she's going outside of what she can do, but potentially just the trying to change that tempo that she's been under. Just maybe something she'll reflect on and think, could she have just kept playing straight for that much longer, really? And someone against Lindsay who does bite a little bit fuller, a little bit flatter. The sweep shot, you really got to pick that length well to capitalise on it. But brings young Alice Capsey to the crease. So see where Alice can rebuild with Kirsten. Hopefully that's something we talk about a lot, partnership. So let's see where this one goes.
Partnership of 56 between Brewer and White comes to an end, and as I say, young Alice Capsey, 16 years old, and probably one of the youngest players in the tournament. She faces up to Lindsay Smith and left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, one of the youngest, and one who's also got some high expectations on her from both herself and others. Just her talent, her potential, very, very high. Hasn't quite got going this year in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games. It's just someone who's the sky's the limit really with where she is. Bats, bowls, has wicket kept as well. Still almost keeping all three facets of her game going. Obviously fielding, high class fielder as well. So this will be another test for her. She's got Lindsay at one end. It'll be interesting to see whether they keep Alex on, just get a couple of overs, or whether they do make a change and maybe attack a new batter. I think Alex is going to bowl her second.
That went for 8 runs in her first over, then followed that up with a maiden. So it will be Kirsty White to face up to McDonald. She's 25 not out off 44 balls. 4 players out on boundary. Langston at almost a deep cover point. Forward in defence goes Kirsty White into the offside, straight to Holly Armitage at short extra cover. Katie Levick down here at third, Phoebe Graham at fine leg, and that's Rachel Hopkins out there at deep square leg. And it's great to see players so young, I suppose, playing counter hit amongst the professionals of the game. I mean, came to Sarah Taylor.
Yeah, well, Alice would have got to know Sarah a little bit. Obviously, Sarah played for the Surrey Stars, 2 years of the Kia Super League, and Alice was sort of just even around that a touch, just at the end, and would have got to know Sarah a tiny bit. Nice to see Sarah back. Obviously, great for her. She's got 100 position, and obviously with the movement of Lauren back into the England setup, and I think Bess Heath is injured. James said that Danny Hazel's connections. So it's always nice you can pick up the phone to an ex-colleague and bring out someone who's one of the, if not the best wicketkeeper of the last sort of 15 years. So obviously I got to know Sarah through the Kia Super League, and it's. I am hoping she is rusty. Certainly batting wise, I'm hoping she has spent a bit of time off at St Bede's School, not batting and hopefully doing more throwing than she's been doing practising.
Cut away by Alice Capsey. That will take her off the mark. Who's her on to 4 to run a ball. This one moves on to Nelson for 3. Your legs up in the air or arms or something. The sun shines again on the Western Terrace. Few people in. Over 600 watching on the stream. It's just ticked past 12 o'clock, so we can, for the first time today, say good afternoon. McDonald into Alice Capsey, defends that back up the pitch. Out to bid off, there's no run.
Yeah, and that's great. So 600 on the stream. I think everyone's trying to do their bit to make this competition as visible as possible. So hats off to James, but also obviously to Yorkshire, and getting this game on that. It's definitely been a feature of how the competition is going to progress. Women's domestic cricket. It's the numbers we've seen. I think Sparks had 202,000. I know it's individual views, but still significant numbers, which is fabulous. So it's hopefully where we are at the moment. We're kind of each team's still doing it off their own back a little bit. It'd be really interesting to see how that might grow, and see how the 100 affects things, and whether lessons can be learnt there, and almost hopefully a bit of synergy maybe going forwards once the 100 has its first debut year, whether that can impact on this level of the game in particular going after that.
Lindsay Smith continuing her spell. Bowled her 5th over from the Kirkstall Lane end. Left arm round the wicket to White. Takes a couple steps down the track. An excellent fielding at mid-off by Phoebe Graham, and almost a bit of a mix-up there in the middle. Will just be the single, so Graham saving 3 runs. White moves on to 27. Capsey on 4. Takes the score off Nelson. Put your legs back down, everyone. 112 for 3. Smith left arm round to Capsey and defends that into the offside. Campbell runs in and picks up from short extra cover. Deep point on the boundary, deep backward square. Capsey drives and Phoebe Graham's once again in the action in the field.
She is, and that's what you want from your opening bowlers, isn't it? The ability to stick them at mid-off. Yeah, excellent dive there. Did save the runs. So Lindsay Smith's first couple of balls, she just bowled with a tiny bit of width, wasn't it? And Kirsty, a decent shot. But yeah, then you go Lindsay's. Oh, and there we go. And a forward prod from Kirsty does just beat extra cover. You'll have to tell me who that is.
Amy Campbell.
Amy Campbell. So, yeah, just allowing Kirsty to rotate the strike there. That's from Phoebe's. And there's little things like that. Just, I'm sure the coaching staff just a little bit infuriated there because it's yeah, from Phoebe's excellent dive, stopping, saving 3 runs on top of that. Just makes all the impact, especially on say, a young player Alice Capsey out there with the experience of Kirsty, but just a few dots and not able to quite get the ball away. And there there's another one, just not quite timed out to deep cover, doesn't beat point. Yeah, just dot ball pressure on any player is gonna cause them to think a little bit harder. And as we saw with Chloe, just trying to change tempos of how you're batting can bring you downfall.
Just the 3 runs off that over from Lindsay Smith to score 114 for 3. 29 overs gone, 21 overs left. The run rate just under 4 runs and over, but that wicket just pegged the Stars back a little bit, but still plenty to come. Still got Ailish Cranston, Phoebe Franklin, Kira Chaffley playing her first game of the season. McDonald to continue from the football stand end, and Shorten pulled away. And not timed 100%, probably about 80%, but the ball will make its way out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Kirsty White into the 30s, 32 or 44.
Yeah, he's playing a good hand here, Kirsty. Been a bit of a utility player in our batting order so far this season. Obviously batted at the top of the order for Surrey all of her career. It would have opened certainly for the number of years that I've known her. Started the season batting at 6, different place, but just her experience just allow her to sort of feature and build through different situations that she might find herself in. She's a couple of fluent shots just of late. She's hopefully now going to be the one that can bat through. We now just start to, as we come to the end of the 30th over, you're starting to think about where does the innings go from here. Like I say, we've got batting depth today. We've brought in Kira Chatley as the wicketkeeper just to add that bit of depth in the batting. Grace Gibbs floats and has been in very, very good form with the bat this year. Oh, and there's another one from Kirsty.
Powerful pull shot from Kirsty White again, that deep mid-wicket area. It's her to 36, her 5th 4 of the innings. And another short ball from Alex McDonald. Rightly received the punishment, I suppose.
She did, yeah. She's what's this? It is a 3rd over. Yeah, it's one of those. I think it is a decent wicket if you bowl short and maybe haven't got the pace of Phoebe and Beth Langston from the opening spells. It looks like it's sitting up nicely, and Kirsty's put those away. She's pretty strong on the short ball at the best of times. Deep mid-wicket going back now just to block that. This is where the bowl hopefully overcompensates, bowls a half volley and gets driven through extra cover, but we'll wait and see.
I do have protection in Beth Langston out at sort of deep cover point, McDonald in, and getting slightly shorter, but back in defence goes Kirsty White. There's no run, the score 122 for 3, 30th over.
You just wonder whether this will bring another change of bowling. She's come in, sort of 6th bowler, just bowled a couple of balls, but I just wonder whether just the pressure release of 2 boundaries might go back to maybe Jenny Gunn again, or even one of the openers to return. It's just a tempo change again, isn't it? And not one where we've had to go searching for it. But I think if Diamonds can just shut the door on this bit of a bowling change, it might just again put that pressure back on Alice, who's only still in the first few balls of her innings.
Forward in the fence goes Kirsty White to McDonald. Just dribbles out into the offside end of the 30th over. The Stars 122 for 3. There's another plane goes by. Kirsty White on 36, Alice Capsey on 5. looks like it will be Lindsay Smith to continue from the Kirkstall lane in. 1 for 14 from her 5 overs so far today. McDonald North for 21 off 3. Levick 1 for 30. And you go 1 for 18 and nothing up front for the openers, but both fairly economical. Slip in place for everyone else inside the circle and slightly shorter and cut away by Capsey, but out to Rachael Hopkins on deep cover boundary. They come through for a single. Capsey moves on to 6.
Yeah, nice positive move there. Keeping slip in, keeping it in for Kirsty as well, even though she is on moved on to 36. So I think just probably a thought of the captain, the bowler, about what, if we can take a wicket here, we can just change this tempo and open up a new batter at one end and. Nice to see that. Nice to see. Quite often at this stage, you've got 4 fielders out. There's never a catcher in play. So good move here from the captain and bowler. I just hesitated there slightly. A quick single to deep cover and watching Alice scamper home. Thankfully.
Yeah, good running between the wickets between these two. A couple misfield from Campbell so far, but just wide of her that they could come through for a single. Capsey takes a step down the ground, but drives straight to Phoebe Graham at mid-off. Smith 1 for 16 and her 6th over. Couple taps of the bat from Capsey. Smith in again from the Kirkstall lane in. Slightly shorter and well fielded this time by Amy Campbell. A bit more harder to her, but she does well. Just
through the shot, just a fraction early there, wasn't she, Alice? Ball probably a touch slower there from Lindsay, trying to beat extra cover on her left side and just dragged it a bit too straight.
Left arm around the wicket and left alone outside the off stump by Alice Capsey. There's 1 ball left of the 31st over, then I think we'll have a change in the comms box. Phoebe Graham out at long off, Rachael Hopkins at deep cover, Langston at deep square leg. Actually drives and beats a dive from Campbell, but Graham picks up cleanly and throws into Smith. And end of the 31st over, the Stars 125 for 3. Alice Capsey on 7, Kirsty White 37. And say goodbye to Richard. And we say, welcome almost another Richard in Alice Davidson Richards. Good afternoon.
Hiya, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. You?
Yeah, I'm not too shabby. Calm down a bit. No, the girls are looking good here so far, 125 for 3. Going at 4s. I think it could go either way at the moment in my head as they're going along.
Yeah, it's all been fairly even so far as Ollie Armitage brings herself on from the football stand end. Max McDonald 0 for 21 off her 3 overs. A little bit of tap in the last over.
Yeah, you could see Holly bring herself on, especially as captain. She probably wanted a bit more control, so she brought herself on for the first little spell.
Yet to take a wicket so far as Ollie Armitage this season. Only bowled the once before though this season. Right arm over to Alice Capsey and he drives but finds mid off. There's no run.
Not a bad start for Hull, probably exactly where she wanted it. Get that first one out the way as a leg spinner, I guess.
Deep backward square on the boundary, no fine leg. Deep mid wicket, deep cover. That one's fuller and wider outside off stump, but straight to Lindsay Smith at short extra cover. Again, no run. Mid off, mid on, inside the circle. Point and third inside as well, short mid wicket. Armitage in again to Capsey, who defends that back up the pitch. Another dot ball.
Mid wicket and extra in quite tight, so she's wanting her to go against spin, maybe get it caught in either of those positions rather than having a slip.
Armitage in from the football stand end, and as again forward in defence comes Alice Capsey.
Yeah, look pretty solid there.
And what's it like to bat out on this pitch? Because won the toss, chose to bat first. It's a little bit green, Was it quite hard underneath?
It was actually a little bit softer than I thought. So after Beth Langston's first ball, that ball's just gone out to deep cover after our capsies cut the shot. Hole's now put out long on and long off. Yeah, it was a bit softer. After Beth's first ball, I could see a skid mark of her spikes about a couple of inches, which probably shows it was a bit softer. And yeah, they were getting a bit of nip around, probably a bit more than what we thought it would. But hopefully, the sun might have dried it out a bit. We'll only find out when we go out to bowl.
Right, guys, this one down to third. It'll only be a single.
Yeah.
Stare Callis comes round from point, does the fielding.
Steady over from both sides. Hull probably got what she wanted, and the batters probably got exactly what they wanted as well.
Yeah, there's 2 runs from Holly Armitage's first over. Kirsty White on 38.
Yeah, up to start off with, you had Phoebe Graham, who was bowling pretty well from one end, nipping it around. Wasn't sure whether it was going to outside off, whether it was going to shoot low, which it did a couple of times. And then one where I decided to try and give slip catching to Sarah Taylor, which she thankfully dropped. Popped up a bit more than I thought it would, but yeah, I think it steady itself out as the day goes on and the sun dries it out a bit.
Smith left arm round the wicket from the Kirkstall Lane end and cut away, but straight to Callis at point. There's no run. Long off, long on, both out on the boundary this time.
Linz doesn't have a deep mid-wicket, so probably trying to tempt that shot out of Kirsty, which she's done a few times before, so maybe trying to,
And tried to go for it again then.
Literally as we speak.
We've had a few commentators' curses so far today and almost had another one there.
Oh no, it's not commentator curse, I'm backing it to go for 4. I back her to take it on for 4. Go on, Kirsty, although I'm meant to be impartial.
Smith into Kirsty White and just defends that into the onside. Smith does the fielding off her own bowling. There's no run. Stars 127 for free. White on 38 in just under an hour of batting.
Yeah, Linda's doing her job pretty well of just holding up an end, keeping everything really tight, trying to get under the bat. She's not a tall bowler, so she just tries to skid it on. That one just went straight back to her, Kirsty. Forward defensing it straight back to her. Holly and Lindsay having discussion about something, a lot of arm waving.
Yeah. Taking a slip out. And on to short third.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be
Jenny
back
Gunn,
in.
I think that is that.
Yeah.
Armitage moves back round to mid-wicket inside the circle. Deep square leg, long on, long off, deep cover. Smith into White, who just defends that into the onside, perhaps trying to get a little bit squarer so they could come through for the single. But Armitage runs in, picks up, and there's no run. 1 ball left of 33rd over, Smith's 7th over. Now left arm round the wicket and shorter and cut away. Well fielded by Callis at point, but if missed her, they would have come through for the single anyway. Takes White to 39. Stars 128 for free. Armitage to continue from the football stand end. Ripple of applause from the crowd here in the Western Terrace. Not a huge crowd, but it's just good to see people in, isn't it?
I know. Well, they're giving a solid ripple. I just said before I came up that they're giving like a nice ripple. So even when we got 100 up, they gave a nice ripple. And yeah, no, it's just nice to have people in. Especially, I think everyone who plays likes to play in front of people. Well, I don't think I'm speaking for myself there when I say that I'd prefer people being there. But yeah, it does make a big difference, and appreciate everything that they're doing or anything that they applaud.
Armitage into White. Down the track she goes and just misses mid-off. The ball will race away on this quite quick outfield here at Headingley into the shade of the Emerald stand at the far end of the ground. Moves White into the 40. She's 43 not out. Did really well since she came in at the fall of that second wicket, I think.
Just sticking to a game plan, playing nice and simple, not going outside of her box. Looks really good at the moment, touch wood.
Armitage to White and full toss, but swept away out to Rachael Hopkins at deep square leg. Go through for a single. 133 for free. White onto 44, 1 hit away from a half century. Alice Capsey on strike. She's 8 not out off 20 balls.
long off's gone out, long on's come back in.
Armitage right arm over the wicket to Capsey. Drives that into the onside. Jenny Gunn there at short mid wicket. Hold that ball. There's a deep mid wicket out. Deep backward square. Deep cover and that long off. Armitage past the stumps, bowls. And an attempted ramp from Capsey. She gets it well. And will it beat Quaty Levick? It will. Well timed ramp shot by Alice Capsey, just looking to manoeuvre the field around a little bit, manoeuvre the ball. Takes her into double figures. She's 12 and not out. Stars 137 for 3.
That was a real good shot from Capsey. I mean, they'd left 45 open for quite a while. I was wondering when, or if she'd had seen it yet. With the field set up as it is, with long on out and deep cover, I was wondering if they were trying to get her pushing at the ball and try to get her out that way, but she wasn't having any of it and decided to go for a paddle instead, so she got a good reward for her shot.
Armitage into Capsey and shorter
Dragged
and
one
pulled
short.
away, and that will make its way again to the deep fine leg boundary. And Capsey just putting the pressure back on the Diamond skipper. 13 runs from the over so far from Armitage with a ball still to go.
Capsey's just capitalising on what's there, so playing the ball at face value, so it's nice to see her get that one away as well.
2 balls slightly down the leg side from Armitage, straying away from the line that she liked to bolt, and the ball away from the right-handers. Again, another ball down the leg side and left alone by Capsey, given a wide by umpire Naeem.
Fancied a wide over a 4 that time.
Always a welcome extra ball and a welcome extra run. As better ball from Armitage, but
It's a good shot.
great drive from Alice Capsey. Won't go all the way to the boundary. Langston will come round, pick up, and just be the single. Beats the diving Lindsay Smith.
Maybe
Takes
should have
Capsey
been a
on to
2.
17.
Maybe should have been a bit of a 2 there. Didn't quite push them hard enough. I mean, Beth Langston's got a pretty good arm, strong arm, fizzes it in. But yeah, I think the girls will be really happy with that over, and maybe this is the time that they start to up their run rate a little bit. Got a really good platform at 143 for 3, so plenty of wickets in the bank and 16 overs to go. So I think they'll be really happy with the platform that they've set for the bowlers to start off with. Let's hope, from my point of view, that they keep going.
Stars 143 for 3 here at Headingley as sun shining bright, just a few clouds scattered around.
I know, it's the first time that I've seen the stand fully sorted. Every time that I've been back over the last few years, they've been sorting out, so it's nice to see in its full glory.
Smith into her 8th over from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Capsey drives back down the ground, evades Smith. Phoebe Graham picks up from long off. 0-3-4 a single, brings Kirsty White back on strike. She's 44. Beth Langston being moved round just in front of square. Deep cover coming in. Holly Armitage going round to mid wicket.
Holly's read my mind, going out to deep mid-wicket for that shot that Kirsty plays, a slog sweep. It'll be interesting to see how Kirsty goes about it now, leaving 45 open, so the option to paddle's there. Lindsay's bowled the ball, and Lindsay's just tapped it back to extra cover.
Just on off stump line, that one from Lindsay Smith. Langston behind square leg. There's that attempted slog sweep, but gets an inside edge. It runs away to that vacant fine leg region. It won't go all the way. It'll just be a single. As you say, Beth Langston with a pretty good arm on it. Takes White to 45.
Again, probably should have been a 2, weren't quite pushing that second run hard enough. We'll see if the Stars need those extra couple of runs afterwards. But yeah, you'd be looking at the back end to push those singles, especially with a gap like that. 45 goes back round from square leg, and Beth Langston's now at deep square, but just behind.
Smith to Capsey, sort of punches that back down the ground off the back foot. Graham picks up cleanly, one-handed, and throws back into Lindsay Smith. Takes Capsey on to 19. The partnership worth 40 now, 146 for 3. Field moves round again. Hopkins comes into the circle on the offside. Smith left arm round the wicket to Kirsty White, and there's that paddle sweep. Gets it fine. Won't quite run
Get
away
the 2.
for
Get the
4,
2.
but they will come back for 2 this time. Takes White on to 47. The Stars 148 for free.
It's nice to see that sort of thing from Kirsty. It means that she's thinking positive, seeing things clearly. If she's seeing a gap, she's thinking, right, straight away I'm going to go for that paddle. That's an area that I can exploit. So it's really nice to see.
Again, tries to go for that
Yeah, I
slog
guess.
sweep, doesn't connect.
Which is quite hard because Lindsay's doing her job really well here. She's bowling at the stump, skidding it on, probably not getting heaps of turn, maybe just a little bit offline. So she's holding the ball, holding up that end really nicely. Drinks break for everyone.
Drinks break, 35 overs gone. Emerald Headingley, just 15 overs left. Stars 148 for free. Kirsty White 47, Alice Capsey on 19. Alright, just over 4 and over, 4.23. Andy Smith 1 for 23 off her 8 overs.
Yeah, these are both players that have... So the current strike rate for both players is just under 100, but they're definitely both players that can bring that up to 100 and more. Especially with how Kirsty White's looking, trying to play a slog sweep, getting a paddle out. Capsey can just strike a ball really well, strong shots. So they're both players that, even though strike rate's just below 100 at the moment, they can easily bring it back up to 100 as well.
We have a game that's currently going on today. The Sunrise of 121 for 4 against the Lightning at Loughborough. Naomi Datani 43 not out, Kelly Castle 12. Recovering from 30 for 3 they were.
Were they? That's a nice recovery, that. Solid effort from them. Holly's still bowling. She's now left the leg side pretty much completely open. So really wanting Capsey to go play against the turn and maybe pop it up to extra. So you got a 45, deep square, cow, long on. Capsey refuses though, plays it off the backside into the offside, but covers up now, so it's no longer a single. Be interesting to see if Capsey decides to come down or whether she decides to play it off the back foot.
Yeah, Loft, the only player out on that offside, as works that into the onside this time from outside off stump. Armitage running out to that 30-yard circle.
Little race going on. Need a little soundtrack in the background.
Phoebe Graham runs in from long on. That's a good stint. Long on to long off every over.
Oh, no.
As a fast bowler as well.
I'm a long off to a long off, long on to long on. So you get used to it. Everyone, as you're passing by, goes, "You okay?" And you're like, yeah, I'm fine.
In this heat as well.
Yeah. Well, there's a plus side. You can eat a bit more afterwards.
That's true, yeah.
So there's always a peak to the trough, you know. It's also interesting. You're always usually in the game.
Armitage to Y2 goes for the sweep and misses. It will be called a wide down the leg side.
Umpire wasn't quite sure. Gave a head tilt. Am I going to give it? Yeah, eventually gave it.
Brings up the Stars 150. 150 for free. 36th over. Kirsty White on 47. Armitage right arm over the wicket and shorter dragged down, but White sweeps and finds the fielder out there at deep mid wicket. And
That's the sort of ball that gets a wicket.
I don't know if that was an attempted variation from Armitage or just tried to dig one in short.
Yeah, just trying to give them some heads and toes, nose and toes.
Armitage into Capsey and another drag down and another pull shot out to Campbell out at deep mid wicket. They come through for a single, takes Capsey on to 20.
Hull's bowling to her field pretty well here. I'm not sure if she's meaning to necessarily or not, but it's going to her fielders, so she's probably there happy at the end of her bowling mark.
0 for 20 so far, Holly Armitage into her third over, right arm over to Kirsty White to push that off the back foot into the offside. There's no run.
A little bit filler there from Hull, which is probably what she was aiming to do the last couple of balls. So last ball of the over.
Armitage right arm over to White. This one's tossed up a little bit more. White comes down the track, turns it into a full toss. Go through 4, a single out to Campbell at deep mid wicket. White moves to 48. Capsey on to 21. And the Stars 152 for free.
So the run rate's now 4.22. Well, that's what I can see on the board. Again, I think it's a really solid platform. Still only 3 wickets down. and the Stars have some really punchy players to come in. So you got likes of Gibbo, Kira, really good at the back end, and Phoebe Franklin are all really punchy players. So should be an exciting last 14 or so overs. So it's still Lindsay Smith. She's probably going to do her 10 on the trot.
Straight through.
Yep.
Deep mid wicket going out. Holly Armitage going out at sort of deep mid wicket, cow corner.
Hold back herself.
Alex McDonald, Phoebe Graham down here at long on, long off, and forward in defence comes Alice Capsey. Looked to try and drive that back down the ground. Almost took a step down.
Elegant tumble from Lindsay Smith in an attempt to stop that ball going to long off.
You know, Campbell and Gunn just swapping sides. Smith left arm round to Alice Capsey, again forward in defence into the offside. Gunn runs round, picks up, throws back to Lindsay Smith. There's no run.
They've blocked off Kirsty's option of a paddle because they've now got the 45 in, so I wonder if she'll go reverse or she'll keep playing how she's doing. She's looking for it in the offside, but it's just hitting the fielder, so that one, full defence, tried to get it through the offside, just picked up at point. So Lindsay's figures so far, 8.3, 1 maiden, 23 runs for 1 wicket, so she'll be happy with them so far.
Smith, and slightly fuller, and again in defence comes Alice Capsey. The ball dribbles out into the offside. Another dot ball, 4 dot balls so far.
So 2 balls left the over. Lindsay will be trying to get out of the over here, probably dart it in a little bit.
Down round the wicket, down the track comes Alice Capsey again in defence. Ball just skews away off. Bit of an outside edge out to Rachael Hopkins at cover.
That's why you got to hold bat. Yes. Important to use the middle and the edges at all times.
I heard a few people this season say already, well, you pay for all of it.
Yeah,
Use
you
all of
pay.
it. Slog sweep from Capsey. Finds Holly Armitage out there in the deep. He fires it back into Lindsay Smith, almost looking for a run out. But
Yeah, no, well, as a batter, I'm a big advocate of using the whole bat, unless it obviously goes to slip or behind. But as a bowler, not such a fan. So there's definitely 2 peaks and troughs.
something's going on wrong with the scoreboard here, because on the live stream it says White's 50 not out, but on the scoreboard it says 48. We've got one scoreboard not working at all on the far side of the ground.
I reckon she's on
the
48.
live score saying she's 49 not out, so we've got 3 different scores from 3 different sources.
Just get a 4 and we don't need to worry about any of them. Whatever you do, just don't get a single.
Phoebe Graham to return from the football stand end, taking over from Holly Armitage.
Phoebe Graham bowled pretty well up top, had a few smiles at her as she bowled them past the edge of my bat. Thankfully it didn't edge it. So it'll be interesting what sort of tactics she goes coming in the middle overs where the ball's not quite as hard, hasn't got quite the shine on it.
Taylor up to the stumps this time. Graham in from football stand end, slightly shorter, and guided away out to third area. Katie Levick should pick it up inside the boundary. She does. They come through for a couple of runs, and that will be 50 for Kirsty White. 50 off 73 balls, 6 fours.
Solid
Sort of
performance
anchored this
from
innings
Kirst.
really, really well after a couple quick wickets early on.
Yeah, and that's exactly why she's gone up the order. As Richard Bedbrook said earlier, I could hear you talking about Kerr saying that she was a bit further down the order and she's come up to potentially play that anchor role just because we have quite a few attacking batters a bit further down. And she's done that exactly. So, yeah, that's a brilliant 50 from Kirsty White. And then treated herself to a nice single so she can enjoy it for a moment at the other end.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure which scoreboard is correct, because we've got the one to our left saying 156, we've got the stream saying 156, and then another one saying 157.
Oh no,
We look for a single out there to Lindsay Smith, but she does well at points. Well backed up by Amy Campbell to ensure there's no overthrows. Got 157 for free. White on 53, Capsey on 21. Graham in again from the football stand end, bowls to Capsey, slightly shorter. It's slightly top edgish, and this should be caught by Amy Campbell. It is. Another wicket falls for the Stars. It's their 4th wicket gone. A good catch by Amy Campbell, sort of tumbling backwards. And Capsey goes for 21. Partnership of 51. It seems every time the partnership gets to 50, then that's the end of it.
It's the jinx of it, isn't it? No, I thought Capsey did her job there. I think she was probably just trying to push it there. I bowl her in the nets all the time, and she's quite good off the back foot, so she would have backed herself to have got that away, and unfortunately just top-edged that to Amy Campbell, who took a bit of a tumbling dive. It doesn't matter how you catch it, as long as you catch it. Yeah, and she did the job.
Graham on a second spell gets a wicket in the very first over back. Alice Capsey goes for 21, caught by Amy Campbell. 31 balls, 3 fours.
So now we've got Ailish Cranstone coming in, left-hand bat.
46 runs so far in the 3 games. Average of 23, high score of 31. Over 2,000 runs in List A cricket.
No, she's a very good batter. She's got probably the most amount of time so far that she's had to bat. So it'll be quite nice for her to be able to just have a few, relax herself a little bit, and then get into the job at hand.
Just over 12 overs left here in the first innings, and the sun shines here at Headingley. You see the reflection of the sort of top plastic sort of domes, if you like.
Yeah, I don't know what you really call them. Kirsty White doing classic Kirsty White, cutting the ball just behind point. Just for a single this time though.
Just evades Lindsay Smith at points. 3-4 a single. White onto 54 as the scoreboard is now correct.
Ailish Cranstone now on strike. It'll be interesting to see if they bring one up, but no, they've stayed with 4 out so far. So cover, third, fine and square. Pretty standard middle over field for a seam bowler.
Smith just swapping sides for the left-handed Cranston.
Cranstone's taking her time, looking to see where all the fielders are. Couple of bat taps.
Graham begins a run again, running towards us from the football stand end, bowls and slightly shorter, and back in defence goes Ailish Cranston. Ball runs away to Lindsay Smith out at point, and there's no run into the 38th over. Stars 158 for 4.
So we've now got Lindsay Smith coming on for her last over. She's so far bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 24 runs for 1 wicket. Wicket?
Very, very tidy spell from Lindsay Smith. Just trying to keep things simple, bowl fairly wicket to wicket, fairly full.
Well, she told me at the start of the game that she turns it. Or now turns it. And I did say that I'd believe it when I saw it. And I'm not sure we're quite there yet.
Round the wicket goes Smith. Campbell runs round from shortened wicket. Picks up, there's no run.
Because as our figures say, with the only going for 20 runs so far off her 9 overs, she's bowling wicket to wicket.
On the track comes Kirsty White, and that just evades Holly Armitage. The ball goes away for 4 out to deep in the wicket. Didn't quite get all of it, but once again, that slog sweep comes out from Kirsty White. She's connected more often than not. Takes her to 58, her 7th boundary of the innings.
Didn't quite get a hold of it, but it got just enough for it to... Holly was trying to run round and gather it, but just out of her reach.
Smith left arm round to White.
Chipping.
Down the track she comes again, just a little chip this time, and Armitage runs round and picks up, and they look for a second, but...
It's good
Armitage
fielding
gets
from
round
Holly.
quickly.
Not going to run. Getting a bit stubborn there, not going to run too to me.
Similar field to Ailish Cranston. Rachael Hopkins out at deep middle wicket and got a deep point. Third inside the circle. Backward point inside. No cover as of yet. Armitage just making her way round. Alex McDonald, long off, mid-off, sorry. Jenny Gunn, mid-on, inside the circle. Smith left arm over the wicket to Ailish Cranston, slightly shorter, and just clipped into the onside. Cranston running that first one quickly, wants to come back for the second, but White says no.
Kirsty was already stood at the other end, hand out. No, I've got this, mate. Cranston will be happy to get off the mark. She'll be just quite a busy player, looking to play into the gaps, strong shots. Be interesting to see if Kirsty carries on with the slog sweep method for the last 2 balls, or whether she'll just let Lindsay get out of her spell.
Smith into White and very well, a bit edgy from Kirsty White, but
Kirsty White loves a
single.
dab. That was cutting it fine.
Cutting it very, very fine.
So fine, nearly into Sarah's gloves.
Takes White on to 60. The Stars 165 for 4. 39th over. The last ball of Lindsay Smith's spell. Left arm over to Ailish Cranston, slightly shorter, and sort of a short arm jab to Phoebe Graham at shortened wicket. And end of the 39th over. End of Lindsay Smith's spell. 1 for 31 after 10 overs. Very, very tiny, very economical.
Very solid spell from Lindsay Smith. She'll be really happy with that one. The overall run rate's still hovering about 4.23, so with 10 overs or 11 overs to go, the girls will start wanting to kick on a bit, and I'd say that's Ailish's role as the one that's coming in. Kirsty's there just to sit and play the ball as it is, but Ailish is the one that probably needs to push on. So Phoebe Graham coming in, start her over off. Little bit of swing. Kirsty's just playing out to deep cover. Single. Lovely cricket.
Score moves to 166 for 4. White on to 61. Cranston just the single so far. The fielders just moving round. Third on the boundary, fine leg out as well. Deep square, deep cover. Phoebe Graham in from the football stand end and shorter ball and pulled away, but Katie Levitt will get to it at deep fine leg. They come through for a single.
Yeah, Phoebe Graham really tried to dig that one in. I'm not really sure how quickly that came through, but I've given Ailish plenty of practice at those over the winter, so she was more than capable of playing that round the corner for a single.
We'll take some credit for that.
Yeah, I'm taking credit for all of Kirsty's dabs as well. Any pull shot or dab, I'm taking credit.
Graham into White and tries that and evades the fielder at short cover. The ball will make its way to the boundary in front of the fans in the Western Terrace. Takes White on to 65. The Stars 171 for 4.
That's a lovely shot from Kirsty through the covers. I reckon I could probably also take a little bit of credit for that, bowling a few half volleys in the net sometimes too. No, that was all Kirsty. It was a lovely shot from her.
Graham running in again past the umpire, bowls and slightly fuller and just driven up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, still got the square just in front. Fine. Third and cover. Be interesting to see if Phoebe will change her tact and go for cutters or slow balls, or whether she'll go more Yorkers towards the back end of the innings.
Graham into White and slightly shorter and pulled away. Timed really, really well by Kirsty White. That ball races away across the square into the eastern stand. Takes White on to 69. The Stars 175 for 4. Are you taking credit for that one as well?
100%. Just back of the length, indoor school, solid punch in front of square. Yeah, I'd like to take credit, but no, it's just a really good strength of Kirsty's. Anything that's square of the wicket tends to be her sort of area, so no, that's just a lovely shot. Saw it quite early, sat back, and just played it really well. I guess by how far in front of square she hit it, it's exactly how well she's seeing it. So yeah, that was a good shot from Kirsty.
Right, and again, and a little bit off the inside face of the bat from White. There's no run, 174 for 5. End of 40 overs, got 10 overs left, and I'm going to have a change.
Yeah. Enjoy.
Take over.
Take over.
Go warm up.
Yeah, go
get ready.
Yeah, go get ready. Have some food. Thank you.
Oh, lovely view up
I know,
there.
it's not bad.
Lovely. Get used to this. Oh,
Langston from the Kirkstall Lane end, taking over from Lindsay Smith, and you haven't got a name or number on your back, so I need
Oh,
to check who
sorry.
you are.
Bryony Smith.
Captain. Oh yeah, it says Bry on your bottle down. I should have
Oh, yes,
noticed
there
that.
you go.
You pleased with this inning so far?
Yeah, I think so. It's not been easy to bat on. I think, as Kirsty has shown, once you get in, it's a lot easier. And me and Alice did struggle at the top, but you just got to dig in. I think we're aiming sort of 220 would be a good score, we think. We've got Grace Gibbs coming in soon who can up the rate, so we're pretty happy with this platform so far. Ooh, that's
Yorker
a great
from
Yorker.
Langston, well dug out by Ailish Cranston.
Yeah. I think we're going to see a lot of Yorkers here from Beth and Cutters. I think they're going to work well on this wicket. Should be a good fun 10 overs, I think.
Well, I need to find an over from somewhere because Graham's bowled 6, so that leaves 1 over spare at the end as Langston right arm over to Cranston, who
Oh, that's a great shot.
drives really well through the covers
That's a great shot.
and makes its way out to the Western Terrace. Cranston's first boundary, she's on 6, the Stars 179 for 4.
I'm surprised Jenny Gunn hasn't come back onto bowl. She
That's a
bowled
good
really
point,
well.
Only bowled the 5 overs so far.
Yeah, she bowled well after the power play ended, so we would have thought she would have come on. Maybe she is. Who knows? Can't read Holly's mind.
Langston in past the umpire, bowls and slightly shorter and just clipped out 2 fine leg.
Lovely.
Go through 4 single, Cranston on to 7, brings Kirsty White back on strike. 69 off 84 balls.
I think this is her highest score, Kirsty. She got a 50 last year. Could be wrong.
Yeah, well, I've got the highest score in list A is 98 not out. That was a
Yes.
few years ago against Sussex.
Yeah, I was there for that one.
Her highest score this season, Langston into White's punch back down the ground, horizontal slap.
Tennis
if you
shot
like.
that. Top spinner.
Obviously watching Nadal v Djokovic last night.
It was a great game. Did you watch it?
I did. I had it on in my
It was a
hotel
great
room.
game.
She's just had a chat with Langston. She goes back out to mid wicket inside the circle, square leg out on the boundary. Hopkins at deep cover. Langston in past the umpire, bowls and slightly shorter and pulled away, not timed at all really by Kirsty White.
That's
Ball
gone nowhere.
Somehow has made its way to Alex McDonald at mid-on, so not quite where White wanted us. Another plane flies over us at Headingley.
She's going to look to hit this over mid-wicket, I think. She's eyeing that big gap over there.
Langston into
Oh,
White
no,
and
she goes.
guides that down to the third boundary, and they're going to come back for 2. It's a
Oh,
good
great
throw,
running.
but it's too slow out in the deep from Levick. White moves to 71. That's the end of the 41st over. Langston 0 for 31 off her 6 overs. The Stars 182 for 4.
Still going to be Phoebe Graham. Jenny's going to be getting loose, I think. Where is she?
Keep an eye out. Short mid-wicket, I think.
I think Katie Levick's still got a few overs as well, so we could see her towards the end.
Phoebe Graham to continue from the football stand end, deep mid-wicket out on the boundary, deep fine leg, deep third, deep square leg as
That's well
played
played.
into the offside, come through for a single. Hopkins out there on deep cover boundary.
Ailish is playing really well here. She knows Kirsty's seeing the ball a bit better. Get her on strike and try and turn those ones into 2. She's very quick, Ailish. We're seeing a lot of 2s here.
Graham into White, slightly shorter down the leg side, and that's picked up and almost didn't see where that went, but
I didn't see that.
Hopkins fields out there at deep square leg. Go through for another single. White moves to 72, Cranston on to 8. Score 184 for 4.
She's been busy out there, Hopkins. A lot of balls gone there.
Very good. It's her and Beth Langston have been
Yes.
doing the vast majority of the work on the boundaries. Yeah, Jenny Gunn, 5 overs left. Levick, 3 overs left. Graham into Cranston and Shorten.
that's-
Pulled away. She's picked that up really well. Beats the 2 fielders out there at fine leg and deep square leg.
That's a great shot.
Vanish into double figures. She's 12 off 9 now. 188 for 4.
I think you can see the tempo rising here. This is what, obviously you want a nice platform, only 4 wickets down, so I think we could be seeing a few more shots being played in the next 8 overs here, I hope as well.
Over 4.5
Oh,
hours.
yes,
An
that'll do.
edge. Would say well placed, but it's not quite where Cranston wanted it, but she'll take them. She moves on to 16, another 4 to the score. 192 for 4 now, the Stars.
A 4's a 4.
Yeah. The book, it doesn't say how they came, it just says 4.
Just says 4. I say that every game.
Yeah, I'm sure quite a lot of people do.
Can't get away with it when they're being live streamed. but-
1 for 38 now, Phoebe Graham. It's ready again from football stand end, running towards us. Right arm over, balls, and
Ooh.
quite sure what happened there. It's ball's just landed right back on the crease, and
Ooh.
it's no run anyway. As good as a view we have got, we can't see the ball if it's between the players. Graham ready now from a football stand end, past the umpire, bowls. Forward in defence comes Olish Cranston. End of the 42nd over. Graham's bowled 8-1 for 38. Cranston 16, White on 72, not out.
Well deserved drink for Kirsty here. She's going to do a lot of running in the next 8 overs. I think, get it down, yeah.
I'm sure she'll be eyeing up that deep mid wicket boundary again, as she has
Yes.
done throughout quite a lot of this innings.
Yeah. They keep leaving it open. She's just going to go for it. Still Beth Langston. Still no Jenny Gunn.
Armitage going out to that deep mid wicket, but White's evaded her a couple of times already. McDonald inside the circle at mid-off, Gunn mid-off. Phoebe Graham at extra cover inside, Rachael Hopkins out on the boundary at deep cover. Third inside, fine leg inside the circle. As down the
that?
ground goes Kirsty White, not timed, and an excellent pick-up from Jenny Gunn, very nonchalant.
If only I had arms that long, I'd be able to do it. That would have gone past me straight away. Very casual from Jenny.
Saved another 3 runs. We saw Phoebe Graham quite a few overs ago now, but having to dive to save one, but Jenny Gunn just sticks the hand out. Langston in from the Kirkstall Lane end to Eilish Cranston, and that's gone very high up in the air. It might land safe. It does land safe somehow in the vacant sort of short fine leg region. Then they come through for 2. It's good awareness by Cranston and White.
Split the fielders
There's a little bit of luck
perfectly there.
but again, well placed. Cranston looking to probably hit that one towards us back in the pavilion.
Yes. She'll take the 2 runs though. She won't mind that at all.
Easy Smith just swapping sides, going from square leg to pointers. Hopkins is out there at deep square leg. That's Amy Campbell out there at deep cover.
She's going to come round the wicket, I think. Try and run the ball back into Eilish. Stop her freeing her arms up.
Yeah, a bit of a chat from captain and bowler. Right on round the wicket to the left-handed Cranston, just remarking her guard. Levick down there at deep fine leg, Hopkins at deep square leg. Phoebe Graham inside the circle mid-wicket, Jenny Gunn mid-on. McDonald inside the circle at mid-off as well. Langston right arm round the wicket to Cranston, bowls and then just nudges that into the onside. Phoebe Graham comes round, picks up, and batters go through for a single. Cranston on to 19. Stars 196 for 4. It's Kirsty White on strike, 73 not out.
Should be eyeing up those 3 figures, I think.
She's certainly got the time to do it. 7.5 overs left. 27 runs needed for White as Langston's in terms of bowler. Oh dear!
Don't tell her I said that.
And that is quite the commentator's curse as White's leg stump goes out the ground, and she goes for 73. An excellent innings though from Kirsty White. Sort of anchored the innings after the wickets of yourself and Davidson Richards.
Yeah, it's exactly what she's in the team for. She's always down to sort of bat at 4 or 5, but if we lose two wickets quite quickly, she's there to anchor the innings. She's done throughout her career really, opening and batting 3, so she's used to having to spend time in the middle. It's always nice to know that there's someone there. But she's done perfectly there. Very well batted. She'll be happy with that.
Yep, 73 off 90 balls in an hour and 40 minutes at the crease. Will be Grace Gibbs, who moved up a few places.
Yeah, this is perfect Gibbo territory here. She can hit a long ball from Gibbo, so she'll be looking to get a bit of a partnership going here with Ailish, making sure the run rate doesn't drop. Hopefully we can see a few fireworks towards the end as well. We've still got plenty of batting actually. We've got Kira to still come in. She's queen of the scoop shot is Kira. So if she does get in, we'll see a lot of those, I think, especially at the death.
Grace Gibbs, 60 runs in 2 innings so far. Average of 30, high score of 31. Stars 196 for 5. As deep square leg goes out, deep cover, deep third, deep fine leg, Langston into Grace Gibbs and guides that out to backward point.
Well fielded.
That's Lindsay Smith there at backward point, dives and picks up, come through 4 a single, gives off the mark first ball, brings Cranston back on strike. She's 19 off 14 balls. Only batter so far to strike at over 100, but I'm sure we'll see a bit more of that.
Deep
from
mid wicket
these two.
going out now. Cover's coming up. Yeah, she's going to bowl very straight here, Beth. She should be with this field, so plug in that leg side.
3 out on the boundary on the leg side. Langston round the wicket to Cranston, who
Well played.
drives up to mid-on. They come through 4 a quick single. Graham has a shot at the stumps, but Cranston would have made it home safely, even if it was a direct hit. Cranston moves to 20. End of the 43rd over. Stars 198 for 5. Langston 1 for 37 from her 7 overs. Graham 1 for 38 off her 8.
Oh, it is Jenny Gunn. See, predicted that. I think she's just going to bowl lots of different variations here. I think it's a good pitch to bowl some cutters. So hopefully the batters know that. I'm trying to send them a little signal, but can't see me up here.
Jenny Gunn 1 for 18 off her 5 overs earlier on today. Did she get you out, or was it Alice she got out? I can't quite remember.
She got Alice out. Alice dragged one on. Not a nice way to get out that.
Getting the field right. Graham goes out to long on. Got long off out on the boundary as well. Deep cover. Deep mid wicket. There's the 4 players out. Third and fine, both inside the circle.
Yeah, she's going to bowl very straight in this field. Ailish does have the scoop over short fine, so we might see that.
Already seen that today from Alice
From
Capsey.
Alice Capsey, yeah.
Did it really, really well. As Gunn begins her run from the football stand end. Balls to... And dropped it.
Dropped.
Almost a wicket first ball of her spell. A leading edge from Ailish Cranston and can't quite cling on. Took a great catch here a couple of weeks ago at mid-off, one-handed, sort of diving back. But
That looked like a slower ball. Looked like it just came off the wicket a bit differently by Ailish's reaction.
going in again from the football stand end, and
Well played.
Cranston just clips it out to Stair Callis at square leg and can't get a single. Score stays 198 for 5. And I'm trying to find the exact point where Gunn bowled that first ball of the over so we can have another look.
Here it comes.
Yeah, it looks to be a little bit slower, a little bit excited-ish. Going into Cranston, who
Great
sweeps
shot.
and sweeps excellently. Does Cranston out to deep backward square for 4. Takes her on to 24. The Stars move above 200, 202 for 5.
Eilish
6.5
loves a
overs
sweep
left.
shot. She's famous for that sweep. Looking on to a good score here, we'll take, I think anything over 240 here is a good score, so we'll be happy to defend that.
Going into Cranston, who drives, but Hopkins out there on deep cover boundary, which has been for most of the game. I think Rachael Hopkins hasn't been
A lot of
inside
miles
the
out there.
infield, isn't it? The score moves to 203 for 5. Cranston 25 off 19. Gives just the single off the one ball she's faced. A bit of a chat out in the middle. The mid-wicket goes out. Smith
Who's
moves
come
into
up?
the onside as well.
Mid-off's come into the ring. Grace will look to hit straight, hard down the ground. This is a good field. She's
Just
very
comes
straight.
back over the wicket back into point. Cheers, Skip. Leave me to
She's
mid-wicket,
been
then we need to straight
stitched up
back. Going into the right-handed Gibbs and getting fairly straight and bowled. Middle stump out the ground. Gibbs goes second ball for just a single. The Stars 203 for 6.
I think I need to stop speaking every time I spoke. Someone's got. Just going to sit here quietly now. Who's coming in? Trying to see.
Excellent ball from Jenny Gunn. We're having a look on the replay. Just seemed to nip back in just a little bit through the gate by Jenny Gunn. Grace Gibbs goes for just a single.
Phoebe Franklin coming in.
Phoebe Franklin.
Again, another hard hitter. She's a hockey player, so we could see a few sweeps from her as well.
First game of the season, and played a couple times last year, but 22 runs in one innings. That's the Vipers.
These two are very quick as well, so it could be a lot of twos here. Turning those singles into twos. Keep the run rate going up.
Players just having a drink at the fall of that wicket. Stars 203 for 6. Cranston's there, 25 off 19. Joined by Phoebe Franklin. Been picked up by Birmingham Phoenix, which is a bit of an odd team considering location-wise.
She went to she was at Loughborough University, so she has spent a lot of time up there. That's why she's gone to Birmingham.
Drives out to deep cover, gets off the mark first ball. Again, does look for that second, but Langston's out there at deep cover. A round of applause from the crowd from that over from Jenny Gunn. 2 for 24 off her 6 overs.
So good to have a crowd back in. Makes such a difference as players. It's pretty decent one here actually today.
Yeah, it wasn't bad a couple of weeks ago either for the first game against the Sparks, and great to see nearly 800 people tuning in on the live stream as well. We'll probably get a few more since the test match is just going to lunch. I wonder what the score is there. But here at Headingley, the Stars 204 for 6. And just 6 overs left to go. Langston will continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. On 7 overs so far, 1 for 37. She's in now to Phoebe Franklin, and fairly straight and just defended back up the pitch. Alex McDonald runs in and makes sure there's no run. Deep cover out on the boundary, deep third, deep fine leg. Deep square leg, mid-wicket inside the circle. Mid-off, mid-on, both up inside the circle as well. Langston turns, runs away from us, from the Kirkstall Lane end, past the umpire now, bowls. Slightly fuller and just squeezed out into the offside. Lindsay Smith picks up at point. There's no run again. 204 for 6. Right, trying to make its way up to 5 and over. It's 4.6 at the moment.
It's getting there.
I'm sure we'll get there sooner rather than
Okay,
later.
come on.
Langston into Franklin, slightly shorter.
Oh,
and
yeah, we'll take that.
I don't know if she got an edge
Oh,
on that. Almost
nearly
hits a-
killed a
almost hits
bird.
pigeon from there. A very fine third man, and it is 4.
Oh,
So
she has hit it.
well placed by Phoebe Franklin. Evades Sarah Taylor behind the stumps. Her first game since August 2019.
Yeah, it's good to see Sarah back. We're playing with her in the 100 as well. She's joined us at Welsh Fire, so good to see her back behind the sticks. She doesn't look rusty at all either.
No.
That's what's really annoying.
Langston starts a run from the Kirkstall lane end past the umpire, bowls. That's Fuller and
Good
driven
run.
out to Alex McDonald at mid-on, and they do come through for a single. Good running by Franklin, and Cranston moves the score to 209 for 6. I was going to say, with the 100 and this tournament this year, how much does that sort of help develop the women's game in this country and sort of help professionalise it that little bit more?
Yeah, I think the 100 is going to be massive. I think just the coverage we're going to get as players. Bit of a hoik there from Ailish. Yeah, I think just the advertisement, obviously a lot more money invested in it as well. I'm really excited. I know quite a lot of people are against it, but to us, cricket's cricket. As long as we're hitting the ball, we're going to be happy. But no, really looking forward to it. Northern Superchargers based here, aren't they, in Headingley?
Yeah, based around here and Chester Street as well. Langston into Phoebe Franklin, who
Ooh,
drives powerfully, but Hopkins is out there at deep cover, patrolling that side of the field for pretty much the whole game. Score moves to 211 for 6. Cranston on to 26. End of the 45th over. Langston 1 for 44 from her 8 overs. Just 5 overs left. And that run rate just creeping up a little bit. 4.69.
We're in a good place.
Going to continue from the football stand then. 2 for 24 so far from her 6 overs, and pulls out of bowling that one for some reason. I'm not
Just didn't
quite sure.
fancy that one.
Just didn't fancy it. Deep square leg out, deep mid wickets, long on, deep cover. Everyone else inside the 30-yard circle. She's into Franklin, who almost chips that into the offside, but easily away from any fielders. Smith picks up from point. There's no run. Franklin at 7 a runner ball. Score 211 for 6. Cranston there on 26 off 20. Going into Graham and slaps that into the offside, but well fielded by Stair Callis at extra cover. Pretty much saves 4 runs there with that
Absolutely.
dive.
It was a good shot from Phoebe. Just freeing her hands through that ball, but good fielding.
Going to Franklin, slower ball and
That's a
slap
great
back
shot.
down the ground. It might go all the way. It does. Excellent shot from Phoebe Franklin.
That's a great shot.
Evades Amy Campbell at long on. Moves her into double figures. She's 11 not out of 9 balls.
No one
2
stopping
fours in
that.
as well. And
Causes change in the field. That's what we want.
yeah, cover comes inside the circle. Long off goes out. Has gotten in again to Franklin. Another slower ball and
Ooh, lucky.
defended into the offside. Callis comes in, picks up. Make sure they can't get a quick single. Deep mid wicket, deep square. The other 2 players out on the boundary. 2 balls left of the over. Going in again from the football stand end. Balls to Franklin, who just it was a crowd catch that one. Just gets it back into the ground before going catches off her own bowling. More applause from the fans in the Western Terrace. They're probably getting a bit warm. I think that sun's right on them.
There's going to be some very sunburnt people, I think, over there. I think we've got a few fans in today. A few parents have travelled up, but
Going to Frank. Another slower ball
Good
off
running.
the edge, but Katie Levitt there at third inside the circle. They come through for another single, takes Franklin to 12. End of the 46th over. The Stars 216 for 6 here at Headingley. 46 overs gone. Ailish Cranston's 26, not out of 20 balls. With Beth Langston to carry on from the Kirksall Lane end. 1 for 44 off her 8 overs. Bowl till the end. Just 4 overs left.
Yeah, I think these two are going to see out 2 from Beth and 2 from Jenny, I'm guessing. Yeah, Jenny's
Looks
got
like it,
3 left, so yeah.
Langston in past the umpire, right arm over to Franklin, who gets that over the infield. It will land safe, sort of a chip, and they'll come back for 2 as well. Great running by Franklin and Cranston. Sort of just went over the heads of Holly Armitage and Alex McDonald at mid-wicket and mid-on.
Lovely chip onto the green.
2 of these sort of slightly edgy ones, they have landed safe.
Got to ride your luck sometimes,
Yeah.
haven't you? Majority of the time they go straight to the fielders, so we'll take it.
Langston begins her run again from the Kirkstall Lane end past umpire Lungley, bowls slightly further, and she
good
got
shot.
hold of that one. That's gone over mid-wickets. That'll race away for 4 into the Western Terrace. Franklin moves on to 18, the score 222 for 6.
It's exactly what we sent Phoebe in to do here. A quick 18 so far. I think, what's that? 3 4s? Yeah. Finding those gaps nicely. Hopefully she can go. Last time I said that, someone got out. So, touch wood. She keeps going here.
A bit of change in the field now. Armitage is going out to deep mid-wicket. Hopkins comes in to cover inside the circle. McDonald and Gunn both inside the circle at mid-on, mid-off respectively. Third and final out, deep square leg out. Langston in past the umpire, right arm over, bowls. And down the ground goes Franklin, straight to Alex McDonald. And good running there. McDonald right on the edge of that 30-yard circle. They come through for a quick single. Almost to 223 for 6. Field goes back out for Ailish Cranston, deep square leg, deep mid-wickets. Deep fine leg, deep third, everyone else inside the circle. Pretty much a ring on the offside. Langston right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cranston, bowls.
Ooh,
Oh,
good ball.
beating her there. Tries to nudge that into the onside or guide it down, but just beats the outside edge of Cranston's bat. She's 26 not out of 21. There's 2 balls left of 47th over. Langston 1 for 51 so far.
Try and squeeze them through the offside here, I think, Ailish. Just be in that gap between cover and point would be lovely. Yeah. Oh, she can just smack it down the ground.
Back down the ground. Brings up another 4, her 5th of the innings. Cranston moves on to 30. Stars 227 for 6.
This is the over we needed. That's two 4s in this over, isn't it?
Yep, 11 off it so far with 1 ball left.
This is some nice momentum into the last 3 overs.
Cranston still getting this ball to swing though, just getting a little bit of in movement to the left-hander, and another chat between captain and bowler. Katie Levitt comes up from fine leg inside the circle. Phoebe Graham goes out to long on. Yeah, can easily take one into the leg side. Deep square, deep in wicket, long on, all out on the leg side as Langston in, right arm round to Cranston and
Ooh.
tries to cut that one away, but I think the ball just bounces a little bit more than she expected, and there's no run. End of the 47th over. The South East Stars 227 for 6. You're on a beautifully sunny Headingley. A few wispy clouds up in the sky.
We weren't expecting this weather. As
I know.
as true Southerners out here, we're a bit pessimistic about the weather, but we're being surprised. We're not complaining.
No. I mean, you can probably tell I'm not from here either. I'm from Oxfordshire. So reasonably sound-ish, so I'm pleasantly surprised by the two games I've done so far. Jenny Gunn continues from the football stand end. Deep mid wickets going out on the boundary, deep square. Off long on, another slower ball, and
Well bowled.
punches that into the offside.
She's going to give herself a bit of room here, I think, Phoebe. Back away and try and slap it through that offside by the looks of that last ball.
And runs towards us from the football stand in, bowls, and it's that, and a stumping appeal from Taylor, not given by the square leg umpire. Taylor has her hands on her head for that one, just like, oh.
That looked very close.
Unfortunately, we don't have a camera at the square leg, unfortunately, so we can't really make too much of a decision on that one.
If a keeper reacts like that, it's normally very close. It did look.
Close one.
Ooh.
Ooh, back foot was raised for just a little bit. Going in again to Franklin, who punches that into the offside, but Callis is there, does the fielding at extra cover. There's no run, and good pressure so far from the first 3 balls from Jenny Gunn. She's 2 for 29 off her 7.5 overs. The Stars 227 for 6. And again now from the football stand end, and slightly shorter and straighter, and
Great.
just misses the fielder. Holly Armitage out there at deep mid wicket. It goes for 4. I think Franklin to 23 of the Stars, 231, and timed that well.
Picked the gap beautifully there. Split those fielders. Just what we wanted. I think that was 3 dots before that, so we needed that.
Yeah, not quite the ball Gunn would have wanted to bowl after those first 3.
We've lost the ball as well.
It's gone somewhere into
It's over there
that sort of
somewhere.
rugby stand over there. Armitage is looking for it. The photographers are just sitting there. Obviously they can't touch the ball because of COVID, and looking inside the sort of covers sheets.
Oh,
if
we've
you
got
like.
it. Here we
Yeah, they've got it.
It's right in front of her all along.
If it went into the stand, then it's got white seats and a white ball, but unfortunately for us, it didn't go that far. We're able to play again. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square. 4 players out on the boundary. Everyone else inside. Gunn into Franklin, and sort of tries to go back down the ground, but really doesn't get all of it, and very toey off the bat. There's a dot ball. 1 ball left of the 48th over. South East Stars 231 for 6. Gunn runs towards us from the football stand end, bowls, and
Safe.
over the top of the infield on the offside goes Phoebe Franklin, and they'll come back for 2.
Well run.
It's well run and well fielded out there by Beth Langston. Stars 233 for 6 now. 48 overs gone here at Headingley, just 2 overs left. Cranston on 30, Phoebe Franklin 25. They're scoring it over a run of ball.
Yeah, we'll be looking to hit 250 from here. What are we, 233? Yeah, I think 250 will be a good score to defend here.
Will be Langston to bowl her final over from the Kirkstall Lane end. 1 for 55 off her, bowling to Ailish Cranston, who's 30 knocked out off just 23 balls, 5 fours. Yet to see a 6 this innings in this game, so
Still time.
it could happen. Cranston's going well. 3 players out on the leg side, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, just about 10 yards off the boundary. Phoebe Graham at long on. Deep cover out, third and fine leg, both inside the circle. Langston runs away from us from the Kirkstall Lane in, right arm round the wicket, bowls, and sweep from Ailish Cranston out to Jenny Gunn at deep mid wicket, come through 4 single, takes her to 31, the score 234 for 6.
There's a lot of arm waving going on by Holly here. Right hand, left hand, it's always useful to have at the back of the end of the innings. Keep them thinking.
Plays with the bowler's line and length a little bit. Deep mid wicket going out, long on going out for the right-handed Franklin. Langston past the umpire, bowls, and shorter and slower ball, but Franklin can't connect with that one, and almost evade Sarah Taylor as well, but
It's almost
Hits a
swung
pad on
herself, swung herself off her feet there, Phoebe.
I tried to. I can't remember which way of the ground we're looking at. Langston into run again, and the Kirkstall Lane M, passing 5 balls, and another slower ball, and she's got hold of that one. Holly Armitage out there at deep wicket, thought that was going into the Western Terrace for a second, but
It was going to be that 6 you were looking for.
just the one bounce to Armitage. They come through for another run. Franklin on to 26. It's Cranston back on strike. The Stars 235 for 6. In the same field, same 3 players out on the leg side. I think Jenny Gunn's just crept in a little bit more from that deep mid wicket, about 15 yards or so inside the boundary. Langston right arm over, and a ramp shot from Ailish Cranston. Placed it really well. Will Katie Levitt get there? She won't. It'll go all the way to the boundary down at the Emerald stand. Cranston moves to 35. Stars 239 for 6. Just 8 balls left in this innings.
It's a great option for Ailish, I think. They're going to keep those 2 up. You've not got to get much on it. Get it past the keeper, and it's... The outfield's been lovely. It's running away lovely,
Yeah,
so
fairly
get it through the ring and it's going to go.
A lot of sun the last couple of weeks, been baking the pitch, baking the outfield, and showing now the ball racing away to boundary as Langston right on round to Granish. Another slower ball. She comes down the track but cuts away to point and almost a run up. It gets back safely. 1 ball left of the 49th over. 1 ball left of Langston's spell. She's 1 for 61. Stars 239 for 6 here in Leeds. Cranston 35 not out. Franklin 26. Langston running into Ailish Cranston bowls, and another ramp shot attempted, and Katie Levick's round on that one, anticipated it this time. Go through for a single. Cranston on to 36. Keeps the strike. Stars 240.
I think Levick was running before the ball was even bowled then. She did well to get round to that one. Last over. Let's get to 250. Let's hit that 6 that we're looking for.
Will be Ailish Cranston on strike. She's 36 not out of just 27 balls. 6 fours. Phoebe Franklin the other in 26 of 23 balls, including 4 fours. There will be Jenny Gunn to bowl, coming right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cranston. Got Armitage going out at long off, got long on out as well. Deep mid wicket, deep square. Fine leg inside the circle, third inside. Point cover and extra cover all inside the circle on the offside, so as well fairly straight, you would think, as going into Cranston and sweeps that away. Not got all of it. They could come back for 2 here. As Sarah Taylor's got to go do the field, and they will come back for 2. The throw goes to the bowler's end. And Franklin makes it safely, and excellent running by Cranston, and Franklin takes the score to 242 for 6.
I think they're just going to run a 2 every ball here. If they don't get it, they're just going to go. Last over, we don't mind that at all.
It was Taylor who had to run pretty much to the 30-yard circle. 2 players out on the boundary on the leg side, couldn't get there in time. As John right arm round the wicket to Cranston, who sweeps that, and will it be caught in the deep? It won't. It's dropped out there
2 again.
by, I think that's Beth Langston.
Yep.
Out at deep mid wicket. They come through for 2. Takes Cranston on to 40.
It's a tricky one there.
Yeah.
You don't quite know whether to go for it or let
Actually,
it bounce and come to you.
Had to dive over the 2 sort of net strips out there, so not the most comfortable of places to dive either. Going right arm round to Ailish Cranston, slightly slower ball, and just digs that into the offside. They go through for a single, a shy at the stumps, but Gunn luckily collects that cleanly. Cranston going for an overthrow. Cranston on to 41. The Stars 245 for 6. There's Phoebe Franklin on strike. In a very similar field, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, all out. Ring inside the offside is going right arm over to right-handed Franklin, who slaps that back down. Well, I say back down the ground. It's and to somehow gone to deep mid wicket. She brought that in from. I think if she left that, it would have been called a wide. That's how far outside off stump it
That was a hockey slap there from Phoebe.
246 for 6. 2 balls left of this South East Stars innings. Ailish Cranston on 41, Phoebe Franklin 27. Come right on round to Cranston down the leg side. She's got something on it. They'll come through for. Just waiting for the signal from umpire Naeem. It is the run. It's Cranston to 42. Stars 247 for 6 then. 1 ball left of this innings.
She's going to
Phoebe
give
Franklin
it everything.
On 27, faces up to Jenny Gunn, running towards us from the football stand end, bowls and moves out to the offside. It'll be 1. Will they come back for 2? Well, they try, but
Good end.
wouldn't have made it anyway. But the Stars finished 249 for 6 here at Headingley. Phoebe Franklin 28,
Oh, no.
and is there
1
another
ball
ball
to
to go?
Oh,
What happened there?
I thought that was over.
Is that a no ball? So someone's got their maths wrong on the scoreboard.
We'll take it. We'll have another
Yeah.
ball.
Going into Cranston, who can't connect with that one, just dribbles out into the onside. Will they come through for 2? They won't.
250.
And that is the 250 you were aiming for, Bryony.
Very
250 for 6. The end of the 50 overs here. Ailish Cranston finishes 42 not out off 31 balls. Phoebe Franklin 28 off 25. And you'll take that one, you 250?
Yeah, very happy. We said 230 at the start, so yeah, we're pretty happy with that. We've got a good bowling attack, so we'll take that. Very good finish.
Yeah, well,
I'm going to have to go and
I
have
think
my
it's time
lunch.
for everyone to get some lunch. Just
Thank you for having
25 past 1. Thank you very much for joining me, Bryony. Good luck in the second inning. South East Stars finish on 250 for 6. I don't actually know if you can still hear me. I think you can. Players being clapped off by the crowd after a bit of a mixed innings from the Stars. It started off well, the openers making it to 50. For Annis Davidson-Richards was bowled by Jenny Gunn, chopping one on, looking to drive through the offside, got an inside edge. And then the very next over, just 3 balls later, Katie Levick bowled Bryony Smith, who was in here with me just a few moments ago, and took an off stump out the ground, I think it was. She went for 31. And the rest of the scorecard: Chloe Brewer, LBW Smith for 25. Kirsty White bowled Langston for 73. Alice Capsey caught Campbell, bowled Graham for 21. Ailish Cranston, 42 not out off 31 balls. Grace Gibbs bowled Jenny Gunn for just a single. Phoebe Franklin, 28 not out off 25 balls. South East Stars finish on, well, we've got to apparently 250 on the scoreboard. Cricket Info saying 248 for 6, so we're not quite sure. We'll get some confirmation. Someone's wrong somewhere. The scoreboard hasn't really been working perfectly today. We've had, I think at one point we had about 3 different scores on the board, but we'll get to the bottom of it, I'm sure. But what do you think? The South East Stars finished on 250. Someone's going to have to get their calculator out, do some adding up. So, players will get some lunch, ground staff going out there. Hopefully. 73 off just 90 balls before she was bowled by Beth Langston. Opening up, Bryony Smith and Alice Davidson-Richards made it to 50 before Davidson-Richards was bowled, chopping on by Jenny Gunn for 14. Before the very next over, Katie Levick bowled Bryony Smith, taking her off stump out the ground.
Bryony Smith leading out Southeast Stars. Holly Armitage, Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for Northern Diamonds.
Don't hang around.
Today, as they're just getting ready to begin this second innings. Captain Holly Armitage to face up. First ball to number 5, who I haven't got written down on my list. As Armitage defends that into the offside, and there's no run.
Freya Davis. It was a late inclusion from her release after from the Test squad, which, as we were saying before, was good to see. She should enjoy bowling on this track, you know, decent pace in it. I was saying to you, wasn't I, in the mid-interval, I can't remember seeing the Headingley outfield as quick as she's in.
Yeah, now and punched off the back foot into the offside by Armitage. That gets her off the mark. They should come through for 2, which they do. First runs for Northern Diamonds off the bat of the skipper. Freya Davies just 2 wickets from 3 games so far, average of 48. An economy of just 4 runs and over. Graham Hardcastle alongside me, UCB Reporters Network. And there's all things Yorkshire and a bit of Durham as well, I gather.
Yeah, more Lancashire than Durham. Yeah.
Davies into Holly Armitage, Hopkins opening up with Armitage just in defence. There's no run.
I was up at Durham last night though for the Yorkshire men's blast game, which the Vikings will have been disappointed to lose. It's a game they should really have won, actually.
Davies running in from the Kirkstall lane end, past the umpire, bowls slightly straighter, and forward in defence goes Armitage again. 2 without loss. There's 4 balls gone. Good afternoon to those just coming back from getting your lunch. I think there's still a few missing seats in the ground, some people still making their way back from. I don't even know if you can get food here now with all the COVID regulation.
Yeah, I mean there's a few places. There's a cafe inside the ground.
Davies right arm over to Armitage, who clips that away into the onside. That could bring about the first boundary of the innings. It does an excellent fielding out there at deep square leg. Can't quite see who that is out there, but saved a couple of runs. Armitage moves to 4.
Yeah, there's a cafe inside the ground. I'm not sure whether it's open. I've not been down there today, but in Headingley Centre, which is it's a happening little centre. I'm not actually from around these parts, but it's a happening little centre from the amount of years that I've covered Yorkshire, and plenty of cafes, restaurants, bars.
Davies in past the umpire, bowls to Armitage, who drives, but the fielder gets a hand on it, mid off, goes round to tidy things up, and first over gone of the Northern Diamonds innings. They're 4 for no wickets. Means Rachael Hopkins on strike for the very first time this season.
Yeah, it's a big day for her. She kind of fills the boots of Lauren Winfield Hill. with the form that she's been in at the start of the season, it would be a pretty big ask to slot straight in there and kind of match Winfield Hill, but she doesn't have to. She can just settle in. There's plenty of time. It's not whilst it's a commanding target, it's certainly by no means out of the Diamond's reach. I'm not sat here thinking the Stars have kind of got this game by the throat at all. I think it's a competitive target and one that the Diamonds should be able to chase down.
They got 279 in their first outing here in Headingley as Alice Davidson-Richards to open up from the football stand end, and Hopkins is off the mark with her very first ball, just clips that one out to deep square leg for a single. Davidson-Richards yet to take a wicket in 3 games she's played so far this year. Economy rate of 6.87 as well, so that comes down quite a bit, but I don't think she would have opened the bowling too much. And Tash Farron is away with England duties. Freya Davies, as you mentioned, Graham, brought back as Davidson-Richards and pulled away by Holly Armitage. First boundary of the Diamonds innings. Short and Hart is latched onto that. Relative ease takes her on to 8. And Diamonds move to 9.
Yeah, it was a shot at kind of expanding on my point earlier on in the game when I said that Holly's got a real imposing presence as a cricketer, and that kind of shot was exactly what I mean. It's just dismissive, wasn't it?
Davidson-Richards into Armitage again. An appeal for LBW. It looks fairly straight, but all dribbles out to a deep third region. It did look fairly close on the stream as well. I'll have to get the replay.
Sliding down the leg?
Maybe just sliding down.
I don't think height was a question.
Seen an England wicket for New Zealand 336 for 7 in the Test match at Edgbaston, but Diamonds 10 for no wicket here at Headingley. Hopkins facing up to Alice Davidson-Richards, bowls right arm over and short again and guided down to that third boundary. The fielder won't get there, just evades Bryony Smith at first slip. Good game awareness from Hopkins, brings her first boundary off just her second ball. Takes her to fire the Diamonds 14. Third fielder couldn't quite get around. It was a fairly risky shot, playing that with the first slip. It wasn't too far wide of Bryony Smith.
But as soon as it kind of gathers steam on this outfield, you've got very little chance of cutting it off.
Davidson-Richards in again to Hopkins. That's wide outside the off stump and left down. And by Naeem, I think that is, at the football stand end. Signals are wide. Diamonds 15 for no wicket. Not too sure why we've got the DLS par scores on the scoreboard. I don't think it's going to rain today.
Gives you a guide, doesn't it, I guess?
I think there's supposed to be 4 runs after 2 overs, so they're easily beyond that. The Diamonds. Davidson-Richards in again to Hopkins, just defends that into the onside. There's no run.
I believe the 2 scoreboards here at Emerald Headingley, the main one is working. I think they've been having a few issues with the second one, and it's been just completely blank for the first innings. It's just whirring into action and doesn't seem to be doing it with particular success at the moment. But
a bit off-putting for the players, trying to look at that, and then you see all the words jumbling about. Davidson-Richards into Hopkins, drives and just lands short of second slip. A great stop by Kirsty White in at second. Saved a couple of runs, but that's just a little bit too deep for that one to carry. I think Hopkins played it with fairly soft hands. He's trying to defend that, but again, we saw Davidson-Richards get a life early on. Hopkins has had one here as well.
Yeah, it was just it never looked like it was a catch. I suspect it probably was 1 or 2 yards in front of the fielder. The one thing I've seen quite a bit of Alex Davidson-Richards over the years for the Yorkshire Diamonds in the Kia Super League, and this is the first time that I've seen a ball this season, and my initial impression is that she looks like she's put on a yard of pace.
Davies into Armitage, just defends that back up to White at mid-on. There's no run, score 15 for no wickets.
I guess that would fit in with the kind of professional contracts, wouldn't it? You've got more time to train during the winter, more time to improve, all that kind of stuff. So I would think that she is a more fearsome prospect with the ball now than she perhaps was pre-COVID when she was in a Yorkshire Diamonds shirt.
Davies to Armitage, defends that into the offside. Franklin picks up at short extra. Another dot ball, Armitage on 8.
Good kind of action and run up with a lot going on, isn't it, Freya Davies? She's arms are whirring, and she kind of really does kind of have a lot of bounce in her follow through.
Again from the Kirkstall Lane end, Davies into Armitage, and Armitage drives, but Davies stops that off her own bowling. It's another dot ball. Davies 41 list day matches, 43 wickets, average of just under 24. And released from that England Test squad, play against India this coming Wednesday. 2 wickets at 48 so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. He's in again from the Kirkstall Lane bowl to Holly Armitage, who goes back and dabs that into the offside, but times it well. Point comes round and fields. There's no run. Diamonds 15 without loss. Just the third over.
It was a good piece of fielding, that, because it's right on the kind of strips here. You know, you've got on the square a significant number of pitches, and that piece of fielding was made right in front of some like kind of coconut matting as well.
Davies into Armitage from the slightly leg side, and Armitage looks to whip that away off her legs, but doesn't connect with it. Chloe Brewer comes in from mid-wicket as the fielding. I suppose at least with having a completely fat square, it's not like a club cricket where you sometimes have an AstroTurf, where if the ball runs over it and you're fielding on it,
Yeah,
that tends to be a bit awkward.
I remember, going back probably 10 years now, we played we had a media team in a, I'll finish the point after this ball.
Davies to Armitage, forward in defence, no run.
It was a media team in a corporate six-a-side day organised by the late BBC commentator Dave Callaghan, and he invited myself and a few other lads to kind of get a team together, and it was played on the outfield, and I remember thinking to myself, the fielding of the professionals must be just absolutely out of this world. It must be such a difficult skill to master because of the kind of texture of the square. It was so hard. I came away, and you know how you can get like cuts underneath your nails,
yeah,
on, you know, and grazes on your knuckles.
Short ball by Davidson-Richards, left alone outside the off stump by Rachel Hopkins.
It was almost like fielding on concrete, and I came away with, as I say, like cuts and grazes and all that kind of stuff on my hand. I guess the lads and the girls just get used to it.
Yeah, I've seen a few people sort of dive in the outfield on the square as Davidson-Richards straightish ball, and Hooked into the leg side, probably off the pad. Will be given leg bias by Jasmine Naeem. We'll move to 16 for no wicket. I think we saw Beth Langston out in the deep drop one, just on the sort of net strips that are cut out there by the Western Terrace. And I can't imagine what it would be like diving out on.
No.
And like, given with all this sun, just how hard it would be. And
Yeah, I mean, you can see the outfield's parched,
Yeah.
isn't it?
there's a lightning quick outfield today as Davidson Richards into Armitage, who drives that through the offside, through cover points. Brings up her second boundary of the day, moves Armitage on to 12, the Diamonds 20 for no wickets. Just a little bit too full from Davidson Richards, allowing Armitage to just lean into it. Have another look on the replay. Sort of lent into that one, not too much footwork from Armitage. Good hand-eye coordination to get that one away to the boundary. Davidson Richards in again to Armitage. Short ball and pulled away, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but got enough off it, did Holly Armitage. And as we said, the ball just races away across this outfield, across the square. Consecutive fours for Holly Armitage. She's 16 for no without loss. The Diamonds 24 without loss, sorry. Armitage 16 at a runner ball. And too short from Davidson Richards, just picked up by Armitage. She's done that twice now. Two slips still in place though. Davidson Richards in from the football stand end, and another short ball and pulled away by Armitage, and that one will be picked up out in the deep by Grace Gibbs. Out at deep backward square. Go through for a single. Armitage moves to 17. And Hopkins back on strike. She's 5 not out. Diamonds 25 without loss.
I think they'll be delighted with this start. Looks a really commanding start. No real alarms. I suppose the LBW shout.
Davidson Richard into Hopkins. Back in defence she goes. Will find its way into the offside. There's no run. End of the fourth over here at Headingley. Northern Diamonds 25 for no wickets in pursuit of 251. Captain Holly Armitage 17 not out. Rachael Hopkins on 5 in her first bat of the season. Armitage herself just 39 runs in her 3 innings so far, average of 19.5. It's already a high score of the season for Holly Armitage. Picking a 14 not out, which I think came last week against the Sunrisers.
It's been a weird kind of start to this campaign for Holly Armitage. I mean, she had such an amazing start to the season in Yorkshire colours and also in Tasmania with Clarence, and it just hasn't kind of happened for her so far. First 2 innings, fairly low scores. The 14 not out against the Sunrisers, she did all she could. So fingers crossed this is the day that she kind of gets back to her early season form.
Well, it's a lovely day for it. 251 is the target. Faces up to Freya Davies running in from the Kirkstall Lane end. Right arm over, bowls, and that jagged back a little bit off the seam and beats Kira Chatley behind the stumps. It goes away for, I think that's given runs actually, maybe off the inside edge of the bat from Armitage.
There was a kind of, I'd have loved to have had a close up on her facial reaction behind the stumps, but just from here you could just sense a kind of look back as if to say, not much I could do with that. You know?
He played it very, very late and just off the sort of inside edge, inside face.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not really anything you can do as a keeper against those. As Davies past the umpire, bowls. Forward in defence goes Armitage to the offside. Franklin picks up, throws into Chatley. Diamonds 29 for no wickets, Armitage on 21. A little bit of a chat between Smith and Davies. And a few changes in the field. Gully comes round into mid-wicket. Davies stays. Smith, stays in first slip. Square leg move round to deep fine leg. Square leg inside the circle. Third out on the boundary. Mid on, mid off, both up. Davies past the umpire. Bowls. Slightly straighter. A little bit of a way swing there. Just nudged into the onside. There's no run.
Kind of a field that indicates really tight lines, isn't it? You know, you try and force a mistake and caught at shortish cover, short mid-wicket. Cover is certainly nowhere near on the ring.
29 for naught as Armitage drives that one, but can only find Grace Gibbs at mid-off. There's no run. She's 21 not out, or 22 balls. 4 fours. Hopkins at the other end, 5 not out of just the 7 balls she's faced.
I can't get used to the 2 scoreboards because I always, from my vantage point in the media centre in the press box, I always look at the
Davies into Armitage, 4s in defence. Lays up to Franklin at short extra.
at the scoreboard, which is effectively at kind of long leg as you watch Armitage face up now. I very rarely look at the one that's at kind of deep cover. So to keep looking at that, it takes a...
Diamonds 29 for no wicket, and when I was here a couple of weeks ago, I was just relying on that broken scoreboard towards the Emerald stand, and now I just can't, because it's just a blur really. You can't really make out anything from it, and it's almost like they've got 2 or 3 different layers to it.
Yeah,
Just sort of overlaid at the wrong. Yeah. Anyway, Davies and Richards to continue, and appeal for LBW, and not given by umpire Naeem. I don't think she's given many today, if any, from that football stand end.
That appeal looked to be the definition of optimistic.
Have a look on the stream again, and it did look to be sliding quite a way down the leg side. Hopkins perhaps just missing out on that one. Davis and Richards in again, and forward in defence comes Hopkins. I think ADR. There could be overthrows here. There will be. They go through for a single. They could come back for 2. It might go all the way for 4. I think it does. That's not quite sure what's happened there, but one of the fielders it might be Phoebe Franklin, who's trying to have a shy at the bowler's stumps, missed, and then no one was backing up.
Missed by a long way as well, it seemed.
Poor from the Stars. Not quite sure why they need to have a shy at the stumps at this stage in the innings. ADR into Hopkins, and not playing a miss from Rachel Hopkins. I thought she might have edged that one, but
That's an absolute
brought the
beauty.
bat in just in the time.
Absolute beauty. Decent pace, good bounce. Maybe just a little bit of nip away.
And just moved away from the right-handed Hopkins. She's 9 not out. The Diamond's 33 without loss. 2 slips in place for Davidson Richards. And now bowls. Left alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
Yeah, just going back to Holly Armitage, I think that we were talking about her before, weren't we? That her kind of start to the season has really pushed her confidence sky high.
Davidson Richard into Hopkins again, left alone. Outside the off stump, goes through to Chatley. Another dot ball.
And also the kind of responsibility of captaincy, it's something that she absolutely loves doing. I spoke to her quite a bit during the winter for a column we did on the Yorkshire website, and it was clear that captaining is a job that she just adores.
David Richards into Hopkins, clips that away into the onside. Not quite got all of it. Come through for a single. Hopkins onto 10. That's the end of the 6th over. The Diamonds 34 for no wicket and 12th and 13th players. Come on. Everyone a squirt of hand sanitizer. Armitage 21 not out. Rachael Hopkins 10 not out. Davies and Richards 0 for 24 from her 3 overs so far. A little bit expensive. That has brought about a few chances.
It's quite a similar start to the Stars innings, wasn't it? You look at the scoreboard and you think the Diamonds are on top here. This is a really good start. Yet there has been the odd time where you've thought to yourself, plays and misses. Say there was that LBW shout that looked very, very close. There was the edge of Hopkins that just fell short of slip. Probably the Stars were a little bit more streaky early doors, but there are certain comparisons that you can draw between the two opening 10 overs.
Davies to Hopkins, who drives, but fielded in the covers by Phoebe Franklin. There's no run. That was Hopkins' first ball faced by Freya Davies. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. Just the one slip in place for Davies. Third out on the boundary, got point on the ring. Extra cover about 10 yards inside. Davies into Rachael Hopkins, slightly straighter. Just nudges that into the onside. They go through 4, a quick single. Sure, Armitage would have been safe. Good fielding there by a square leg fielder. Can't quite see the number on her back. Not going to, she's turned the other way now either. Bryony Smith moves herself out of slip, comes into short extra. Franklin moves round to normal cover. Mid-off, mid-on inside the circle as well. Short mid-wicket. Square leg. Long leg, deep third. Davies into Hopkins, who edge, and is that caught? She's gone. Armitage is out. She's gone for 21. It's her highest score of the season so far, but she'll be hoping for a few more. A good diving catch from Kira Chatley. It's her first catch of the season as well. Diamonds lose their first wicket, 35 for 1.
From Chatley's point of view, it's just what you want, isn't it? Settle early doors. She's had very few chances, and to be able to get into the game pretty quickly is absolutely ideal for an England bowler, and it is. I'm not so sure whether it's the key wicket, but it's certainly one of the key wickets. And Stir Callis, it just oozes quality for me, and if she can get going, the Diamonds will be able to recover from that wicket pretty quickly.
Yeah, Diamonds' leading run score from last year, 197 runs at average of 39.4, 350s. High score of 87. 43 runs so far this year. Average of 21.5, but just the 2 innings played. 17 T20 internationals for the Netherlands. And the 3rd highest score in women's T20 cricket. Smith back in at first slip after seeing that shot from Armitage. Davies right arm over from Kirkstall Lane end, bowls. Left alone outside the off stump by Stair Callis. There's no run. I was starting to feel the heat from that sun now. I've only got the one window open in here.
Well, I went out onto the balcony probably about 40 overs through the Stars innings just very briefly, and I came back in and said to Paul Edwards, who's here for Crick Info, "Crikey, it's warm out there."
Davies into Callis, defends that into the offside. Franklin picks up at short extra cover. There's no run. 1 ball left of the 7th over. Davies 1 for 8 in her 4 overs.
2 photographers over on the deep cover boundary who follow the diamonds everywhere. Paul Butterfield and John Heald. They look like they've got good vantage points and decent sun on the backs.
Down the leg side from Davies will be given a wide. Score moves to 36 for 1. Second wide so far of the innings. Got a good vantage point, but it'll be very warm because the sun's on the opposite side of the ground, so it'll be shining right on them.
Paul's got the right idea with a bucket hat on, and I hope they've both got some sun cream over there.
Davies in from the Kirkstall lane end, bowls and slightly fuller and clipped away down to that long leg fielder. Before a single gets Callis off the mark. She's obviously counting the balls as well because she keeps the strike at the end of the over. 7 overs gone, 37 for 1 is the score. Hopkins on 10, Callis just the single.
I think it's a pretty even game at the moment. I would say it's nothing more than kind of 55-45 in favour of maybe the Stars at the moment. I think I would probably just rather be in their position, but as I say, not by much. It's exactly the contest you would expect from two sides who have started the competition very well.
The Diamonds currently second in the table, the Stars third, both with 2 wins and 1 defeat to their names. Davidson Richards to continue her spell from the football stand end, 0 for 24 so far. 2 slips in place to Callis and guys that and just evades Kirsty White at second slip. It goes all the way down to the deep third boundary for 4. White couldn't quite get a hand on it to stop, but brings it Callis's first boundary. She's 5 off 4. Takes the score to 41 for 1. Again, it's the second time we've seen sort of a guide down to that third region.
Yeah.
First one was Hopkins when there wasn't a second slip, but Callis doing it with a second slip, a bit riskier.
And the fielder down there on the boundary's got nowhere near it both times because it's just raced away.
A bit of an inside edge maybe, or bat on ground as Peel is declined by umpire Naeem. There's no run. Davidson Richards skipping back to a mark before deciding it's probably a bit too hot for that and just walks back.
It looks to me, I said that the angle that we're on slightly distorts things, but I would think I would want my third man a bit finer.
Down the leg side, and that ball race away across the outfield down to that deep fine leg boundary. Callis moves to 9. Takes the Diamonds to 45 for 1. And pretty much for any batter, anything sort of furlong on legs is just meat and drink, really. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and for Stir Callis to get going so quickly is absolutely ideal. You know, it just settles her down straight away. She can get into her work and almost lead this chase.
Davidson Richards in from the football stand then. Slightly shorter and playing a miss this time from Callis outside the off stump, just back of a length. Or perhaps just nipping away off the seam or in the air. And the 2 slips in place, Bryony Smith and Kirsty White. Danny Gregory on the deep third boundary. Point inside the circle, short extra, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. Davidson Richards into Callis, who digs that one out. Furl on the leg stump. sort of a Yorker length, that one from ADR. Score stays 45 for 1. Callis 9, Hopkins 10. Hopkins has been out there for over half an hour. She's faced just 15 balls. He wants to get a bit of the strike herself, as left alone outside the off stump by Callis. And end of the 8th over, Diamonds 45 for 1.
I think they would have taken that start. I think it's a, very, very steady opening 8 overs. Of course, in an absolute ideal world, you wouldn't want to lose Armitage, but these things happen, and it's they've got plenty of experience in the sheds, including a certain Sarah Taylor. So I was slightly surprised to see her carded at 6, actually, but be interesting to see whether that's changed.
She might have a place or two in front of Campbell or McDonald, but if she's at 6, then it's not a bad number 6 to have.
No.
Davies, Hopkins drives Freya Davies out to wide extra cover, wide. And off they go through for a single. Hopkins moves to 11.
It's remarkable when you think, isn't it, that Sarah Taylor's signed up this season to play in the 100, and her comeback to professional cricket after 2 years out has seen her just keep for the equivalent of 300 innings.
In hot weather as well, as Callis leaves that one alone outside the off stump by Davies.
So a couple of times she was like stretching and
Yeah.
bending her back and things like that, as if to say, "Oh, not
Why
been used to this
why
for
have I come back?"
Yes, not been used to this for a while."
Yeah, last played in August 2019. Sarah Taylor. Freya Davies in from the coastal lane end, bowls to Stair Callis, who goes back in defence. There's no run. The Diamonds 46 for 1 after 8.5 overs. Partnership of just 11 runs, losing Holly Armitage. Couple of overs to go. Edging one behind, to Kira Chatley. Slip comes out. Bryony Smith moves into short extra. Phoebe Franklin moves round to normal cover. Davies into Callis, and a bit of a way swing there. Callis was shaping up to hit that one into the onside, but
Surprised quite late, wasn't she, as well? I half wondered whether she was a little bit surprised by the pace of that one. Shouldn't see why, but it just gave me that initial impression.
and that ball shaping up to sort of go into leg stump and then moving away. Davies in again to Callis, who defends that into the onside. Davidson Richards picks up, and there's no run. 46 for 1. One ball left in the 9th over. Hopkins 11, Callis on 9. A fairly even start to this Diamonds innings. Davies making sure everything's all right before starting her run from the Kirkstall Lane end. Past the umpire, bowls, and left alone again outside the off stump by Stair Callis. 9 overs gone here at Headingley. Diamonds 46 for 1. Hopkins 11, Callis 9.
And do we reckon her in the ground here, spectator-wise, 150, 200, something like that? So
Yeah.
decent crowd in the. Usually see over there the Western Terrace. Beer snakes when it's full. Beer snakes. If Lancashire are here, shoes being thrown over at the fielders down there, and we had a pitch invader the other night for the Blast game who ran from over on the Western Terrace, pinched the bails and exited the outfield over the other side. Pretty pleased with himself.
Hopkins defends that one from Davis and Richards into the onside, sorry. Pleased with himself when he got the bells, but not so pleased when he got the bill the next morning for a few £1,000s.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Davis and Richards runs towards us from the football stand end. Was to Rachael Hopkins, who gets a bit of an inside edge on that one. As the ball goes out to deep square leg fielder. Go through for a single. Hopkins moves to 12. Diamonds 47 for 1.
I wonder if that'll be the same shoes being thrown at the Northwest Thunder players in a couple of weeks when they're here for a T20.
The crowd have been treated to a good game so far. Fairly even contest. Davidson Richards into Callis, who clips that straight to short mid wicket. There's no run. It's great to see 100, couple hundred in the ground, and up to 1,200 at one point. Watching the stream, got 500 with us now. Davidson Richards into Callis. Down the leg side will be called a wide. Good take from Kira Chatley. Been blinded momentarily, but
It's a absolutely glorious day. I can't remember it being as nice as this for a few weeks. I remember at the start of the season we were snowed off in a men's championship game. But it's the perfect day for cricket.
it feels like such a long time ago when the snow came at the start of the season. Another wide down the leg side by Davidson Richards.
This is ideal for the Diamonds. Just chip away at this target. They don't need to do anything daft at the moment. The run rate is completely well within their range.
Just ticking along at just over 5 and over, required just under 5. 49 for 1, slightly slower ball from Davidson Richards. Kind of drives up to mid-on. There's no run. 2 balls left in the 10th over. Callis on 9, Hopkins 12 as a few clouds just pass over the ground. The shadows move fairly quickly over from one side to the other. Davidson Richards past the umpire, bowls. Back in defence goes Stair Callis into the onside. Another dot ball.
The one thing that's been, I wouldn't say missed here, but it's certainly been noticeable in its absence, is they usually get quite a few aeroplanes coming from Leeds Bradford over and making quite a lot of noise. Well, during the last season and a half, it's not happened for obvious reasons.
There's been 4 I've seen as Davidson Richards into Callis, who clips that into the onside. Square leg comes in, picks up, throws into Kira Chatley. Go through for a single, brings up the Northern Diamonds half century, 50 for 1 after 10 overs. Hopkins 12, Callis on 10.
I have to say, we're no really anyone near knowing who's going to win the game, are we? It's a highly competitive game, and both sides, I think, will be relatively happy with their position.
Ticking along at exactly 5 and over, and need pretty much that to get to 251. Change of bowler from the Kirkstall Lane end, and will be Grace Gibbs to replace Freya Davies. And the power play ended as well, so they can have 4 players out on the boundary. Gibbs to wide outside the off stump first ball. Fairly easy for Callis to leave that one alone. Got deep third, long leg and deep square leg. Players out on the boundary, everyone else inside the circle. short extra cover, short mid wicket. This bowls her second first ball, slightly shorter and cut away by Stair Callis. That will make its way down to the deep point boundary. Go through another 4 runs. Callis moves to 14, her third boundary of the innings so far. Diamonds 55 for 1. Not the tidiest of start from Grace Gibbs.
No, it's a pretty unforgiving surface, really. Any kind of width and erring in length at all is going to be put away.
Gibbs into Callis, and again slightly shorter. Back in defence and a misfield at points. They'll come through for 1. Will they go back for a second? Callis wants it, so they will get back for 2. Takes Callis to 16. Diamonds 57 for 1. Can't quite see who that is at backward point.
It's not what you need, though, is it? Having been hit for a boundary early doors to not be backed up by your fielders.
Gives into Callis and forward in defence, a much better ball this time round from Grace Gibbs. Baby Franklin picks up at cover and there's no run. Franklin now going all the way out to the cover boundary. Bryony Smith doing a lot of arm waving, making sure she gets the fielders exactly in the right position. Gives in again from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Callis drives, but can only find Freya Davies at mid-off.
If John Heald, the photographer out there, has a repeat of what he did at Kibworth a couple of weeks ago with the fielder out there at deep cover, we were both walking round and we were chatting. So I think it was Sophie Munro on the boundary, and said, "What do you think of the pitch?" And she kind of looked at us.
So nudged into the onside. They'll come back for 1. It won't come back for 2. Davidson Richards picking that one up.
Considered her answer. Next ball was hit out to her. She went to field it, went straight through her legs for 4, and we both said,
Oh dear.
"I don't think we're waiting for the answer here. Let's scarp her off." So we went pretty quickly. So if he does the same again, he might earn the Diamonds a boundary.
Gibbs into Hopkins. Appeal for LBW, and given the umpire's finger goes up. Hopkins looking to play that one into the leg side. Well, we have seen a bit of a way swing from this Kirkstall Lane end. And Hopkins goes for 12.
My initial impression of that was a little bit leg side-ish, but
A little bit leg side.
yeah, nothing drastic.
No.
Maybe a fair enough decision.
Ball maybe just clipping into leg stump.
Anyway, I shall leave her in the capable hands of James as I go and tweak that wicket.
Thank you very much, Graham.
No problem.
Welcoming James Carr into the box and Alex McDonald to the crease.
Yeah, I think this is almost a carbon copy of what happened in the first innings. 50 runs in the first 10 overs, and both openers falling quite close together. It's certainly honours even. The Stars have certainly got a bit of wind in their sails now. And it's time for a bit of a rebuilding process from the Diamonds. Although Callis has got herself into the game, and the Diamonds wickets probably didn't fall as close together as the first 2 Star wickets, so not quite 2 complete new batters at the crease.
Around about this time in the first innings, the Stars had just reached 50, and of course we saw those 2 wickets in 3 balls. Both David Richards first, and then Bryony Smith. Again, the score still fairly similar to what it was in the Stars innings, 58 for 2. as it will be. Bryony Smith to bowl from the not coastal lane end, the football stand end.
I don't claim to be smart enough to work out what a wasp score would be or wasp percentage would be right now, but there's certainly a long way to go.
And we did have Duckworth Lewis at one point and playing a miss, first ball from Stair Callis, who has a word with herself about that one. Chatley whips off the off stump bail.
If we need to use Messrs Duckworth and Lewis today, we've got a problem, because it's nearly 30 degrees out there with not a cloud in the sky.
Very, very warm indeed. Slightly shorter and down the leg side. I think she gets some bat on it. Come through for a single, just waiting for the signal if it's a run now. Leg bite. 59 for 2 is the score. Kind of stays on 17. McDonald to face her first ball.
Interested to see what Smith does here. Yep, she's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed McDonald.
My time off spinner taking the ball away from the left-hander. Now McDonald punches that off the back foot into the offside. Easy single to get her off the mark.
That was a freebie, really. Only 4 fielders on the offside in the direction of where the ball's turning. Almost a free shot there for McDonald. She'll take that with open arms.
Smith into Callis, right arm over, slightly shorter, and kind of misses out on that one, and again has another quiet word with herself.
I wonder whether she has a quiet word with herself in English or Dutch.
A few flicks of the ball from Smith, she runs in, bowls, and shorter, and another play and a miss from Callis, looking to hit that backward of point. Score 60 for 2. Midon goes back. It's a long one, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Forward in defence comes Stair Callis out into the offside.
That was better movement from Stair. She's looked busy against the seamers and tickled the ball around without playing a shot in anger and got herself to 17 runs in decent lick. But she just got herself caught on the crease a couple of times against the spinner there.
I've got the DLS scores again on the scoreboard. Interesting that the Diamonds are actually slightly behind, but
Well, I don't have a hat, but I've got a pair of sunglasses. I'll eat my sunglasses if we need Duckworth Lewis today.
Well, I only count a few clouds, not many, over the ground. There's a few more in the distance, but yeah, it's a very, very warm summer's day here in Headingley.
Yeah, the weather gods have really played in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy's favour. Rain and snow early season, but as soon as we started playing on the 29th of May, the sun has come out.
Grace Gibbs continuing from Kirkstall Lane into the left-hander McDonald, who drives off the back foot out to cover point. There's no run.
Conditions are brilliant for batting now. I mean, they weren't horrendous in the first innings. The Stars batted really well. They paced their innings really well. There was a bit of jostling backwards and forwards, but they finished the innings strong, didn't they? And this is a competitive score.
Gives past the umpire, bowls to McDonald, who drives off the front foot this time. Again, straight to that cover point fielder, straight to Ailish Cranston. Sort of helped the Stars reach that 250, accelerating one of the few players to score over a runner ball.
They had licence to, didn't they? They had wickets in the tank at the end to go hard at the Diamonds bowling, and like I said, 250 I think is probably a par score.
Gives to McDonald. Appeal for LBW, that did look fairly straight, maybe a little bit leg side. No movement by umpire Longley.
Yeah, live I thought he might have put his finger up there, the umpire, but it was actually probably half a foot outside the leg stump in terms of where it pitched. We're not quite straight on here after Howie today.
Outside leg stump, just having a look back on the stream as Gibbs in again past the umpire, bowls and further outside off stump and edged wide of the diving Kira Chatley, and all fielder down at third, gets a hand to it but parries the ball over the boundary. So McDonald gets her first boundary. She moves to five balls. Diamond 64 for 2.
Yeah, a little blow there to the Stars. But you're allowed to use all your bat, and that's the way it goes sometimes.
Bit of a chat now between Gibbs, Davies, and that's Kirsty White as well. Goes in again, past the umpire. Bowls McDonald, straighter, and McDonald drives well, but straight to Kirsty White at mid-off. There's no run. 1 ball left in the over.
Interesting that on the offside, there's from square point, and it does look very square, does that point. There's 4 fielders in front of square on the offside.
Gives to McDonald, and is it caught? It is! Good diving catch forward by Davidson Richards, and McDonald goes for just 5. And looking at that gap you were just bringing up, James, between points and short extra cover, and McDonald just getting it off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, well, clearly there was a plan there. They had 4 fielders from point round to mid-off, all in front of square. Nothing behind point bar a third man, big space for the third man to cover. But clearly there was a plan there to try and get McDonald up on the drive, and the plan's worked. It's yielded a wicket.
Good catch, diving forward by Alice Davidson Richards. Yeah, we mentioned earlier, diving on that square, which is rock hard. Not the easiest place to take diving catches, but Diamond 64 for 3 now. Brings Amy Campbell to the crease. A little bit of a rebuild needed here for the Diamonds.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. You know, if we were plotting the 2 innings side by side now, you would say that the Stars are in front. The Stars had a really good consolidation after losing the first 2 wickets. But they've just scalped another one there. McDonald would be furious, I think, with that dismissal, although I do think there was some method in the madness from the Stars bowlers and captaincy. But nevertheless, we've got a game on our hands.
Change of bowler from the football stand then. It's Danny Gregory bowling no leg spin. Kind of cuts that one out to Grace Gibbs on the deep cover boundary.
It's an interesting change, that, because the off-spinner was bowling well at Stair and was starting to dot her up and apply a bit of pressure. So interesting they've changed the bowler. Maybe they're changing ends, I don't know. But Campbell comes to the crease, another left-hander.
Yeah.
So that will continue to disrupt, as it always does in cricket.
Deep square leg coming back up inside the circle for Amy Campbell. Deep cover, deep mid wicket, both out on the boundary. Gregory into Campbell, and unfortunately almost edged that behind to Kira Chandler. Almost looked like a googly.
Yeah, it just
That's
slided
gorgeous.
across.
It was more like an off break than a leg spin. I'll have to have another look at that one. Gregory into Campbell, plays it into the offside, and Campbell looks for a run, but certainly isn't one there. Cranston comes round from point and picks up Diamond 65 for 3 in the 14th over. Mid off, mid on inside the circle, short extra, short mid wicket as well. Gregory into Campbell, and play and a miss from that one. Good take behind the stumps by Chatley.
Yeah, just looking back at the replays, it looks like Gregory's just sliding these across the left-hander.
Starts running in from football stand end and plays that back up the pitch. Barney Smith comes round from short extra. Picks up, there's no run.
Serious pigtails from Gregory. They're braided and almost step back down to a waist.
Shorter ball from Gregory, cut away and it's caught at backward point. The 4th wicket goes for the Diamonds. They're 65 for 4 now. Campbell goes without scoring. And the back of point field had just about clung on to that. The ball would have been spinning in the air quite a bit.
Yeah, not a good. Sorry, not a great ball, but it was a good catch. And they're not easy. You're in the firing line there, but Campbell will be furious. Pretty soft dismissal as far as she's concerned. She's a destructive batter on her day. She's just gifted the Stars the 4th wicket of this Diamonds innings.
13 runs for Campbell in just 3 innings so far this year. Average was 6.5 coming into this game, dropped a bit below that now, but Sarah Taylor comes to the crease, her first professional game since August 2019. 2 international players, 1 current, 1 former. They need to do something a bit special now to rebuild this Diamonds innings, get them up to that 251 target.
Yeah, well, let's be honest. 14 overs gone, 65 on the board. The run rate's just below 5, and the required rate's just above 5. It's only the wickets column that's letting the Diamonds down at the moment. There's a long way to go in this game. The batting conditions are immense. It's all about who's going to take the opportunity for the team.
Gibbs continuing from Kurtzville Lane end and half appeal for LBW, but inside edge on that one by Stair Callis, saving her from being the 5th wicket to fall.
And this is what this competition's set up for, is to create that underbelly below the international side or our national team with a strong domestic structure. This is where future England cricketers are going to be produced, and what a great setting to do it.
Gibbs into Callis, who drives really well back down the ground, but Kirsty White comes round from mid-on, picks up, come through for a single.
Yeah, good busy cricket from Callis there, just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking. Dot ball clusters and followed by a wicket has been the trend for the last few overs, so just getting the board ticking again now as Taylor scratches her mark.
And this is what you want to see happen in domestic cricket. Grace Gibbs bowling to Sarah Taylor, clips that into the onside. They go through for a single. Sarah Taylor is off the mark with her very first ball.
Like she's never been away.
And to have domestic players like Gibbs, like Gregory bowling to international players with the likes of Stair Callis, Sarah Taylor, can only be good for the development of these players. Gibbs into Callis, slightly full of a length, kind of stigs that one out.
Yeah, as a collective, as the 8 regions, we talk about creating a best v best competition. That's exactly what this has got to be. The step up from junior county cricket, senior women's county cricket into an England setup is huge. So this layer in between is providing some real stability for the pathway.
Gibbs to Callis, who guides that one down to deep third. They come through for a single, takes Callis to 20, Diamond 68 for 4.
Trademark shot from Callis there, just running it down to third man off the face of the bat. I think it'd be huge for Stair this, to be able to bat with someone with the wealth of experience as Sarah Taylor.
255 this day games for Taylor, who clips that into the onside again. Go through for another run. Deep square leg picks up. Takes Taylor to 2. Diamond 69 for 4.
Stair's pretty experienced herself, playing in the global qualifying tournaments for the Netherlands, but I think it's safe to say that the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy is probably stronger than the associate nations international cricket. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some real success stories out there. The Scotlands, the Islands, the Netherlands. Bangladesh have recently qualified for a World Cup. Thailand were a surprise inclusion. but they earned their right to get there through the qualification process.
Danny Gregory continuing from football stand end. Ball to Sarah Taylor, right arm over. Taylor drives back down the ground. I think that hits Stair Callis. Holds her hand up in apologies.
Yeah. Be interesting that, wouldn't it? How would a Thailand go against a Diamonds or a Stars or a Scotland or an Ireland for that matter?
Happen. Gregory to Taylor, right arm over. Down the leg side. Good take from Kira Chapley. Another wide, takes the Diamonds to 70.
Seen that a bit in the men's arena in recent years. In the West Indies, Kenya played in the West Indies 4-day tour competition.
Gregory to Taylor. Moves away to the offside, so this one not given a wide down the leg side.
That was back in, I think, 04 after the 03 World Cup in South Africa, which Kenya got to the semi-finals of, to try and aid their development. And I know the USA team is now playing in the West Indies Inter-Ireland 1-day competition to stretch them.
Gregory to Taylor and Boulder! Taylor's gone for just 2 on a return to professional cricket. Gregory picks up her second wicket. She's 2 for 2 after just 9 balls. And the Diamonds are 70 for 5.
Yeah, well, I question the bowling change, but it's yielded 2 wickets. But yeah, that was just too short. Too full to go back and play a cross-batted shot too, and it's chopped on by Taylor.
Brings another ex-England legend in the form of Jenny Garden to the crease. And the Diamonds really will be hoping for these 2 players just to rebuild, settle the ship.
Yes, well, Diamonds are crying out for a partnership. The Stars had, what would you say, 3 partnerships,
yeah.
got them to that big score. The Diamonds, you could argue, have had 1. Batters have got in, but not really kicked on. But look at the scorecard. Look at who's left to come. It's not over yet, and a lot of these 50-over games so far have proven that they've gone to the wire. Teams have batted deep. Big totals have been chased down. Small totals have been defended. So I think we're a long way from a climax just yet.
Gregory to Gurn, left alone outside. Off stump, there's no run. Just looking at the sort of the worms, the run rate worms, I think the Diamonds are above where the Stars were at this point, but they've lost 5 wickets as Gunn works that into the offside. They go through for a single. It's Jenny going off the mark, brings Callis back on strike. The last ball of the over.
By comparison, the Stars, though, had lots of wickets left at the end to then increase that run rate because they had batters to come. The Diamonds do bat deep, but...
Gregory to Callis, who drives, and only get a single. The cover picks up.
Yeah, the Diamonds do bat deep, but I think it is a big ask to be asking 9, 10, 11 to be going at 2 a ball almost, which was what the Stars was doing. So I think it's important the Diamonds do pace this innings and try and keep in touching distance of the run rate so that almost try and be ahead of it. But for now, I think it's about consolidation.
2 overs for Danny Gregory, 2 wickets, and just the 4 runs. And Gibbs at the other end, 2 for 16 off 3. There will be Grace Gibbs to continue. The Kirkstall Lane end. Deep third, deep cover out on the offside. Deep mid wicket, finally out on the offside as Callis drives but can only find English Cranston at points. Dot ball to the score, 75 for 2.
Since the power play, they've been very tight, haven't they, the Stars? Fielding positions have been on point. Not many runs on offer.
Gives right arm over to Callis, who drive excellently through extra cover, beats Bryony Smith. Ball races away. That's his very fast outfield here at Headingley. Takes Callis on to 25, Diamond 76 for 5.
That was threaded through the eye of a needle, that cover drive. I'm looking at the field thinking, where's the next run coming from? And Stairs managed to just place that 3-4 feet to the side of short extra cover. Raced away for 4.
Gives in again to Callis, short and wide and left alone outside the off stump. Callis just had a brief look back at the umpire then.
It was well within the tram
Just
lines.
inside the lines.
Being a bit cheeky. Noticed a few sky blue shirts have appeared again, similar to the other week. The Northern Diamonds Academy trained this morning at Bradford Park Avenue and have made their way over for the second innings.
Gives running in from Kirkstall Lane end, bowls to Callis, who drives up to Kirsty White at mid-on. Did look for the single, but I think Jenny Gunn wasn't really interested in taking that run. Diamond 76 for 5 in the 17th.
No, it certainly wasn't a run there, but good intent from Callis just to be keeping those Southeast Stars fielders on their toes.
Gives in past the umpire, bowls. Callis drives again. It's time to mid-off. Freya Davies does the fielding and sort of shapes up to have a shot at the stumps, but fortunately for the Stars players, doesn't. Saw 4 overthrows earlier on today. I think it was Phoebe Franklin who had a go at the bowler's stumps and missed.
I half missed what happened there. I noticed that 4 was added to Hopkins' score, so there was no runs involved.
Goes to Callis, who flicks that away into the onside. They'll come through for a run and slight misfield, and Callis comes back for the second. Which again, wasn't quite sure if there was 2 there, but Callis well aware of the misfield and sprinted back for the second. Takes her to 27, the Diamond 78 for 5, end of 17 overs. 173 more runs to win.
That's great positive cricket there from Callis. She turned, I don't think she was really looking for the second, but she turned to see what's happening, little fumble, and then all of a sudden, 1's turned into 2. That's real good discipline from the Diamonds batters. Yeah, that overthrow, did they actually go for a run? Did they cross? Or
I don't think so. I think Armitage, I can't remember who was at the non-strikers in now, but I think it was Armitage just backing up and sort of trying to get back as Gregory into Gunn, defends that into the onside. I think whoever the field was, I'm not 100% sure, I think it was Phoebe Franklin, had a go at the bowler's stumps to actually try and run Armitage out.
Yeah.
Missed, and there just wasn't anyone backing up. The batter's well aware of the overthrows, didn't need to in the end as Gunn defends this into the offside. Point comes round, throws into the keeper, there's no run.
We're so much clearer now because of what happened with Ben Stokes in the World Cup final about what the rules are. So what I was trying to understand was, did they run 2 because it went for 4 and they started running after the throw?
And plays this back up the pitch of Gregory, there's no run.
Yeah, so did they run 2, but the 2 was after the throw, and then the subsequent throw eventually went for 4? Is it just 4 rather than 4 plus 2? Only 4 was added, so I think that answers the question.
To Gunn, they step down the pitch, but almost yorks herself with that one, just digs that out into the offside. There's no run. New Zealand 388 all out over at Edgbaston.
It's a good comeback from England because it was looking like there was going to be a big lead from the Kiwis at one stage.
Gunn defends that into the offside. Another look ball, 78 for 5. I'm sure a few people either watching have got the test match on somewhere or another. Gregory into Gunn again, defends that back up the pitch for another dot ball. End of the 18th over. Northern Diamonds 78 for 5. Stair Callis 27 not out. Jenny Gunn just the single. Still 173 more runs required for the Diamonds.
Yeah, there's lots of sport going on, isn't there? Lots of cricket, T20 Blast, Test cricket, Rachael Heyhoe Flint. The European Football Championships have started.
French Open tennis just coming to an end today and tomorrow.
I've got France and England in 2 sweepstakes. I'm really happy.
It's not a bad show.
I'm really happy. I've got Russia in a 3rd one, which I'm not as enthused about.
Gibbs continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end. Fires to Callis. To drive that the inside face of the bat. Goes out to short fine. Another single to the score. 79 for 5. Takes Callis to 28.
Who do you fancy for the Euros, Wes?
I probably reckon France.
Yeah?
To be honest, yeah. Off the back of the World Cup win, a couple of years ago.
It pains me to say it, but I think Germany, never write Germany off at tournaments.
Yeah,
they've certainly gone under the radar for a few years.
Gives to Gunn, flicks that away into the onside, timed that pretty nicely. Cranston comes round from deep square to it's like fumble from Kira Chatley behind the stumps, but backed up this time by a fielder. Just the one more to the score, 80 for 5.
Also the Netherlands. You know, they wouldn't be in the top 4 running, I think. But you can't write them off. It'd be great for England to go well. They've got a great squad.
Gives to Callis. Drives that out to Kirsty White at mid-off. This time they do take the single, takes Callis to 29. Diamonds 81 for 5, and mentioned earlier that positive cricket, looking for those singles, putting the fielders under pressure. Just trying to chip away at this total, 170 more to win. 18 and a half overs gone. Gibbs running in again from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowls to Gunn slightly shorter and tries to pull that away but misses, but it'll be called a wide down the leg side.
Well, yeah, this over has yielded 4 runs already from 3 balls just by turning half, 3/4 runs into full runs.
Gibbs past the umpire now, bowls Fuller in length and Gunn clips that out to Kirsty White. This time they don't take a run. Score stays 83 for 5.
So from a bowling point of view now, Gibbs has got to get out of this over. And by that what I mean is, damage limitation now. Trying to really minimise that boundary.
Gives to Gunn. Gunn tries but can only find a point fielder. Another dot ball. 2 for 26 so far for Grace Gibbs.
It's well bowled by Gibbs. Limiting where Gunn can score.
Doubled her wicket tally with this innings, Grace Gibbs. 2 wickets coming into this game, another 2 here. She's in again now from the Kirkstall Lane end. Jenny Gunn flicks that away. Out to Cranston, out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Might be Davidson Richards out there. Got them mixed up. Single nonetheless. Score moves to 84 for 5. Gunn moves to 4.
Yeah, Gibbs will take that, I think, after the first 3 balls to get out the over. We're just conceding 5, but it's still good positive cricket from the Diamonds without really playing a shot in anger to yield 5 runs from that over. They'll be really happy with that. I think minimising boundaries or maximising boundaries, depending on what side of the fence you are, is possibly what's going to win this game. One thing the Stars have done well is they've made inroads early into this Diamonds attack, this batting attack. Wicket column doesn't half help mount that pressure on the batting side.
Gregory to bowl her 4th over from football stand end. Gunn, just nudges that into the offside. Cranston at point does the fielding, and there's no run.
she played that one like Callis, just rocked back and punched it to backward point.
Deep cover out, deep square, deep mid wicket. Down the track comes Jenny Gunn, and once again slightly yorks herself. Digs that one out. The ball goes out onto the used wickets. Yeah, that was a strip used a couple of weeks ago, I think. Spin of the ball from Gregory. She runs in again from the football stand end and slightly shorter. Nudges that out into the offside. Another dot ball. Gregory 2 for 4. 3.5 overs so far. One made in that as well. 83 for 5. Diamonds. Gregory into the gun. Slightly shorter. Gun cuts that out into the offside. That's Davidson, Richards. Right, so that's Grace Gibbs. I'm getting all the players mixed up now. Gibbs out there at deep cover. Number 1-2, the score 84 for 5. Gone on to 4. Callis 29 not out. She'll face up to Danny Gregory. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Deep cover all out on the boundary. Backward point, short extra, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. Fine leg 45. Just tries to guide that down to third, but gets a bit too much bat. Cranston at backward point runs in, picks up and does the fielding. 84 for 5. The score remains. 167 more runs needed for the Diamonds. One ball left of 20th over. Gregory into Callis. Callis cuts, but again can only find Ailish Cranston at backward point. 20 overs gone here in the second innings at the Emerald Headingley. 84 for 5 is the score. So Callis 29, Jenny Gunn on 4, and Danny Gregory 2 for 5 off 4 overs. Exceptional spell first, well, starting off from the football stand end. Putting pressure on the Diamonds batters. There hasn't been a boundary for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm sure our analyst will help us out with that one, where the last boundary came from. I think it was a tickle round the corner from Stair Callis. No, it wasn't. It was the cover drive, wasn't it? The cover drive from Callis.
Gibbs into 6th over. Callis defends that. Gunstory defends that into the onside. Davidson Richards picks up from deep square and another single to the total. Gun on 5. I mean, it's 85 for 5. A lot of 5s. There's pretty much not a cloud in the sky. Beautiful day here up in Leeds. People in the Western Terrace loving it. And another cover drive from Stair Callis. Not quite got all of it this time. Phoebe Franklin does fielding at deep cover. Callis moves into the 30. She's 35 not out, 45 balls. Diamonds move to 86 for 5. Gives them 2 for 29. And 6th over. In again now. Balls to Gunn, who defends that back up the pitch. And there's no run. Still the same field despite all the pressure. There's dot balls, deep cover, deep third, deep fine leg, deep square leg. Gibbs into Gunn, defends that once again back up the pitch. Bryony Smith tries to flick that up with her feet into her hands, but doesn't quite do a good job. There's still no run. 86 for 5. Northern Diamonds. 165 more runs required. Run rate of just over 4 and over. 4.16. They need 5.63 and over. Gives past the umpire. Balls and again Gunn defends. Finds the hands of the Stars captain Bryony Smith.
Good areas here from Gibbs. Gun nice and solid, equal to it. Phone's just buzzing away. My wife's just sent me pictures of her and my daughter playing in the park. It's great weather for playing out in.
Gibbs to gun and guys that down off the face of the bat down to deep third. Another run added. Gun moves to 6. 87 for 5, the Northern Diamonds.
And it's great weather for playing cricket in, watching cricket, being involved in some shape or form. Just imagine how many games of cricket are happening today around the country.
Loads. I know in my local league back in Oxfordshire there's 88, I think, so
Wow.
times that by however many leagues there are in the country.
Well, if the weather's like this all over the country, there's no way Duckworth Lewis is being used today.
Sure, there's probably a pocket somewhere. Up and down. Probably
Scotland.
Scotland, yeah. Gun pulls this, but can only find the short mid wicket. Finally, Smith again. Doing a lot of fielding over the last over or two. Score stays 87 for 5. My dad messaged earlier to say he's playing for my local second team. He made 50. Down the track comes Gunn, almost yorks herself for the third time, but drives this one out to Davidson Richards. The deep cover boundary. Another single, Gunn on 7. Diamonds 88 for 5.
Yeah, well watched by Gunn in the end. It's the first one that Gregory's really looped up.
Gregory to Callis. Callis cuts. Front of square this time. Davidson Richards picks up. Again at deep cover. Callis on to 31. The Diamonds 89 for 5.
Great little patter from Callis at the moment, just keeping the scoreboard ticking along for the Diamonds.
Gregory to gun. A couple of steps down the pitch, but Gregory fields off her own bowling. Another dot ball, 2 for 7. Gregory's figures so far.
Outstanding spell so far from Gregory.
Right on over and again, and attempts to come down the pitch again, but defends it into the onside. Smith picks up a short mid wicket.
I'm going to exit at the end of the over. I think it's a great time to get the Diamonds leg spinner in, Katie Levick.
Gregory to gun. Gun sweeps and gets it well. Beats Kirsty White at short fine leg. And that's the first boundary in quite a few overs. Gun moves to 11. Diamonds 93 for 5. That's 22 overs gone. Diamonds need 158 more.
Yeah, you can't bolt a gun there. Sliding into a pads, it's almost a free shot. You beat the short fine leg. It runs away for 4. Great value for runs there. And as I said, I'm going to make way for Katie Levick to step in. Offer some great insight on leg spin bowling for sure.
Diamonds 93 for 5 after 22 overs. Good afternoon, Katie.
Good afternoon. If you want an insight on this pitch, it's not turning, is my insight. It's a lovely batter-friendly track.
I saw a few of yours turn early on.
Yeah, I'm lucky in that way, but a couple will grip, but it's more about areas in this and bowling the right sort of paces. And as we watched the Stars do early doors, it is quite batter-friendly and you can trust your shots. It's not going to do too much and make you look silly.
Change of bowling from Kirkstall Lane in. Phoebe Franklin to Stair Callis, who pulls that away, but straight to deep fine leg. They go through for a single. Callis 32. Diamonds 94 for 5.
And Jenny Gunn will just be the perfect person to be batting with Callis at this stage. Still so young, even though an international player, and Jenny Gunn helps anyone, no matter who she's batting with, but we just really need to steady the ship now, and there's no one better to do that for us.
Franklin's first game of this year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 2 games last year, didn't bowl, so its first bowl for a while was slightly fuller and tries to guide that down to third. Again, gets a bit too much bat on it. Squeezes out to Cranston at point.
Yeah, you just need to beat the fielder on this outfield, and it is racing away today. So next time, just try and cut those 2 people.
Deep mid-wicket, deep cover out, deep fine leg out for Franklin as Gunn comes forward in defence. Franklin fields off her own bowling. See a few glints of phones or camera. I probably won't need the flash on for a camera. I don't know if it's this sunny and bright out.
Just thinking that, or a lot of people are checking the makeup right now with mirrors. It's one or the other.
Franklin in again from Kirkstall Lane end past the umpire, bowls. Slightly leg side and Gunn picks that up. He might race away to the boundary. Outfield is very fast.
Ooh.
And it will go for 4.
Almost a collision of
Yeah.
bodies. They're not what you want to be at the bottom end of if you're the one on the floor having a roll and you see the boot come towards your face, but that's very good for us. And like I said, it does race away here, so if you do just get either side of a fielder, you usually get reward for your shots.
Boundary takes Gunn to 15. Diamond's 98 for 5.
As always, the captain just moving the boundary rider as if she was in the wrong position to start with, and it's her fault.
Franklin to Gunn. Gunn drives but finds Freddie Davies at mid-off. There's no run.
It's a thankless task at fine leg. You've got to cover the ones that go directly through the keeper and those that are veering down leg and are pulled. I say that as a fine leg usually myself.
I did see quite a lot do sort of third man to fine leg. Franklin into Gunn, slightly slower ball. Gunn cuts this away into the offside in front of square.
Just smart cricket. It's the run rate's never really escalated away from us, and we were happy to keep them in and around 5s when you saw how the pitch was playing and how the outfield was. Anything run a ball you think is doable at every stage, even 5 down.
Diamond's 99 for 5. 23 overs gone. 152 more in 27 overs.
Lots of time. Nothing silly here, but if there's anyone that's not silly, it's Jenny Gunn. She's just such a steady head, and hopefully she'll steer this innings a bit further on and put the Stars under some pressure.
Gunn 16, she faces up to Danny Gregory. Callis at the other end, 32 not out. Gregory to Gunn. Gunn cuts. Yeah, and will just be a single out to boundary rider at deep cover. Another run to the total. Gunn on 17. Brings up the Diamonds 100. By welcome applause from the crowd. 100 in the 24th over. 60 balls to get to 50. Another 79 to get to the 100. 3 out on the leg side. 1 on deep in the wicket, deep square. Kind of cuts, but again, can't get it past Ailish Cranston at backward point.
I wonder if the grunt was picked up by the mic there. You can see Callis is frustrated that she just not got all of that like she wanted to, and that's, like I said, on this pitch, you need to take your opportunities against the spinners.
Gregory begins to run again from football stand end, tossed up.
Oh, Callis is wanting a wide there.
There's a couple of times she's done that, just had a look at the umpires saying, are you sure?
There's a line drawn on the floor there. That shows you if it's a wide or not.
I was just reaching for that one a little bit. Gregory in again to Callis. Back in defence goes Callis, back up the wicket. 32 not out. Diamonds 100 for 5. 2 balls left of the 24th over. Just deep cover out on the offside. Long on deep in the wicket, deep square on the leg side. Slightly shorter. Callis has punched that back up the wicket again. Probably slightly frustrated with herself. Trying to work that into the offside. Again, no run. Gregory runs in now, bowls. Forward in defence comes Callis into the onside. End of the 24th over. Gregory's figures 2 for 12 after 6 overs.
not at all bad.
Diamonds 100 for 5. Nearly halfway through the innings. Gun on 17. Callis 32.
How's your day been, Wes?
It's been pretty good, to be honest.
You're looking sharp
Sitting up
today.
here.
I'm liking that.
I know, I thought, yeah.
We like a bit of effort. I say that as I'm still wearing kit.
Well, you're playing, we'll let you off. Yeah, I thought we'd take it up a notch from the polo shirt and jeans from a couple of weeks ago.
Where are you going to take it from here, though? You're going to be full tux?
No, it'll be too warm for a full 3-piece.
Could do the Southgate, maybe just a waistcoat.
A waistcoat, yeah. Euro started yesterday. I can't remember when England's first game is.
Tomorrow.
Franklin into gun, pulls that away, pulls that for 4 towards the western terrace. That goes for 4. Jenny Gunn moves to 21.
And that's just what can happen on this pitch. Just the last over, maybe just getting a bit frustrated, dotting up a bit. But you just keep your head and know that the bad balls can easily go away, and anything actually can easily go away with how fast the outfield is.
Tap of the bat from Jenny Gunn, and then another. Franklin in now and clips that into the onside, and she's placed that perfectly between short mid-wicket and Kirsty White at mid-on. Consecutive boundaries for Jenny Gunn, moves her to 25. Diamonds 108 for 5.
A sprawling ADR there won't be happy that that's got through her. And there she kicks the turf. I hope the camera picked that up. I finally called something as a commentator.
Yeah, you had was it your debut?
I did
last
this week, yeah. Got
BBC
to watch
Leeds?
the Yorkshire Vikings pick up a win against, who are we playing? Birmingham Bears.
Franklin in to Gunn, slower ball. Gunn works this out to Davidson Richards at long on.
And there's the frustration in the throw from the previous misfield. It's not what you want to see when she's a Superchargers teammate later in the summer.
He's gone to 26 off 35, Callis 32 off 52. Both players with 4 boundaries to the name. Yet to see a 6 today. Diamonds 109 for 5 in the 25th over.
Did they not hit 6 then? Oh,
No, they didn't.
Interesting. But we are more central this time, and I feel like there's not a necessarily smaller boundary like last time when they could hit into Western Terrace quite easily. But it's good to know for the bowler's perspective.
Franklin runs it again past the umpire, bowls. Cash tries to cut that one, but a play and a miss. Yeah, a little bit frustrated that she couldn't get that one away.
And Jenny's done such a good job so far, so she just needs to stay calm, you've got this far, just trust yourself.
Franklin runs in again from Kirkstall Lane end, right arm over, bowls. Callis drives, with a straight back to misfield at short mid-wicket. That's Kirsty White in there. Davidson Richards picks up at long on. Another one to the total, 110 for 5. 1 ball left in 25th over. Again, not really what you need when you want to put the pressure on. Matters a misfield. Franklin into Gunn, defends into the offside. Half looks for a single, but Bryony Smith's there and picks up.
Picks up cleanly. It's what you need to try. I know it's difficult when it's sunny like this and the heat is on and you are playing on what is a very batter-friendly wicket for the most part, is trying to keep that pressure up and not get frustrated. And so as a batting side, seeing them make those little mistakes now at this stage, with still a lot of cricket left to be played, to be welcoming for Jenny and Stair.
Halfway through this second innings, Northern Diamonds 110 for 5. Another 141 needed. Requiring just over 5.5 and over, 5.64. Currently ticking along at 4.4 and over. Callis 33 not out, Gunn 26. And change of bowling from football stand end, Bryony Smith to come back on, bowling her off spinners. Two right-handers bowled just the one over earlier on today. And only went for one run as well. And now to Callis. Callis flips that into the onside, and another not so clean pickup from Kirsty White at short mid wicket.
There's a delayed announcement that it's Bryony Smith just coming on.
Very delayed. The score, whoever's on the scoreboard hasn't been on it today. Playing a miss from Callis outside the off stump, looks to drive.
Yeah, it's surprising how not having the two scoreboards up instantly it feels like really difficult to keep track of the game. Considering we've been playing at club grounds the prior 2 weeks and there's no scoreboards.
Smith to Callis. Callis clips into the onside. Appeal for something for Bryony Smith.
If she's kicked that to square leg, that's a fantastic ability.
Yeah, definite bats involved in that one from Callis. Yeah, it's a bit unusual not having the fast score, because last time I was here I was relying on that. I hardly even noticed this one down to our left. Flicked away by Jenny Gunn out to deep square. It should only be a single. Score moves off Nelson, 112 for 5. Gunn 27.
Your neck must be hurting then from having to strain to look at the
Yeah,
scoreboard all day.
Yeah, I find myself turning a lot to the left.
Well, James was in here earlier. Should have had a word with James. He's the man to get things done.
Smith to Callis. Drives, but finds Cranston at backward point. Another dot ball. Just the 2 runs off the over so far. 1 ball left. Callis 34 not out. 58 balls. Smith in again. Callis drives and misses it. Looks to be a bit of a turn there for Bryony Smith. Well, you said it wasn't turning that much.
No, the odd one got a bit of grip, but wasn't as spinner friendly as the last couple of wickets we played on it down at Kibworth and Cambridge. But this is what we've come to be used to when you play at the bigger stadiums. Usually a bit more batter friendly, and you're wanting to win the toss and pile on the runs. But I think we did well to keep them to the total they did in the end, and it's still very much within reach.
139 more, 24 overs.
Looks like they're having a bit of a roll the dice here to try and break up the partnership, get Freya back on.
Freya Davies to replace Phoebe Franklin from the Kirkstall Lane end. Again, whoever's operating the scoreboard is not doing a good job, because they've got Grace Gibbs to bowl, but it's not. It's Freya Davies.
She'll be happy if she gets a wicket, Gibbs, but if not...
Jenny Gunn to face, third up inside the circle. Davies to Gunn, going back in defence. There's no run. So 3 players out, deep cover, long on. And I didn't see far now. This pillar in front of me is slightly obscuring my view down there.
And a sort of floating cover, it's not fully on. A good 10-15 off the ring there, which is risky if got some miles to cover.
Davies runs in again from the Kirkstall Lane end, past the umpire, bowls. Jenny Gunn and clips that away into the onside. Davidson Richards picks up down at long on. Throws into Kira Chatley behind the stumps, 113 for 5. Going on to 28. Brings Stair Callis back on strike. She's 34 not out. Third going back out. Long on up inside the circle now into mid-on. Davies runs in again. Past the umpire now. Bowls, right arm over. For Callis. Clips that into the onside. Just wide of Bryony Smith at mid-wicket. Scamper 3-4. Another single. Callis 35. 114 for 5. Halfway through the 27th over. And the third back up in the ring. Davidson Richards goes back out on the boundary at long on. Davies from Kirkstall Lane end, right arm over to Jenny Gunn, back in defence she goes. Davies fields off her own bowling. And another dot ball, 2 for 32. Well, it's not, because they've still got Gibbs up on the scoreboard.
I think we've got more runs as well. I think that part of the scoreboard's wrong.
Yeah, well, I think at one point in the start I had about 3 different scores from 3 different places. As Davies into Gunn, defends that into the onside. Kirsty White picks up.
Which one are we trusting?
There's no
Play
run.
cricket? Is that your source of all knowledge, or the ECB
Crick
app?
info.
Crick info.
Yeah, at the end of the Stars innings it said 248 before I refreshed it and it said 250. So
Oh, I've got to take your first answer.
Davies running in and getting from Kirkstall Lane end, bowls to Jenny Gunn. Gunn drives, squeezes that away between backward point and third, goes away for 4. He's going into the 30s, the Diamonds 118 for 5.
It took everything in me not to clap and cheer that, because that was just so beautifully guided into the gap. When you've got a backward point and a short third, to squeeze it through that gap is so frustrating for a bowler. But it was just so beautifully done by Jenny.
Yeah, just open the face of the bat, just allowing them all to just run away down to that vacant third region. End of the 27th over, 118 for 5 is the score. 133 more runs to win for the Diamonds. Stair Callis 35 not out, Jenny Gunn 32. Bryony Smith to continue from the football stand end. North for 3 or third 2 overs so far. Will be Stair Callis to face. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Long on, deep cover, the 4 players out. Smith, right arm over. So Callis clips into the onside, looks for a single. Gunn gets back in time.
Right idea from Callis, just not quite found that gap. There's plenty of runs out there, as they showed in their innings, if you find the pocket.
Sniffing again, slightly shorter and pulled away by Stair Callis, but straight to Danny Gregory at short fine leg.
Just don't get frustrated here, Callis. As you can see, you're doing all the right things and you're just picking out the fielders, unfortunately, but it will happen. An inch either side, and that's racing away.
Smith to Callis again, slightly shorter, and work that back up the ground towards the Emerald stand. Go through for a single, 119 for 5. Callis to 36. Gunn on 32. Sniffing, tossed up outside the off stump. Gunn drives out to deep cover. Another run onto the score. Gunn to 33.
I got a good patter of applause. Is it a
It's
milestone?
the 50 partnership
There we go.
between Stair Callis and Jenny Gunn.
Good job we've got a crowd in, because I can't see the scoreboard.
You can definitely hear the crowd. Smith slightly flatter. Callis again tries to work that into the offside, but Cranston does the fielding at point. And this crowd seem to, you can definitely hear the applause even from as far away as we are here. Smith into Callis. Callis drives and gets in front of square this time. Out to Gibbs on the boundary.
That's because we've got a crowd of about 5,000 in, haven't we? Can they see that on the camera? Can we sell out, I heard. But it just shows you how it echoes around a stadium like this. Last year was just our voices carrying, unfortunately, which is not what you want to hear, especially when you're at third or fine. Just my own voice reverb back into it. You can tell that the crowds are just happy. There's some cricket back. Everything gets a nice gentle ripple of applause.
Diamonds 121 for 5 after 28 overs, 130 more still needed to win. Required run rate just creeping up to around about 6 and over, well, just under. Callis 37, she faces up to Freya Davies, slightly shorter, and guided down to that third. He was out on the, well, say out on the boundary, about halfway.
Creeping, yeah.
Brings Jenny Gunn back on strike. Callis moves to 38. 122 for 5.
Interesting tactic that most of their boundary riders seem to be creeping. I wonder if that's with how often they manage to squeeze 2s off us, but also risky that it can fly away either side of you.
Davies past the umpire, bowls to Jenny Gunn, just clips that into the leg side. Line leg comes up, does the fielding. Another run to the total, Gunn to 34. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's what you live for as a
Yeah,
commentator,
I've
isn't
always
it?
wanted to say that.
We'll clip that bit
Just
up
make
for
a
you.
look out for it.
Get that on the show reel.
Davies runs in again from Kirkstall Lane in, right arm over to Callis, who drives and drives well, but straight to deep cover fielder. Phoebe Franklin out on the boundary. Another one to the score. Callis 39. 1, 2, 4 for 5.
Oh, that's upsetting. Didn't last very long, did it? Doesn't have the same ring.
Davies begins a run from the Kirkstall Lane in, past the umpire. Ball slightly shorter and Gunn pulls that away, pulls well, and will it go all the way to boundary? Are they going to communicate this time? And it will just creep over.
And as soon as you
The
said
boundary,
communicate,
yeah.
they collided. For any youngsters that have watched that, put a name on it is just a prime example. That's twice they've been out there now, and as a captain and as a bowler, you must be just shaking your head. It's just the simple basics. But as a diamond, you're very appreciative.
I think it's Grace Gibbs and Chloe Brewer out there on that side.
And now they get furiously
Davies.
moved.
Furious arm wave. Just now move around a little bit more. Davies into Gunn, Fuller, and Gunn goes to drive that down the ground, but just pulls out. Ball dribbles out to Kirsty White at mid-off. No run, 128 for 5. Jenny Gunn 38 off 46. Canis 39 off 67. Davies running in again. Kirkstall Lane end past the umpire. Some over balls and another horrible ball really down the leg side, and Callis is aware to it, scampers through for a bye along with the wide. Another 2 runs to the total, 130 for 5.
Wow, that was a loose net. I was just thinking that what you want now as a batter is she's just furiously moved a final leg squarer. You just want her to squirt one down leg, you get a little nick on it and it races away just to put further pressure on the bowler, but couldn't even get anything on that.
Yeah, that was very short and very wide on the leg side. Davies in to Callis, who guides this down off the face of the bat to backward point. They go through for a single, moves Callis into the 40. She's 40 not out. Diamonds 131 for 5. End of the 29th over. And we're going to have a bit of a drink for the 2 batters.
The 12s and 13s have to do such a job in these new COVID times. I'm so thankful to be in the 11. The fact you have to collect every cap, every drink, every sanitise, it's a whole another level. If there's anything that makes you strive to be in a team, it's these new sets of rules.
I think I mentioned fairly early on in the first innings where I think you must have had about 3 sanitisers in a row in 3 overs. Callis drives, but another play and a miss outside the off stump.
Yeah, the umpires weren't taking our word that we said we'd sanitised, and they were insistent we had another go.
Smith continues from the football stand end. Now leg side, Canis clips that down to deep square leg. Another run to the score, 132 for 5. Canis on to 41.
It's interesting, as the Diamonds, we wear GPS units to track us mileage, and last week the 12s and 13s were pretty much top of the table.
Smith to go and clips this into the onside and call for each other through for an easy single in the end. I think that was another thing I said earlier. I pretty much remember saying that the 12th and 13th, they must run as much as the players do on the field. Smith into Callis. Takes a step down the track, but drives to short extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, absolutely. Last week, I think it was Femby who was 12th, and Phoebe and myself were up there at top of the table. I do third man to third man, and they were 12th and 13th.
Smith to Callis. Callis drives straight, and
Jenny gets herself in
Jenny
the way.
gets
Well
in
done,
the way
Jenny.
a little bit. Ronnie Smith won't be too happy with that, but Diamonds definitely will be happy. 133 for 5.
If you can't push Jenny Gunn out the way, who's a beanpole, then you shouldn't be happy with yourself.
Smith to Callis, Gunn, shorter and quicker.
And that shows the frustration, I think, from the previous single.
End of the 30th over. The Northern Diamonds 133 for 5. 118 more required off 20 overs. Required run rate 5.9 and over. Currently going at 4.43. Partnership of 63 between Callis and Gunn. Just able to settle things down slightly.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any scoreboard pressure at the moment. Even though we've not consistently been at the run rate required, you can so easily trust you can pick up the runs, as we watched them do and we've watched the Sparks do the previous game. So the fact that we're keeping it there and thereabouts and steadying the ship's the main thing. Getting some set batters into that latter stage, which then can be just so difficult to defend as a bowling unit.
Another change of bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Alice Capsey into bowl. Kind of drives, but there's protection in Alice Davidson Richards out at long on.
It's just a welcome single down to long on. It's interesting that you're not trying to squeeze or just force them to do a shot. You can just so readily pick up singles there, and that's all we need, singles.
Capsey to Gunn, forward in defence. Goes Jenny Gunn, another dot ball.
Jenny Gunn MBE,
Yes, very true.
the full title.
I think this must be one of the largest age differences in this tournament. 16-year-old Capsey bowling to Jenny Gunn. Down the track she comes. Just evades the bowler. Another misfield.
I'm going to send Jenny that clip. She loves it when people mention age. As a team, we do. We call ourselves the aging diamonds. We're all unfortunately closer to the 30s than the 20s, or most of us are anyway, I say. But shows that so easily still got so much left in the tank, Jenny Gunn.
Yeah. Capsey to Callis. Callis drives. Capsey fields off her own bowling. Capsey 16 years of age. Jenny Gunn 35. Capsey right arm over to Callis, who drives again straight down the ground. She's got that pretty straight this time, but Davidson Richards will come round to pick up and throw into the bowler. Another single to the score, 137 for 5.
Davidson Richards is such a long surname for commentators. You must
Yes,
hate
it
that.
is.
Do you enjoy a Smith and a one-syllable
Yeah,
one?
they're very nice, yeah. Capsey to Gunn, flips that into the onside, and once again Alice Davidson Richards picks up, does the fielding.
Which is why I'm just surprised you have consistently kept long gone out. It just makes life so easy for Jenny and Stair that the one's always there. You don't have to play any risky shot, and we essentially need 5s. I'm rounding down because that's nicer. But even if you need 6s, that's just prime. And you'd think with Stars you just want to squeeze and force a shot, and they're not forcing us to do anything rash at this moment.
31 overs gone and a sanitised break.
I swear you have the
That's it,
cleanest hands in the world when you play cricket. I've never used so much sanitiser as I do during a 50-over game. Especially at Sunrisers last week when the wickets kept tumbling.
Yeah.
We were sanitising every other ball.
I was going to say, you must get through, or at least a couple bottles.
It's got to be one of the biggest expenses now of the team, I think. I think sanitiser's up there. And masks and gloves.
Yeah. Diamonds 138 for 5, 31 overs gone, 113 runs off 19 overs remaining. Go and clips this one into the leg side. Another easy single for Jenny Gunn, takes her to 42. 139 for 5. And just nudging it into these gaps, picking up the singles.
Such a big ground. It's all you really need to do at this stage.
Smith to Callis, drives back down the ground. Again, just be 1. Rotates the strike. Callis to 45. 140 for 5 is the score. That's another nice one. Batter on 45 and it's 140 for 5.
We'll keep setting them up for you.
Smith to gun, defends into the offside, looks for a single, but Cranston is quick in on it.
You can tell now they've got an understanding between the batters and they're always looking for that one.
Partnership of 70 runs between these two, pretty much doubled the score. Gun cuts, but again can only find back of point of Ailish Cranston. Another dot ball, Smith 0 for 11 in her 5th overs, 2 balls left of the 32nd over. And again from the football stand end, right arm over, and Gun clipped into the onside. This time Smith runs in front of the non-striker.
She's learnt her lesson. I also backed Bryony over Stair in that matchup.
We have a pigeon land pretty much where that ball ended up. Gun clips into the leg side. Another easy single.
That pigeon's just showing us where the ones are. Just keeps landing. I always think about that Jack Rudolph, where he threw it and hit a pigeon and killed a pigeon, unfortunately. And that all there was pigeons down when I was at third man, and that's all that's running through my mind. But then I also thought I probably can't throw it hard enough to kill one, if he did happen to get in the way of my throw. But it's interesting to see just that lone pigeon just backing himself going around the pitch.
Yeah, well, I've seen them often enough at a place like the Oval in Lords,
Yeah,
where they just sit in, what they call it, flocks.
yeah. I was going to go giant clusters, but I think that's even less right.
Capsey to Gun clips straight to Bryony Smith at short mid wicket. Made a good sound off the bat. Might have even
Viking
gone for-
cricket, thank you for that plug.
Capsey in to Gun, comes down the wicket again, clips straight to Bryony Smith. And are we going to have more overthrows? We're not. Luckily, someone backing up.
Luckily,
That throw from
Ailish
Bryony
is
Smith.
very quick and she's round to that because that was a loose throw. But again, a welcome sight for the Diamonds that tempers might just be going a little bit.
Capsey into Gun, goes down the wicket, and again, the 3rd time in a row, clips to Bryony Smith, and
This time she got told
Cranston
hold.
Cranston coming round just in case. Long and out on the boundary, deep mid wicket, deep square, deep cover. Capsey into Gun, and a bit straighter for Bryony Smith that time. The ball makes its way out to Davidson Richards at long on. Another single takes Gun to 44. 142 for 5. Just 20 runs off the Duckworth-Lewis score now. Got no idea why that's there. Never on a day
It
like
does
this.
look ominous. The cloud, the cloud is coming in.
All 2 of them. Capsey into Callis, who drives again, finds Davidson Richards at long on.
I didn't
Another
realise
single.
how blue sky it is today, and you can
It's
actually see
beautiful, yeah.
plane trails for the first time, which is another rare sight.
What to see? I think we're looking fairly south towards, so. Capsey to Gun, down the track she comes again, works it out to long on, another single to the score. Gun 45, Callis 46. Score 144 for 5, end of the 33rd over. 17 overs left, that run rate now just above 6, 6.29. 107 more runs required. Will be Smith to continue from the football stand end. 0 for 12 off her 5 overs so far.
We'll be hoping she'll be throwing a few looseners at some stage now.
The next question is, who's going to get their 51st?
Ooh,
Guns
wager.
on strike. She's 45 not out. Canis 46 at the non-strikers. Smith into Gun. Pulls that out to long on. 46 apiece. Score 145 for 5. Here's Canis on strike. 1 hit away from a half century. Smith into Canis. Clips it into the onside. Definitely get 1. No more than that. Builder's quick enough in from the deep. Again, just being sort of 10-15 yards off that boundary rope means that you do have to run pretty quickly if you do want to get 2. Smith into Gunn, tossed off outside the off stump. Gunn drives, straight to mid-off, and there's another misfield by Freya Davies this time.
It's just really quite surprising as well, the names that you're chucking out for these misfields. Like, these are their senior players and they won't all be happy with the standard they're setting.
147 for 5, halfway through the 34th over. Smith into Callis, quicker, shorter, pulled away.
That is your
Again,
typical
another
follow-up
single.
as a spinner. When you're frustrated with what's tapping the ball before, you just chuck it in hard.
Callis on to 48. Gunn 47, 148 for 5. Smith into Gunn and tries to punch that back down the ground, but
Punches a bat instead.
and you can hear the encouragement from the crowd and the Stars players as Captain Smith in again. And shorter, pulled away by Gunn, but fielded by Kirsty White at short mid-wicket.
And
I'm
one
gonna have a
legend is
change.
replacing another legend now.
148 for 5 after 34 overs, 103 more runs required for the Diamonds. 16 overs left, and welcome Sarah Taylor.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. Well, suddenly got very nervous that you're here.
Did you?
I'm in the presence of a legend.
Oh,
It's
don't
just-
say that. I don't know what I'm doing, so you're the legend in this room.
Well, hardly. Callis on strike, 48 not out to Alice Capsey, who's in. Bowls and
Oh, that's runs.
tries to pull that away for Callis. She might have got bat on it. They'll come through for 2. We've just got to wait for the umpire's signal. And it is runs, and that brings Stair Callis to half century. Half century off 80 balls in 98 minutes of batting. And has just anchored this recovery for the Diamonds. Partnership of 80 between herself and Jenny Gunn.
We've needed her to do that as well. Absolutely needed her for that.
Capsey into Callis, clips that into the onside, timed it well, not quite split the two fielders out there. A bit deep with wicket and long on, and are we going to have another overthrow? We are. Second lot of overthrows.
Andy. Alice Capsey's a student at my school.
All right,
Yeah,
so
no,
that must
it's-
be
it's- yeah.
pretty weird.
It's very odd. When she did bat, it was a little bit odd that she was batting in front of me. But she's doing well.
Just 16 years of age, bowling to Stair Callis. Appeal for LBW. That's a little bit optimistic, but a little bit leg side. Our vantage point up here in the pavilion. 152 for 5. Callis on 52. Gunn just three runs shy of her 50. Capsey into Callis, drives back down the ground out to Davidson Richards at long on. Another single to the score. You can hear the walkie-talkie going a bit haywire really. Capsey into Jenny Gunn, shorter and just punched back down the ground up to Davidson Richards at long on. They have a lot of work to do out there. A lot of singles back down the ground.
Just ticking along nicely, I reckon.
Gunn on 48, Callis 53. Down the leg side, clipped down to deep backward square for a single. 155 for 5, end of the 35th over. Stair Callis 54 not out, Jenny Gunn 48. Less than 100 runs now for the Diamonds. 96 off 15 overs. The answer reads out Callis is 50, and warm reception from the Headingley crowd in the Western Terrace.
I reckon if we can keep below or in and around 6s and over, then it's a runner ball, isn't it? So hopefully we'll be all right. Just keep going.
Smith into Callis, slightly shorter and just nudged into the leg side. Kirsty White comes round, picks up. Another run to the score. Callis 55. Diamonds 156 for 5. A lot of fives on that scoreboard. Could be another couple.
Oh, that's
Here
cool.
as Jenny Gunn drives out into the offside, it will definitely be 1. Will they come through for 2? They certainly will. Brings up Jenny Gunn's half century off 67 balls. Just over an hour at the crease. And another excellent knock by one of the senior players in this Northern Diamond side. Punch of the gloves in the middle. Another welcome round of applause from the Headingley crowd. Smith changing to round the wicket this time to the right-handers. Gunn remarking a guard. Partnership of 88 between these two. Aiming at 70 for 5. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, all out on the leg side. Gunn clips into that leg side, but finds the gap. Never run to the score. Gunn moves to 51, 159 for 5.
It's nice. They're just ticking along nicely, aren't they? Getting a runner ball. Don't really need to do much else at this stage. 92 to win.
Smith to Callis, shorter and pulled into the leg side, but and the fielder out there at deep square, Alice Capsey picks up cleanly, throws in, and another 1 to the total, 160 for 5. Smith staying round the wicket to Jenny Gunn. Holds now from the football stand end. Gunn cuts away, cuts just in front of square, and well fielded by Ailish Cranston at backward point. Again, she's had a lot of work to do in that region. Needs to just trying to look to guide it into that sort of vacant third range. But
You've done well to work out who that is. I didn't have a clue who that was.
tossed up by Smith and straight to Phoebe Franklin at deep mid wicket. Jenny Gunn goes for 50. It's a big, big wicket for the Stars. 160 for 6 is the score. A partnership of 90 between Callis and Gunn comes to an end. That's an excellent innings from Jenny Gunn. 50 runs, 65 minutes, 70 balls. Help Callis to rebuild this innings.
She'll be disappointed with that. So you always want like a juicy full toss, don't you? She unfortunately picked the girl out.
Yeah, it wasn't the best ball from Bryony Smith, but sometimes, well, quite often I find that bad balls do get wickets.
Yeah, and your good balls don't. Oh, shame. That's a real shame. Hopefully Beth can just pick up where Jen left off, really.
Beth Langston is the new batter. Doing Stair Callis at the crease. 24 runs this season, average of 12. 922 runs in all List A matches. Callis is still there, 56 not out. And then still Lindsay Smith, Phoebe Graham and Katie Levick to come.
There's a lot on Callis' shoulders now, isn't there? She can stay in for as long as possible. That would be lovely. And Beth and everyone else just work around her, that would be nice.
36 overs gone here at Headingley, 14 left, 91 runs to win. Run rate just 6.5 and over. Current run rate, all the fours, 4.44. Another change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. Grace Gibbs replaces Alice Capsey. 2 for 46 earlier on today, and pretty sure those overs are wrong. We had someone else bowling, and a straight drive from Stair Callis. It's up cleanly by Davidson Richards, and there's no run.
I haven't actually seen Staircase bat before. I've been very impressed with her. Very impressed. Got the right runs at the right time. Picked the gaps nicely. Obviously run well with Jen. Kind of steering the innings really, isn't she? If she can, like I say, stay in there, that'd be lovely.
Gives to Callis, just clipped into the onside, down to deep fine leg for just a single, brings Langston on strike to face her first ball. 161 for 6 is the score. Callis on to 57 not out.
I think Gibbs is literally just looking to target the stumps, bowl wicket to wicket, no different. There's not really much movement off the pitch now. There was earlier, not much. So she'll literally just be targeting the stumps. So hopefully we can use that to our advantage if we know it's going.
Gives past the umpire to Langston. Down the leg side, will be given a wide.
They help.
Yeah, another single to the score, 162 for 6. I suppose as a keeper you probably welcome the leg side wide because that means fewer byes for you.
Yeah, I don't mind them. Well, I didn't stop many today, a little bit rusty today. But yeah, I quite like diving down the leg side, I don't mind them.
Gears up to the stumps, bowls to Langston, appeal for LBW and very quickly withdrawn. That one sliding down the leg side.
Paddles on. You going for a paddle? Would you?
Gives into Langston now. Langston drives beautifully through extra cover. That'll go all the way to the fore. It won't. Good fielding out there in the deep by Alice Capsey. Another couple to the score. Langston off the mark. 164 for 6.
Should be talking about that cover drive for a very long time.
Timed it really well as well, did Langston. Gives up to the stumps, bowls and flick down the leg side and probably come off the pad. Ball's not quite racing away down there to the fine leg boundary. Just a single to the score, 165 for 6. So 1 ball left in 37th over. Gives 2 for 50. Past the umpire now, bowls to Stair Callison. Almost bowled for a second, an inside edge back between keeper and the stumps. Another dot ball, 165 for 6 at the end of 37 overs. 86 more runs needed for the Diamonds off 13 overs. Required run rate 6.62. Currently going at just under 4.5.
Tell you what, you've got quite a nice view up here, haven't you?
It is lovely. Yeah.
You've done quite well, haven't you?
Ground. Danny Gregory returns in the football stand end. Bowled extremely well in her first spell.
Don't remind me.
Oh yeah, sorry, you actually bowled, you didn't. Runs in again now from the football stand end to Callis. To Langston, sorry. Drives out to Kirsty White at short extra.
That's probably what I should have done that one. Whoops.
Agreed, 2 for 12. Into her 7th over, right arm over, bowls and another short ball, and Langston looks to punch that back down the ground but gets a thick edge and it will run away all the way to the deep third boundary. It shows how quick this outfield is. Langston's first boundary, she moves on to 6. Score 169 for 6.
She can keep doing that, that'd be lovely.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter how they come, as long as they do. Only ever says 4 in the book.
True.
Deep square out the boundary, deep mid wicket, long on, deep cover. Slightly straighter from Danny Gregory, cut away, but Fielded out in the ring by Ailish Cranston, brings Callis back on strike. Langston moves on to 7. 170 for 6. Yeah, no changes in the field. Callis 57 not out. Coming up to 2 hours at the crease. Shorter from Gregory. Callis just nudges that behind square in the onside. Go through for fairly easy single. Callis on to 58. Diamonds 171 for 6.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think Callis needs to do anything different here. If batters are going to come in and score 4s or hit some shots, I don't think she needs to do anything different. She just keeps going as she is.
Gregory into Langston. Clip into the onside. Gregory fields off her own bowling. Does well to get round, because if he didn't pick that up, would have been another easy single. One player inside the ring on the leg side, and that's fine leg. Moves over to the offside. Gregory into Langston, clipped away into the onside. That will be a single off the last ball of the over. Takes Langston to 8. The Diamonds 172 for 6. 38 overs gone, just 12 left. 79 runs off 72 balls, if my maths is correct.
Where's your money? Don't be mean. Don't be mean.
Certainly going to be very, very close if Callis stays at the crease.
Yeah.
That's the key thing. We saw a couple of weeks ago here when Central Sparks lost a few wickets and needed more than a runner ball, and they brought it back.
Yeah.
Gibbs to Langston, down the leg side, another wide, and an appeal for something. Let's try and distract the umpire from giving a wide.
Tried to stop the wide.
Another one to the score, 173 for 6, 11th wide of the innings.
I didn't manage to see that game. How did who bowled well?
You know what, I can't remember. Sarah Glenn bowled really well. I don't think she took a wicket, Sarah Glenn, but
Bowled very well.
bowled really well. It was more the batting that I remember it for. 100 by Winfield Hill and Amy Jones.
Okay.
Langston forward in defence to that one from Grace Gibbs. But Izzy Wong took 5 wickets, but when she came up here, she said she didn't bowl that well, which is sometimes the way.
Absolute perfectionist. Picky, like you said, sometimes the bad balls go wickets.
Yeah. 4 players out on the back, sort of a V inside the circle. Gives balls to Langston, clips that into the onside. Out to the deep square leg fielder. Another run to the score, Langston on to 9, Diamonds 174 for 6. .77 runs or 70 balls. Callis on 58 not out. Grace Gibbs into Callis, short and wide and cut away, and a good hand by Cranston at point. Save certainly 1, maybe 3 runs there with that hand. Might be a little bit sore, but crucial run saved by Ailish Cranston. Callis moves to 59. Diamonds 175 for 6. Gives past the umpire from the Kirkstall lane end, bowls slightly fuller and half appeal for LBW and go through for a single, and mid-wicket looks to throw at the stumps, but thought, no, I've had too many overthrows this game.
There's just been a few in there.
There's been 5, I think, 5
Okay.
overthrows. 176 for 6. Langston on 10, Callis 59. No change in the field for the set batter. Gives right arm over to Callis, clips into the onside, they'll get 1. The penultimate ball of the over. Square leg picks up 177 for 6. Callis on to 60. 74 more runs required for the Diamonds.
It's going to be a good finish.
Gives past the umpire, bowls. Langston looks to drive at Ball just dribbles out onto one of the used strips on the square. They go through 4 a single. Langston moves to 11. Score 178 for 6. Good awareness there by Staircase to not concerned that number 8 is on strike. Still 11 overs left, still 66 balls remaining, 73 runs required for the Diamonds, 178 for 6 is the score. Danny Gregory to bowl her 8th over, 2 for 19 so far, all from the football stand end. Balls to Beth Langston, down the track she comes and off the inside face of the bat, but there's no run. And there's easily a single out on the leg side. Deep cover out on the offside. Cut away out to that deep cover. They go through 4 a single. Langston on to 12. Diamonds 179 for 6.
Quite an interesting spinner, this girl. I've never seen her before. More toppies than anything. So, I mean, the wicket's probably not turning that much at all, but yeah, it does get a little bit of bounce with it.
Gregory to Callis. Down the track she goes, over mid-off, just ball races away across the outfield. That's Callis's first boundary in several overs. Her first boundary since a cover drive, probably about 20 overs ago.
You just felt like something was going to happen. A few darts we were just going. Obviously, you're batting with lower order batsmen, really. I hope Beth doesn't mind me saying that. You just felt like someone was going to have to play a big shot at some point. She did well.
Callis on 64, Gregory into Callis, clip down the leg side, short fine leg is up. They do come through 4 a single, good backing up, good running from Beth Langston. It's Callis to 65, 184 for 6. 67 needed off 62 balls. Gregory into Langston, comes down the track just slightly, drives out to Bryony Smith in the offside. Another dot ball, just 1 ball left of this 40th over. Gregory 2 for 25 so far. Langston punches that off the back foot, but once again finds Bryony Smith in the offside. End of the 40th over, the Northern Diamonds 184 for 6. Here it's an immaculate looking Headingley, another plane, and that's the 5th plane of the day.
Do you guess what it is?
I haven't got a clue.
You got to guess the
No
brand.
idea.
We always used to try and play games when we played Premier, just to see if you could guess whether it was like a British Airways, Qantas. Danny White was particularly good at it. I don't know why.
Looks like one of the Irish airlines.
There you go, you can do it. When it's
Bryony Smith from the Kirkstall Lane end. Kind of punches off the back foot up to long on. Alice Davidson Richards does the fielding. I haven't said that name in quite a while, which gives me a break. It's quite long serving.
her nickname's ADR, so we didn't want to say either. ADR.
Come up on the scoreboard. At this point, the Stars were 175 for 4, I think it said. Diamonds 185 for 6. Cut away by Beth Langston. That will run away down to the vacant deep third area. Another boundary, a much needed boundary. Langston on to 16. Diamonds 189 for 6. 62 runs required.
I think they've now moved mid-wicket out. So they've now gone mid-wicket out, short fine, which will hopefully open up some gaps to try and score in there on that leg side.
Yep, still just the deep cover out on the offside. Mid off, short extra, point third, all up inside the circle. Smith round the wicket this time. Langston clips that up to ADR at long on. Langston 17, Diamonds 190 for 6. Brings Callis back on strike. Stars captain Bryony Smith, slightly shorter and cut away, finds the gap between point and short third and goes away to that deep backward point boundary. Callis moves on to 70. Diamonds 194 for 6. 57 runs required now.
I've also got the run rate back just above 6. I think we were nearing about 6.7. So if we can keep this here, that's very comfortable. Again, if these two stay at that rate.
Yeah. Yep, 6 runs off the over so far, if I'm correct. Bryony Smith 1 for 30 into her 8th over. And no change in the field. Running right arm round the wicket to Stair Callis. Again, a little bit of width to play with, but not much. Callis tries to guide that down to third, but can only find the fielder.
I don't mind.
Callis 70 not out. Diamonds 194 for 6. Smith coming back over the wicket this time to Stair Callis, and Callis drives well, but again, only to that deep cover sweeper. Alice Capsey out there on the offside, 195 for 6. 41 overs gone, 56 more runs to win, 9 overs remaining. By my maths, that's 56 or 54.
Again, there's your money on.
For a very, very close
Put you on the
finish.
spot. I have to say diamonds.
Yeah. I've got to remain impartial.
Well, a lot of these girls I used to play with at Surrey Stars. So obviously Bryony, Ailish. I mean, I probably would have at some point played with Capsey, but yeah, a lot of them. I want them to do well, but not that well.
Yeah, not that well.
I mean, Ailish did bat brilliantly. She did bat very well. We'll give her that.
Danny Gregory continuing from the football stand end, balls to Stair Callis, shorter and just a bit of an inside edge into the leg side. They do come through for a single. Callis on to 72, 196 for 6. Could we be in for a last over game, a last over thriller? Langston facing up to Danny Gregory's leg spin. Down the track she comes, drives, but doesn't get it past mid-off. There's another misfield, but won't cost them anything this time. It's Langston to 18, Diamonds 197 for 6.
I feel like a boundary. It's a boundary and over. Just makes it a little bit more comfortable. If we can just get one away, that would be ideal.
Gregory into Callis, defends into the offside. There's no run. Something wrong with the gloves, maybe taking them off and a wipe at the ground. We've got very sweaty hands after being out there for all this time.
Very warm out
Over
there.
2 hours at the crease, 2 hours and 4 minutes. Gregory runs in again from football stand end.
Go on, push.
Nice drives out to Malone, just a single. Moves here to 73, 198 for 6. 53 more runs for the Diamonds, 8.2 overs remaining. Beth Langston on strike on 18 not out. Gregory into Langston, down the track she comes, looks to drive that back down the ground, but toe of the bat and Gregory fields off her own bowling. There's no run. And the crowd being treated to another fantastic match here at Headingley. Slightly shorter from Gregory as Langston cuts, but straight to Ailish Cranston again at point. There's no run. Concludes the 42nd over. Diamonds 198 for 6.
That's unfortunate. That would have been lovely if that got through. Just looking for that boundary, weren't we? How many was off that over?
5, I think. After 42 overs, South East Stars 192 for 4. And Diamonds 198 for 6. So are ahead. Just.
Just.
6 runs ahead, but was it 2 wickets behind? 53 runs needed, 48 balls. Required run rate 6.63. Current run rate 4.71. Riley Smith continues from Kirkstall lone end. And she must be looking to bowl very, very straight here.
Yeah.
5 players on the leg side, no third. Just Cranston at backward point. Smith to Callis, who drives back down the ground to Davidson Richards. Long off. 0 through 4 a single. Callis 74, Diamonds 199 for 6. And there's Langston back on strike. Smith over the wicket to Beth Langston. Down the track she comes. Drives to Freya Davies inside the ring at mid-off. Dot ball to the score.
I think I'm loving you and leaving you, aren't I?
I think so. End of the over.
End of the over, yeah. We can't go anywhere just yet.
Smith into Langston. Down the wicket again. Drives, but once again finds Freya Davies at mid-off.
She's doing it too well.
Really trying to look for that single. Smith just moving the fielder back now. Have a couple balls at mid wicket, then Kirsty White moved back to that short third area. And still looking to bowl quite straight. Smith into
no, that's
misfield.
4.
That could go for 4. It does. Not what the Stars needed at all. Takes Langston to 22. Diamonds 203 for 6. The 200 is up. And this partnership now worth 43. Smith into Langston. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket. And into the onside. They look for 2. So in the second down, Langston 23, Callis 74, Diamonds 204 for 6. 1 ball left in the 43rd over. And 3 fielders out on the leg side. Callis looks to drive but doesn't get hold of it and have a grunt of frustration. And the Dutch international was. She remains on 74 not out. Diamonds 204 for 6.
Good luck for the last stint.
Thank you. Yeah, this could be.
Remain impartial, but be happy. Whatever happens, be happy. Thank you very much for having
Thank
me.
you, Sarah. I'm now being left alone to my own devices here in commentary box. Can't really get any Diamonds players up here, given the situation of the game. Want to be down there to celebrate if they win. And there's still players to come. Gregory, short ball pulled out into the deep by Beth Langston. Capsy once again out there, does the fielding, picks up. Langston on to 24, Diamonds 205 for 6. And we could be in for a very, very close finish indeed. 46 more runs required. Callis drives back down the ground. Only be just a single. Out to long on. 206 for 6. Callis 75 not out. Anchored the innings. Been there for 2 hours and 10 minutes at the crease there, Callis. Langston looks to cut but plays and misses. Good take behind the stumps by Kira Chatley. Hasn't had much to do today. A good diving catch early on to dismiss Holly Armitage. Haven't noticed her too much. Langston looks to cut again and another play and a miss outside the off stump by Beth Langston. She's 24 not out. Chatley's had a quiet day behind the stumps, but not so much a bad thing if you're a keeper. Down the track comes Langston, drives, only out to Davies at mid-off. Another single to the total, 207 for 6. Langston on to 25. Callis 75, this partnership now worth 47. When Jenny Gunn went and scores 160. Cut away by Callis, but only finds Cranston at backward point. There's no run, end of the 44th over. Diamonds 207 for 6. Stair Callis 75 not out. Beth Langston 25. And for some other reason, the DLS scores have now popped up on the scoreboard again. Not too many overs ago, about 15 overs or so ago, the Diamonds were quite some way behind, but they're just 2 runs now, 2 runs behind the DLS score now. It'll be Bryony Smith to bowl her 10th and final over from the Kirkstall Lane end, 137 so far. Down the track comes Beth Langston, drives. Misses the fielder at short extra cover. Alice Capsey comes round from deep cover to do the fielding. Takes Langston to 26, the score 208 for 6. Brings Stair Callis back on strike. 3 players out on the leg side. Smith into Callis, looks to go down the wicket, but pulls this one into the leg side. They look to come back for 2. Langston's going to come back. Are they? Well, there's a mix-up. There's a mix-up. Is she going to be run out? She is! A horrible mix-up for the Northern Diamonds. Stair Callis is run out on 76. Sent back by Beth Langston. Langston wanted to come back for the second, but saw the ball was already in the air. And Callis couldn't quite get her bat back inside that popping crease. But what a knock from Stair Callis. 76 runs, 106 balls, and over 2 hours at the crease. Just 6 fours in that innings of 76. She has given her team every chance of winning this game. Diamonds 209 for 7. And a partnership of 49 between Callis and Beth Langston. Grace Gibbs with the throw in from the deep. Bryony Smith had to do a bit of work to get the ball back to the stumps, almost Joss Butler-esque in that World Cup final. Not quite as high stakes, but still similar. As Lindsay Smith joins Beth Langston at a non-striker's end. No change in the field. Smith to Langston, clips into the onside. This time they will look for 2. Langston running right up the middle of the wicket, and Grace Gibbs well in on that one. Picks up ball just inside that 30-yard circle. As well to running that 35-40 yards from the deep. We'll bring the left-handed Lindsay Smith on strike, so left-hand, right-hand combination. Can perhaps play with bowler's mind. 3 balls left for Bryony Smith. It will be Smith to Smith. We've got Davidson Richards out here at long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep cover on the offside. No one at fine leg. Smith defends this one back up the track. And there's no run. The Diamonds 210 for 7. 41 runs to win from 5.2 overs. Smith round the wicket to Smith. Down the tracks he comes. Drives, but can only find Grace Gibbs at short extra cover. There's no run. Good to see 1,300 of you watching on the live stream, along with 100 or so in the ground in the Western Terrace, and a few in the Emerald stand as well. Smith drives, but the inside face of the bat to Kirsty White at short mid wicket. End of the 45th over. Northern Diamonds 210 for 7. Beth Langston 27 not out. Lindsay Smith yet to get off the mark after just 3 balls. End of Bryony Smith's spell, 1 for 40 from 10 overs, bowled superbly today. As has Danny Gregory, 2 for 31 off 10 as well. Excellent bowling from the 2 star spinners. As it will be Freya Davies to bowl from the football stand end. The Emerald stand end, as the announcers are calling it. Deep third, fine leg out on the boundary. Deep square leg. Deep cover out as well. Davies just moving Chloe Brewer down here at fine leg, just a little bit wider. We have seen a few sort of go just behind square and neither square leg or fine leg have been able to get to it. Davies into right-hander Langston, who drives and beats the inside edge of the bat this time, through to Kira Chatley behind the stumps. There's no run, 210 for 7. 41 runs required from 29 balls. Just a couple of overs ago, could have been in for a very close finish. Now I'm thinking not so much, but do stay with us. Davies into Langston. Langston drives inside out over short extra cover. It races away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Langston moves to 31. The Diamonds 214 for 7. That's another mini commentator's curse on that one. A wonderful shot from Beth Langston, driving over the top of that short extra cover fielder inside the circle. Davies right arm over from the football stand end. Tries to guide that down to third for a single or even a boundary, but misses the face of the bat, misses the edge of the bat. Bryony Smith just bringing third up inside the circle now, moving long on back on the boundary, right in front of the Emerald stand. Davies in past the umpire now. Balls to Langston. It's a full toss and that's pulled away. Bit of a hoik from Beth Langston. It doesn't matter how they come. It's gone for 4 at deep mid wicket. Beth Langston moves to 35. 2 boundaries off this over from Freya Davies. 218 for 7 is the score. The Diamonds need 33 more runs from 26 balls. Langston perhaps trying to avenge Canis for that mix-up in the middle a couple of overs ago. Thinking, right team, down to me to finish this. Deep cover, the only player out on the offside. Davies into Langston, she's flicked that away, she's picked it up well. That will race away as well to the boundary. Down towards the Emerald stand, it goes for another 4. 12 runs off the over so far, and there's 1 ball left over this over from Freya Davies. Langston on 39. The score, double Nelson for 7. 2-2-2 for 7. I need some water. Now there's a chat between Smith and Davies. Deep in wickets going out on the boundary now. Fine leg coming up inside the circle. Long on deep mid wicket, deep square leg on the leg side. Fine leg up inside the circle, deep cover. Davies to Langston, clips into the onside. It will just be a single. That concludes the 46th over. 223 for 7 is the score. The Diamonds 28 more runs to win off 24 balls, so all of a sudden it's gotten a lot closer. Beth Langston 40 not out of 37 balls. Easily her highest score this season. Previous high score before this was just 13. And the highest score from last season was 37. Only ever scored 2 List A 50s before. Alice Davidson Richards from the Kirkstall Lane in a change of ends for these 2 bowlers, ADR and Freya Davies. Davidson Richards bowled 5 overs up front, 0 for 36. Created a couple of chances though. There was an edge that just fell short of White at second slip fairly early on for Rachael Hopkins. A couple of LBW shouts as well as Davidson Richards in past the umpire bowls, and that's a slower ball and wide chord down the leg side. Diamonds will take them. It's 224 for 7. And an extra ball and an extra run for the Diamonds. 12 wides this innings. 12 wides bowled. A few of them have gone for a few byes as well, as Davison Richards into Langston, and that'll be another wide down the leg side. Looking to bowl slower balls, maybe back of the hand. Has not gotten these first two right, has Davidson Richards. 225 for 7 now. And it's 26 runs off 24 balls required for the Diamonds. Davidson Richards past the stumps now. Bowls, and that's a much better ball. And outside the off stump this time, another slower ball. Doesn't carry anywhere near to Kira Chatley behind the stumps. Langston looking to hit that over the western terrace, it seemed. Smith just going down to have a chat. Keep calm, keep your head. Don't do anything silly, because you're the set batter here. You need to see us home. Langston 40 not out. Facing up to Davidson Richards, past the umpire now. Bowls. Another slower ball. Langston looks to drive. Doesn't get all of it at all, and you can see she's frustrated here. And another chat between Langston and Lindsay Smith. Bowler has a discussion as well with captain and Freya Davies, two of your senior players. Davidson Richards herself a senior player. 0 for 38 off her 5.2 overs. She's in again now from the Kirkstone Lane end. Slower ball in the pill for LBW. Not given by umpire Lungley. Looked to be slightly leg side. Again, another slower ball from Davidson Richards. Just have a look on the stream on the replay, and to be fair, that's not a bad shout. That ball. Very, very close indeed. The umpire perhaps thinking it was sliding down the leg stump. Davidson Richards passed, umpire only, bowls. Another slower ball and just knocked into the onside. Davidson Richards fields off her own bowling. Moves Langston on to 41. 226 for 7. The Diamonds 25 more to win. Off 20 balls. Run rate. Required run rate, that is, up to 7.5 and over. Current run rate just under 5. But boundary here could definitely change things. Means the left-handed Lindsay Smith on strike. Cover out on the boundary as well as Davidson Richards round the wicket to the left-handed Smith. It's a short ball, it's a slower ball, and Smith picks this up. It doesn't quite pierce the gap. They'll come through for a single. Smith's off the mark, off her 4th ball. Northern Diamonds 227 for 7. 1 ball left in this 47th over. 24 to win off 19 balls. Beth Langston a runner ball 41. Davidson Richards into Langston. It's a short ball and slap back down the ground. They will come through for a single. Langston keeps the strike. Is her on to 42. A good over from Davidson Richards. Started off a little bit wayward with the 2 wides. But brought it back well, bowling slower balls. Just trying variations, keep the batters guessing. Langston looking a little bit warm under that helmet. Will be Freya Davies to continue from the football stand end. Fine leg inside the circle, 3rd out on the boundary. 3rd's coming back up, not deep cover out. You only have 4 players out outside that 30-yard circle. Got deep cover out on the boundary in front of the western terrace. We've got long on out, deep mid wicket out, deep square leg out. Fine leg 3rd, points, extra cover mid off, all inside the circle. Davies into Langston, a slower ball. It's the gloves of Beth Langston. The ball dribbles out to Chloe Brewer at fine leg. Go through for a single, 229 for 7. Langston on to 42. Given leg buys that one. Brings Lindsay Smith on strike. In this left-hand, right-hand combination. Same field for Smith. Deep cover out. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square out on the leg side. Round the wicket comes Freya Davies to Lindsay Smith. A slower ball back down the ground. Goes Lindsay Smith. That's going to go all the way for 4. Excellent shot from Lindsay Smith. Davies just missing her Yorker by about a foot. And another slightly slower ball from Freya Davies. Smith just freed the arms. And a clean strike back down the ground. Diamonds 233 for 7. Smith on 5. Langston 42. 18 runs required. Davies into Smith. Another slower ball that's gone into the air. Is it going to be caught in the deep? It won't. It will just fall safe. Go through 4, a single. Take Smith on to 6. Diamonds 234 for 7. Langston 42, not out. 17 runs off 15 balls. You're certainly in for a very, very close finish. Do keep watching. Freya Davies into Langston. Langston goes over the top of extra cover. Just unlucky. Out there. That's Kirsty White. That extra cover. An excellent effort. A valiant effort. Langston didn't get all of it. They come through for 2. And she might have hurt herself out there trying to dive and take that catch. We were talking about diving on the square earlier on. It's like concrete. Diving on that rock hard square that runs pretty much all the way across this Headingley ground from east to west. In Test match, meanwhile, England are 58 for 4. Just seen on notification. 236 for 7. Davies into Langston. It's edged, it misses the keeper. Chatley can't get a glove on it. It will race away to the deep third boundary for 4. 240 for 7 is the score. Langston 48 not out. 2 runs shy of what will be her 3rd list day half century. And all of a sudden, the Diamonds are ahead. They require 11 runs from 13 balls. And who'd have thought this 5 overs ago? When Callis was run out, when Gunn fell earlier on. When the Diamonds were 70 for 5. Who'd have thought we'd end up in a situation like this? Northern Diamonds 240 for 7. Beth Langston 48 not out. Encouragement from staff down below and the players down below in the second floor of the pavilion. Crowd remaining very quiet for now. Davies into Langston. Down the leg side, only just down the leg side. It will be called a wide, a little bit harsh on the bowler. Chatley didn't really have to move to take that one down the stumps or down the leg side. Very harsh, but rules are rules. Down the leg side, it's a wide. 241 for 7. Davies into Beth Langston. It's Yorker length and dug out into the offside. They'll come through for a single. Langston keeps the strike again. Excellent cricket from Beth Langston. Takes her to 49. Diamonds 242 for 7. The Diamonds require just 9 runs from 12 balls here at Headingley as I knock my seat over trying to stand up. Won't be able to hear a few shouts from the crowd, from the players down below, crowd in the Western Terrace. Smith having a chat with Davidson Richards, trying to get this field spot on. Everyone in the offside is up inside the circle. Got third up, point up, cover up. Short extra, mid off just inside as well. Another slower ball and pulled away by Beth Langston. It brings up her 50. It goes away for 4 as well. Takes the Diamonds 246 for 7. Applause from the Western Terrace. Langston raises her back to her teammates down below on the balcony. This has been an excellent knock from Beth Langston, her 3rd list day half century. Comes off just 47 balls in 47 minutes, 8 fours. And takes the Diamonds within 1 hit of winning this game. 5 needed from 11 balls. Davidson Richards into Beth Langston. It's a short ball and it'll be called a no ball. Thinking of wide, it was a bouncer overhead high. 247 for 7. 4 needed off 11 balls. What a game this is turning out to be. Beth Langston 53 not out. Sir Callis earlier on made 76. Davidson Richards in past the umpire. Bowls to Beth Langston, who pulls this away. She hasn't got all of it. I'll come through for a single. Brings Lindsay Smith on strike. She'll be facing her first ball in a couple of overs. Or since a couple of overs ago. Northern Diamonds 248 for 7. Just 3 runs shy of winning this game. 1 hit will do it. And just trying to get this field exactly right. 3 players out in the deep on the leg side. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. All out on the boundary. Fine leg inside the circle. Deep extra cover out on the boundary. Mid-off, cover. Point short third up. In the ring, Smith pulls this away out to deep mid-wicket. It will be a single. Takes her to 7. The Diamonds 249 for 7. 2 runs, 9 balls left. And what a game we've seen here today at Headingley. Not a cloud in the sky over Leeds at the moment. A couple hundred fans in the Western Terrace have been thoroughly treated to the cricket this afternoon and this morning. Deep in the wicket comes back up inside the circle, deep square leg out, fine leg out on the boundary. Everyone inside the ring on the offside. Davidson Richards into Langston, who pulls straight to short mid wickets. There's no run. 2 balls left in the 49th over. 2 runs required to win for the Northern Diamonds. 249 for 7. Beth Langston 54 not out. Alice Davidson Richards to bowl from the Kirkstall Lane bowls. That's pulled away. They'll come through for a single. Will they look for the second? They won't. It scores level here at Headingley. 250 for 7 is the score. Beth Langston 55 not out. Lindsay Smith will face the last ball of the 49th over. 1 run to win. 7 balls remaining. And everyone inside the 30-yard circle now. Got short extra cover, short mid wicket. Davidson Richards round the wicket to Smith, who tries to guide that down to third, but can't get any bat on it. It's a dot ball. Beth Langston 55 not out. Diamonds 250 for 7 here at Headingley. Crowd clapping Beth Langston's half century. It's taken them 38 balls to get from 200 to 250. And who'd have thought when Diamonds was 70 for 5 that we'd be in this position now. 250 for 7 is the score. Freya Davies will bowl the final over, 1 for 53 from her 9 overs. Running in from the football stand end, right arm over the wicket to Beth Langston, who clips that out to mid-on. It won't be a run, it will be a dot ball. Just 1 from 5 needed for the Diamonds. Required run rate's not even on the scoreboard. Diamonds 250 for 7. 1 run needed. Langston's 55 not out. Davies past the umpire, bowls to Beth Langston, who pulls that away, gets it over the infield. It will run away for 4. The Northern Diamonds have won this game by 3 wickets with just 4 balls remaining. What a knock from Beth Langston. 59 not out. 53 balls in just under an hour of batting. What a game of cricket we've been treated to today here at Headingley. Langston finishes 59 not out. Smith at the other end, 7 not out. Callis earlier on, Stair Callis made 76, anchored the innings to help rebuild the Diamonds innings. 76 off 106 balls before she was run out looking for a second that wasn't there. Beth Langston sent her back, and that kerfuffle in the middle. Jenny Gunn made 50 off 70 balls before she was caught in the deep off a full toss. Beth Langston, 59 not out off 53 balls, 9 fours, has helped to win this game for the Diamonds. They are in this COVID world that we're living in. The Northern Diamonds have beaten the South East Stars by 3 wickets with 4 balls remaining. Let's run you through both teams' scorecards just quickly. So earlier on today, the South East Stars made 250 for 6. Bryony Smith made 31. She was bowled by Katie Levick. Alice Davidson-Richards bowled Gunn for 14. Chloe Brewer, LBW Smith for 25. Kirsty White bowled Langston for 73. Alice Capsey caught Campbell, bowled Graham for 21. Ailish Cranston not out 42. Grace Gibbs bowled Gunn for 1. Phoebe Franklin not out 28. And 15 extras to take South East Stars to 250 for 6. 2 wickets for Jenny Gunn, 2 for 45. 1 for Katie Levick, 1 for 30. Lindsay Smith, 1 for 31 off 10 overs. Phoebe Graham, 1 for 38 off 8 overs. Beth Langston, 1 for 62 off 10 overs. That's the Northern Diamonds innings. Holly Armitage caught Chatley, bowled Davies for 21. Rachel Hopkins, LBW Gibbs for 12. Stair Cullis, run out Gibbs for 76. McDonald caught Davidson Richards, bowled Gibbs for 5. Campbell caught Cranston, bowled Gregory for 0. Taylor bowled Gregory for 2. Gunn caught Franklin, bowled Smith for 50. Langston 59 not out. Smith 7 not out. 22 extras means that the Northern Diamonds beat the South East Stars rather, by 3 wickets with just 4 balls to spare. Danny Gregory 2 for 31 off 10 overs. Grace Gibbs 2 for 40 off 8 overs. Bryony Smith 1 for 40 off 10 overs. And Freya Davies 1 for 57 off 9.2 overs. Wow. What a game of cricket. Thank you ever so much for tuning in today. Whenever you have tuned in this morning, this afternoon. Probably only just become the evening, so. You've been treated to a wonderful day's cricket, a wonderful cricket match here at Headingley. Players giving themselves a round of applause down to my left. South East Stars a little bit quieter in their team huddle. But thank you ever so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a couple of weeks' time with a double-header T20 on the 26th of June with the Diamonds playing first at, it's about 2:30, followed up by Yorkshire men's team. We'll be off the air shortly. I've been Wes Spearman. Thanks ever so much for tuning in over the last 7 hours. I think that buzz. I think that means my tablet's run out of battery, which is pretty fitting. It's had enough as well. But what a day! What a game of cricket! Not a cloud in the sky here at Headingley, and another thrilling finish at the Emerald Headingley. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. Take care.